Myth. Can the Midnight Riders tour bus run the witch over? Alrighty guys, so to start off the episode, we're getting a myth submitted in by Vader. Vader wants to know, can you run over the witch with the Midnight Riders tour bus? Now in a prior myth, we have successfully done this with the tank, so when it comes to the witch, I would like to believe that personally this would be possible. So we're going to be just going in here, and we're just going to be seeing whether or not she can die. I am very confident that this will work, but we just have to wait and see before we confirm anything. So here we go, we're going to go over there now, and I've got my spawner ready. So here we go, let's spawn some witches in front of the bus. And yep, the bus completely ran over the witch. She had no chance. So the myth is confirmed. You can end up running over the witch with the Midnight Riders tour bus in Left 4 Dead 2. Myth. Can common infected kill a special infected that has been boomer-biled? Alrighty guys, this next myth was submitted in by Samuel Olivares. Now Samuel, this is a pretty good question. Now, not everyone knows this, so I want to show you, my friend, what the boomer bile can officially do in the game. So the boomer bile is not just meant to end up attracting the common infected, so that way they can end up being in a pile and you can shoot them, but they are also used as a way to end up redirecting their attacking patterns. So we have a whole bunch of different common infected that are spawned in here, and we're going to boomer bile a spitter, just so that we can show you what will exactly happen to a special infected if they are boomer biled. So here's a spitter getting attacked by common infected right now, and as you can see, the spitter got killed because you can see her corpse and plus also her spit being drained out of her body. So that means that, yes, this myth is confirmed. If you boomer bile a special infected, if they are unlucky, the zombies will end up killing them and assisting you in the battle. Myth. Can you play soccer in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, this next myth was submitted in by Star. So now we got another sports myth. So we have tried to end up playing baseball, we have ended up trying to play golf, and now we are moving on to soccer. So the way that this myth is supposed to work is that Star says basically you can end up doing this as long as you end up having a tank and a mounted gun, because the physics of both of those things in question are able to fling a car. So we're going to spawn a tank and then just shoot at the car that he flings at us and see if it ends up bouncing back. So here we go, we've got an alarmed car ready to move. Glabursko is going to end up being on the mounted turret that is on crash course here, and we're going to be spawning in a tank here in just a moment. So here we go, let's spawn in the tank and see what's what. So here comes the tank, and I'm just going to back up so that way you guys can get a better view. So he smacks the car, and Glabursko shoots it right back at him, and I'm surprised that the tank didn't die, but I mean, hey, technically it worked one way and then it worked the other. Now, the tank didn't fling it back, of course, because it went behind him and he was more focused on us, but that does mean, though, that if it was a human-controlled tank, he could continue to fling it back at us, and as long as we were careful, we could technically play soccer in Left 4 Dead 2. So it's confirmed, and it's really fun. Myth. Does Molotov damage stack? Alrighty guys, so this next myth was submitted in by Nitwit. Now Nitwit, when it comes to your myth, this is a really good question to ask, because the Molotov is one of the most useful pieces of equipment in the entire game. I think that personally it's the best throwable item in Left 4 Dead. Now the Molotov, in my opinion, is really useful for like burning tanks and burning witches, because they're basically guaranteed kills, because once the tank or the witch is on fire, pretty much all you gotta do is run away, but sometimes you just get unlucky and they just don't die quick enough. So, if you were to have multiple Molotovs on you, can you kill the special infected quicker? That is what we're going to be testing here. So, me, Dan, Glabursko, and Drages have two separate little areas full of tanks. So, we're going to be having Dan on one area throw a single Molotov, while Drages and Glabursko both throw a Molotov each on the other tank that is to my right. I'm going to be looking at them both, and we're going to be seeing if whether or not by just simply adding one other Molotov, does the tank that's on the right, that is getting hit with more than one Molotov, die quicker. So, minus the few seconds of possible human error, I'm going to be showing you guys the burning effects of both tanks right now. So, the one on the right is once again going to be Drages and Glabursko's, which they both threw one Molotov at each, and then the one on the left is going to end up being Dan's, where it's just a single Molotov. So, even if one Molotov extra is used, can you end up getting a little bit more damage onto a tank? Because if you could, this would be incredible. Now here's the thing with the myth personally, is that even if the myth, like let's say, was confirmed, I don't really know if this is going to be meta changing, because it's more useful to end up using one Molotov at a time to end up burning a tank, and then saving the other Molotovs for another tank, and then just ended up running away, because you don't really need to waste a Molotov multiple times on a single tank, even if this did work, because you really want to utilize fire with the tank. Trying to just shoot the tank without fire is really difficult in comparison to just burning him and running away, or at least stacking bullets with fire. And I feel like this isn't going to change too much, but it would be interesting to know if you only just had Molotovs, would it make it any easier? But I think that the tank on the right finally did stop moving, personally. Because all I just see is his body being on fire. Before he was like throwing rocks, and now the one on the left looks like he just died too. So honestly, it looks like that it did work. But I'm not going to stop there. I'm personally going to encourage the guys to do this a couple more times, and we'll just be double sure. So now me, Globbersko, and Drages are just going to spam infinite Molotovs to see if we can kill the tank in a couple of seconds, or maybe even instantaneously, perhaps. And then Dan's going to be throwing his own singular Molotov once again. The average Molotov, give or take, is a little bit around, like, let's say 1 minute, just depending on what's going on in addition to the Molotov, or if whether or not it's just the Molotov by itself. And I just want to see if whether or not that we can significantly reduce the time with me, Drages, and Globbersko's tank. So here we go, 3, 2, and a number 1. So here we go, me, Drages, and Globbersko are going to start spamming now. I also do want to point out, by the way, that yes, Dan's Molotov did not connect right away, but we're throwing more of them, so it kind of equals out. But if there is a difference, I will deduct for human error. But you can see that our tank is still throwing rocks and freaking out, and he is indeed alive, but he's really engulfed in this fire, and he's probably going to die very soon, because even the strongest of special infected probably can't take that much. In fact, actually, I think, honestly, he might be on his last legs, because I don't really see a lot of moving. I just see fire. In fact, I think he's already dead. Yeah, I think that he's already dead. I'm almost certain of it, because the tank is not moving whatsoever. I think he died, like, a long time ago. I think that after, like, the 5th Molotov, he gave up. And even Dan's is still alive right now and kicking. Dan's is, like, significantly more alive than ours was. This is a noticeable difference. This is the type of thing that we were looking for. So even though it took us spamming an entire Fire Nation from the Avatar, we were able to kill our tank significantly faster. So that means that this myth is also confirmed. So at least the fire coming from the Molotov specifically, this damage does indeed stack. Okay guys, here we go. It's time for the final myth, and it's once again going to be, can you stop the crashing dynamic event plane that is at the finale on Dead Air? Let's do this. Myth. Can you stop the crashing plane dynamic event on the Dead Air finale? Alrighty guys, so the final myth was submitted in by Globbersko. Now Globbersko words this as basically, can the in-game models end up stopping the plane, or will the in-game models be affected by the plane? And I'm curious about this too, because this plane is an insane event. It's probably one of the most insane things about Left 4 Dead. For me personally, it's my favorite dynamic event that is in the game. Let me know what yours is personally down below in the comments. But yeah, so when it comes to the plane, before it crashes at least, I really haven't been able to interact with this thing a lot personally. In fact, I think that's before been intangible to some things, but we have found out recently with the Midnight Riders tour bus that was in episode 50 of Mythbusting Mondays, which if you've not seen that episode, please definitely check it out. But in that myth, we decided whether or not it was possible to stop the Midnight Riders tour bus, and it was, as long as we use certain in-game models. So we tried a whole bunch of different models for the plane, but we need to use the bigger ones deliberately just because they're the only things that could reach the plane. But I mean, dude, we've made basically the Great Wall of China. I mean, this should stop it, hopefully, right? No, the plane just doesn't give a crap. The plane just flat out ignores the debris. And the weird thing is, too, is that it gets stopped by the map itself, which is ironic, but the stuff that we put doesn't work. So even though the plane did end up skipping our stuff, I do personally want to believe that this is possible, but the thing is, though, is that the stuff that we have in the game to spawn in, all of it didn't work. And I think that it's something to do with the way that the map is designed. The map itself destroys it, but I think that it's more just because it's a pre-rendered cutscene, because the plane is intangible to a player. Like, for example, if I were to walk through with my solid body, I can go through it. So I really don't know truly what's going on here. But at least within the means of the game, like the full-on game, we spawned in everything to try to block this. And you guys saw the best attempt, the giant Great Wall that we made. And that didn't work. So given the fact that even though I want to call this plausible, since everything in the entire game was not able to stop from at least what we were able to spawn in, unless I want to go out of my way and install like legitimate cheats, like stuff you shouldn't be installing in your game, then I personally don't really have anything left to stop this from what I can see. So I'm going to unfortunately have to label this as busted, even though I want to label it as at least plausible. I can't prove it, and I can't really justify calling it that, so I have to sadly label it as busted. But dude, if you could do this, that would be really cool. Myth. Can you cut a smoker's tongue with a melee weapon while someone else is being pulled? Alrighty guys, so kicking off today's episode is going to be a myth submitted in by Star. Now Star, technically when it comes to this myth, I believe that you are going to be right in your theory, because you can do this by yourself, so I can only imagine that you could do this for another player. There is an achievement in the game called Lickety Split on PC, where you end up meleeing a smoker's tongue to save yourself, so I'd like to believe that with any melee weapon of your choice, you can do this to save another player. So Dan is a smoker and he's going to grab Glabursko. I'm ready on standby to cut the tongue. So Dan, go ahead and let's see what happens. So I'm cutting the tongue, I believe. And yep, without touching Dan and without touching Glabursko and just simply meleeing the tongue, I was able to free him. So Star, my friend, your myth is confirmed. You can indeed save somebody by meleeing a smoker's tongue on the behalf of your teammate. Myth. Can you defib a player's body while it's falling in the air? Alrighty guys, so this next myth was requested in by Dan. Now according to Dan, the way that this myth works is that we have to end up having it where we're hanging on a ledge somewhere, and then while the player is hanging on the ledge, right as they die and bleed out, you try to defibrillate their body, because what happens is that if you can end up getting the hit scan for their body before it's out of bounds, you can still complete the process even though it's going away from you. This is because the way that the Left 4 Dead healing mechanics work is that you can heal somebody at any range as long as you got the process started while they were close to you. So right now we're going to try to do this on Dan, so we're going to be seeing whether or not we can even get him over to the safe room here on NSenr, because that's going to be an added bonus. And it looks like you can. He even had the added bonus of getting past the death barrier, which means that you can use this as a map skip, which is really, really cool. So he really wanted to know if this would work on NSenr, which it did, which was really nice. But I'm pretty sure you could use this on any map that has an elevated surface, and this would still be a benefit to you. So the myth is confirmed, and Dan, you got your wish. You found a new shortcut here on NSenr, at least for us. Myth. Can you get in the Crash Course escape vehicle before the finale is complete? Alrighty guys, so this next myth was requested in by Vader. Now Vader, when it comes to your myth, it's very interesting because hypothetically, the Crash Course finale vehicle is not really that far out of reach. In fact, if you had the door open, you probably could just make a clean jump for it. But you have to end up no-clipping to even possibly get in here. Because of the fact that the door is locked, it only will open when you end up lowering the entire thing. And there's no way you can spawn in like a new model, for example, of this particular vehicle with the door open. So you have to just deal with this one. So when we end up no-clipping in here, you technically can get in here, but you can't run around like you would if it was completely lowered. So I guess you could say that this myth is confirmed, but however though, the thing is that it's really not going to benefit you in any way because all you end up doing is getting stuck in here. And then plus also, if you end up activating the lift while somebody's in here early, you end up meeting your brutal demise and you end up just getting crushed in this thing, which is not good because you're going to die. And I don't know why this exactly is the case, because I think what it is that the characters are in the vehicle, but it thinks that you're underneath of the vehicle, which leads them to crushing you. And so you can do it, and it is confirmed, but it's of no benefit to you. Myth. Can you defib a player's body on a lift as it's moving? Alrighty guys, this next myth was submitted in by Nitwit. Now Nitwit, your myth is interesting because you say specifically on a lift. Now, whenever I think of a lift, and maybe this is just going to end up being a thing culturally, but I think you're referring to an elevator. Well, at least that's what I think you're saying. So just to be better safe than sorry, we tried this on multiple just moving surfaces in general that were elevators, bridges, all that stuff of the sort that would just end up going vertically for your myth, just to cover all possible ground. So firstly, we are trying No Mercy's elevator. Now for No Mercy's elevator, you can see from the gameplay here that Glabursko revives Dan's body, and it does a weird thing where Dan's body flies through the floor, and then it's miraculously brought back up. You can even see it from my perspective here. Dan just warps, and it's a really weird mechanic. Now, I know that No Mercy's elevator is infamous for being buggy and glitchy, because I remember on Left 4 Dead 1, for example, you could throw objects at a player's feet, and they would just phase through the elevator and then cause them to die. So this elevator has always been wonky, but having it with the defibrillator is even more crazy, because it defies the laws of physics, not once, but twice, and it just is amazing to me that this somehow works. Then for the next one, we decided to do the window cleaner machine lift. that is on No Mercy next to the exploding gas station. And this works too, but this led to Glabersko's body being technically stuck inside of the machine, so he could not get out without cheats. So you can do this one too as well, but it's no benefit to Glabersko, and it's really no benefit to your team. You're better off just letting them get out of a closet in the next chapter. Okay, so now we move on to the Left 4 Dead 2 map. So here is the first chapter of Dead Center. Now for Dead Center's first chapter, the elevator goes down, so it leads to the bodies that get revived to be revived upward, and they will end up on top of the elevator. Now, you can technically do this to your advantage, and you can just go around and go into the other elevator shaft and just skip this panic event this way. But that's really the only thing that this serves a purpose for, because if you want to play this legitimately, you're just going to have your game essentially do a bug or a glitch here. Next, we end up having the elevator that's on Dead Center's atrium or finale, and this once again is a elevator that goes down, and the exact same logic applies, but the one thing that we noticed is that the player that was getting defibrillated typically stayed in the elevator. However, though, the longer you waited, you could end up making the player go above the elevator, but that led to them getting stuck. Then we end up having the elevator that's going to end up being on hard rain. Now, this is interesting because this is the only elevator that not only goes up, but also goes down, so it can go in a multitude of different directions, therefore having the most probability. But the thing is, though, is that both attempts that we did here gave the exact same results. It's just that they went in different directions depending on which chapter you were on. If you were going down, the body went up. If you were going up, the body went down, and nothing really changed here, to be honest. We tried a multitude of different surfaces, and pretty much all of them did end up working to our advantage, although if you were not careful, the players could die from fall damage, because once you defibrillate them again, if they're high enough on a surface, they will just die from falling to the ground. The only lift-type item that was able to end up killing a player and making it where it's not worth reviving them is going to be the Sacrifice Bridge, because when that goes down and you try to revive them on the way up, their body will instantly go through the bridge, and it leads to them falling into the water, which means that you will not survive no matter what, because this is an instant death barrier spot, and there's zero way around this legitimately. Overall, when it comes to your myth, Nitwit, if you're looking for a outcome of survivability, some of these do work, but not every one of them. In fact, some of them, including the one that we did with Vader's myth on Crash Course, will literally just flat out kill you. But even the ones that were intended for this, the ones that were legitimately a means to defibrillate a player, even those sometimes have a risk of killing you. But however, though, if you simply just want to know if you can defibrillate a player on a moving surface, then that part is confirmed. It's just that I do not recommend doing this on certain maps, so take a look at this video and only do it on specific locations, otherwise you might end up regretting it. Alrighty guys, now we move on to the final myth of today's episode. Now for this final myth is once again going to be, can you complete No Mercy's finale by just simply staying in the safe room? If you were to do nothing and you didn't try to kill any zombies and you just stayed in safety, could you end up being rescued? Is the game going to treat this as a logical situation where if the helicopter pilot just does not see your body, they just assume you are dead? Or is he just going to know better and know that you are actually there and go to rescue you because he saw you in the streets? So what did Valve decide to do? Well, let's find out with the final myth. Myth: can you complete No Mercy's finale by just staying in the safe room? Alrighty guys, so this final myth was submitted in by Crazy Dave, which is once again just another alias for Zoe. So Zoe, thank you for submitting in a myth that is final myth worthy. I like the creativity in this because, I mean, realistically, who wouldn't want to do this in an actual zombie apocalypse? Why go out there and fight when you can just simply stay inside the safe room where it's nice and cozy, you have all the unlimited ammo in the world, you're already in a hospital for goodness sake, so you have all the medicine in the world that you're going to need. You'll just be better off staying in here. The only way I can see why this wouldn't work is if Valve was like, oh, well, technically the helicopter pilot would not see you, and also just the fact that you can't get to the radio without leaving this place, and you can't get back without glitching. But realistically though, would you not be able to do this? So that's what we're going to be trying here today. We got no clip activated, so that way we can end up going back out when we need to, when we're ready. But in the meantime, we're just using console commands just to end up summoning him, because you can end up just doing that without having to go to the radio. And right now, it looks like it says that it's working. So in the meantime, we're just like lying around in the safe room just waiting for the text to show up, because that's going to be an indicator of whether or not that we finally got the result we wanted. Because the hatch on the door is still there. We have not left. and everything is playing as normal. We are just simply killing time and just seeing if this is working. Now, just for the sake of the video, I'm going to speed up the rest of the footage here just so that way things go by quicker, because we did not increase the speed at all. That's another thing you can do with console commands, is make everything go super fast or super slow, or just keep it at normal. And we just decided to just wait out normally so that way there would be no placebos. But after a while, we did see that on captions that a helicopter did indeed spawn in. Now, we decided to end up activating NoClip to go over there and see it for ourselves, and see if whether or not that we were just imagining things, or if maybe we accidentally messed something up with the console commands. But I verified with the other guys, and nope, the helicopter does show up here legitimately, which means that the final myth is also confirmed. You can just sit in the safe room of No Mercy's hospital, and the chopper pilot will indeed come rescue you. Myth: can Whittaker's in-game model bleed? Alright guys, so for the very first myth of today's episode, this is submitted in by Zoe. Now Zoe, this is a legitimately good question because it does make sense about why you would ask this. Of course, it's a in-game model, it's supposed to be treated like it's any other character in Left 4 Dead, so Whittaker, if we shoot him or if we melee him, should bleed, right? Well, I'm going to test that right here, right now, because I'm not exactly sure about that, like I thought I once was. Because here's the thing, is that if you go over to the gun store, Whittaker does show up as an entity, but he is treated as a cutscene pretty much, because the moment he's there, he just as quickly disappears. Now, I want to show you the footage here that we just got, where me and the guys are laying into him with guns, and this is going to be the most blatantly obvious thing you can choose to end up injuring this guy to make him bleed, because if you don't bleed from being shot with a gun, then you must be the Terminator, because that would make no sense. But look at this, literally he does not flinch or react whatsoever. So rather, instead of being treated as if he is a player or even a bot, I think he is much rather just a, intangible object. And because of the fact that I think he's an intangible object, I don't believe he's going to be injured by anything you throw at him. So even though this technically doesn't make sense for the results here, I'm going to have to label this as busted, because pretty much what we did was completely reasonable. We did just shoot him with a gun. I mean, the least he could do was bleed or flinch, but no, he just fades in and fades out, almost as if he doesn't exist. So, sadly, we can't do anything with Whittaker. All he's just there to do is just to get us through the panic event. Myth: can you nullify fall damage with water? Alrighty guys, so for this next myth, this was submitted in by Glabursko. Now Glabursko, your myth also does make sense in hindsight. I mean, hypothetically, it would suck, yes, to fall in water from an extreme height in real life, but it should save you from at least a decent one if you were to fall in it, and that logic should therefore carry over to video games. So in order to test this myth properly, I wanted to find a deep body of water. Therefore, that way we can end up seeing if whether or not that is going to be the quantity of water as well. So we're going to be playing here on the finale of Death Toll at the Boathouse, because this area, in my opinion, has the biggest body of water possible for both length, width, and depth. And the thing is with this body of water is you can also end up crouching under it, and you can therefore drown, which means you can technically sink your whole entire body underneath of it. What you are currently watching on screen is me trying to get a control of the fall damage from a certain height. So my idea is to jump off the top of the boathouse and just see what my HP ends up at. Is it going to be low HP? Is it going to be where I'm incapacitated? Is it going to kill me? And then that way we can end up seeing if whether or not I have less or more health after I've gotten my control. And here's the thing, is that from looking at this footage, it really looks like our chances are slim to none. And when I saw Dan do this, in comparison to me just jumping off and just seeing my body fall from a certain height at a certain camera angle, this myth was making me start to think twice about whether or not this was really possible. I was even looking for the littlest of differences. If it was a 1 HP difference, then I could say on paper, okay, yep, confirmed. It's not going to be practical, but then I can prove it at least. But no, the game treats the water as if you're jumping off of a cliff. It doesn't matter the height, it doesn't matter the distance, it doesn't matter the body of water. It treats the water as if it's concrete. Now, yes, I also understand that there is that saying out there that you can land in water and it basically is treated like concrete, or at least some variant of that. But this takes that to a whole new meaning, where the game treats the water almost exactly as if it's concrete. So I think that this is a little bit silly. I think it's a little bit ridiculous that it treats it the same. But regardless, I can't change the game, and I can't code the water differently. So sadly, this myth is busted, Glabursko. You can't protect yourself from fall damage with water. However though, going straight into the next myth here, can you kill the witch with fall damage? Alrighty guys, this next myth was submitted in by Nitwit. Now Nitwit, when it comes to your myth, I want to make a slight modification here, my friend, and I hope you don't mind that. What me and the guys are planning on doing here is we're going to get to the highest naturally spawning part in the entire Left 4 Dead map, which is the elevator shaft of No Mercy, and we are going to spawn a witch on a platform and then just simply take the platform from underneath of her out of the equation and just make her fall straight down. This way we don't have to worry about interfering with the witch whatsoever, so there's no placebos. We don't want to be shoving the witch, we don't want to be exploding the witch, we don't want to be doing anything with the witch. We just want to have it be just only the fall damage. So I hope you understand where I'm coming from, and that's why we decided to do it this way. Also, I do want to mention two other things then. Number one, we are playing on normal mode, because this is how I test all my Left 4 Dead myths unless stated otherwise. And also, in addition to that, when it came to this particular area, I chose this because I didn't want her to be flung out of the map, like let's say by going to No Mercy's rooftop and have her just fall off of the entire building. Because I believe anything in the game is going to die of fall damage if you do it that way. I've seen the witch do that before where she's landing in the death barrier zone by just jumping off the map where she's not supposed to go. So technically you can kill her that way. But I just want to see if you can naturally do it. And I wanted to do it specifically in the elevator shaft because I feel like that's the most fair attempt. Now, this first time we were not able to kill the witch, so I was like, okay, maybe let's go a little bit higher. Not in the natural spawn part of the elevator shaft, but like let's go really high. Let's go to just before the very top of the roof. Unfortunately, there's no way you can play as the witch to be able to see her HP pool, so I'm not really sure if this is doing anything. But I was like, you know what? The bigger the better. So let's spawn her up here and just see if that little bit in difference will be able to end up killing her. And that's what we decided to do with this attempt. If this doesn't work, I am personally confident in labeling the myth. But let's end up taking a look just to see what happens before we even proceed. Alrighty, here we go. So here comes the witch. She is pissed off at me, and we're about to remove the floor out from underneath of her. And we're just going to watch as she crashes down to the top of the elevator from falling down the elevator shaft. And she's not even remotely phased. She just goes right to targeting Labursko. Even right after she fell, I was thinking to myself, being like, you know what, I'm just curious to see if she did lose any HP at all by doing this. So I took my hunting rifle and I decided to shoot her in the head a couple of times and just do some basic math and be like, okay, the witch has this amount of health and the hunting rifle does this amount of damage. How many shots do I have to do to fully kill the witch after that fall damage? And I was looking just to see if she perceived anything, like even if it was a little bit. Because, I mean, if over time, if you kept doing it, then sure, she would eventually die, but I don't even think this was doing anything. And lo and behold, I did 12 headshots to the witch. Now, 12 headshots to the witch on normal mode with a hunting rifle is essentially what it would take to kill her if she had absolutely full HP. And that pretty much means that this did nothing to her. But now, Nitwit, I do want to once again point out, I've seen the witch die several times of fall damage if she runs out of the map. I know that that's definitely possible. And since the fact that I did go against one of your requests for your myth, and that could have led to the myth being different, I'm going to label it as plausible. I just believe, given the circumstances of what we experienced and what you were requesting, I think that this is just the most fair. Myth. Can a tank launch another tank with its rock throw? Alrighty guys, so for the second to last myth, we have got a myth by ElectroP. Now ElectroP, thank you for joining the Discord, my G. I see this is the first time you've left a myth, so thank you for participating. But I like this myth that you came up with here. I don't know if you've experienced this yourself and you just want to include this in the episode to share your knowledge, or if you just don't know that this works, but you just came up with the idea randomly in your head. But I like what you're thinking with here. So here is our attempt at trying to replicate this. We're on the dead center streets, and we have Glabursko and Dan trying to fling rocks underneath of each other, kind of like what you would do with the idea of the grenade launcher flinging a player, but instead we're just using with a rock. And yeah, it works. It legitimately works. So yeah, this is a new one. You can use a tank rock to fling another tank, and it's really fun to do this. It's really fun to do this. I would love to see if you were to get this done in tank mode, where you could have a tank fling another tank at a survivor. Can you imagine how terrifying that would be, just to be one of the survivors, and you see a tank, and it's fucking flying at you? Like, bro, if I'm playing tank mode and there's a tank that can fly, I'm done. I retire. But yep, my G, your myth is confirmed, and it was a lot of fun to test, so thank you for submitting it my way. Alright, and now we move on to the final myth, and once again, it is going to be, can you rocket ride in Left 4 Dead 2? Let's jump straight to it. Myth, can you rocket ride in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty everybody, the final myth was submitted in by Saturn. Now Saturn, thank you for making your myth, I appreciate you, it's really cool to have you featured in an episode, my G. Now here's the thing, is that in the game already as it stands, you can do this vertically. You can just shoot a grenade at a player's foot, and they will go flying. They could have patched this out of the game a long time ago, they could have removed it and basically called it a glitch, but it's kind of a staple Left 4 Dead. So it's still possible within the current means of the game as it still stands. And it should make sense for you to do it horizontally. It's just that it's very difficult to imagine doing this because your timing is going to have to be a lot more better than if you were doing vertically. Vertically, you're just spam jumping. Horizontally, you're timing it. So I just decided to spam it in slow motion and just hope for the best. And here's the thing, is that what you're about to see is unbelievable. I do it, but I fling the complete wrong direction. Now see, that's cool and everything, but was that a fluke? In fact, I was actually so convinced that was a fluke, I was watching the footage back, and that's why you saw me being idle, because I was like, that was such a weird result that I can't even remotely begin to explain why that happened, because it worked, but it worked in a way that I was not expecting. It flung me in a way that defied the laws of physics, not one way, but two completely different ways. There's no invisible barrier where I'm standing, so it's not like it bounced off of anything. And look, I even did it again! And I flung even further this time. I don't know why, but for some reason, every single time we do this, it only works if I fly behind the guys, not in front of them. I can't reach my destination if I'm going forward. I have to do it backwards. So in conclusion, when it comes to this myth of whether or not you can horizontally rocket ride in Left 4 Dead, it is confirmed. But for the life of me, I do not know why I'm being flung backwards, because it's consistently doing it. Who knows, maybe we can have a myth upon this in itself in a future episode, but as it stands, at least it works. Myth, can you break a door with a smoker's tongue? Alrighty guys, so for the very first myth, this was submitted in by Globbursko. Now Globbursko, when it comes to your myth, this is a really interesting strategy that you got here. I like this because it'd be cool if you could end up shooting your tongue through a door, so that way you could grab somebody if they shut the door on you, even though technically the door would probably take multiple tongues, I would assume, because it does with punches. But so far right now, it's not really doing that well in practice. Now in a prior myth, we tested this on glass and it worked, but it just does not seem to have the same effect on everything. Now on the wall there, which funnily enough is technically supposed to be stronger realistically, I broke that in one hit, but yet the door here is suddenly like almost being treated as if that the wall would be if this were realistic. The wall, for some reason, I got down one shot because it had that yellow little barrier, but now the door, though, it's not letting me do it, and so I had to resort to punching it, and after a few punches, it knocked it down. So that means that this myth is definitely busted. You cannot shoot your tongue to break a door on a map, although it is a nice idea, though, and I'm glad you thought of it. Myth. Can you break your fall with a bile bomb? Alright guys, so for the next myth, this is being submitted in by Saturn. Now, Saturn, I do also see that you end up saying that you were originally Samuel, you just changed your name. So just let me know if in the future, if you want me to call you Saturn or Samuel. If not, I'll probably just rotate between the two. But in the meantime, I'll call you Saturn. So technically, when it comes to this myth is really interesting. We've done something similar to this before with all the different grenades. The grenades have different physics. So with the bile bomb, the problem is unlike the Molotov and the pipe bomb, this grenade will break. It's supposed to end up shattering and, making a green mist. So there's really nothing to exactly do with this grenade physics-wise, because essentially what happens is that when you use it, it just disappears. So we tried doing it first by just jumping off of a high place and then just throwing the grenade underneath of us to see if, like, let's say that something crazy would happen, like, I don't know, a miraculous miracle with the game coding. But really all that just happened was just us looking like idiots and just jumping off of, like, high surfaces. So this really did nothing. Now, the one thing that we didn't technically test was throwing it and having zombies pile up and jumping on the zombies' heads, because I have heard of stuff like that before in the past. But the thing is, though, is that trying to, like, do that, I feel like would be more about the zombies rather than the bile bomb breaking your fall. because if the bile bomb is what's breaking your fall, I feel like that would be the grenade, whereas if you just jumped on zombies' heads, I feel like that would be technically the zombies, so I decided to scratch that, but you can let me know if that's what you were thinking in the comments down below. So we really didn't know how to proceed if we were throwing it by ourselves, so we had at least one other option that we thought of, which was similar to when we did this with the pipe bomb in a prior myth, which was that we throw it underneath of somebody's feet and try to catch them. So for this strategy, Nitwit is going to just jump directly underneath of me. I'm going to throw the bile bomb right at his feet in hopes of catching him. Now you can sort of see what's going on here right before he dies is he ends up freezing in the air, and it's like he almost gets stopped, but then he suddenly dies again. I think what happens is that when you end up throwing the grenade at his feet, similar to the mechanics of the pipe bomb, it is initially stopping him and therefore negating fall damage. The problem is that with the pipe bomb, it's solid. It doesn't go away until it's done with its ticking timer. And with the bio bomb, it breaks pretty much on impact. So the grenade just disappears, and the thing that was keeping the player suspended in the air now goes away, which I believe results in the player dying. Now here's the thing, I do suspect the possibility that the bile bomb for a brief period of time is saving the player from fall damage, because instead of it phasing through the player, it does stop them. They suspend in the air for like a good second. And the thing is that, why would they suspend in the air if this wasn't treated as a solid object? It just wouldn't make sense. So I think what instead it does is that it does delay the fall damage. It doesn't completely eradicate it. I think it's more of a momentum thing. If you were to think about this realistically, like let's say that the body is stopped, but the internal organs, like when you have a car crash, they're all swerving around and they're shaking your head and your blood and everything is like moving around in all those places. I think that's kind of what is happening, is that you're getting a realistic equivalent of whiplash. So the grenade does save you, I think, but it doesn't result in you being alive for more than a second. All it does is just delay your death. So here's the thing, Saturn, is that I see by your myth you asked if it would break your fall. Now, by that, I assume you want to know, will it save you, in other words. And here's the thing, is that if we're going on the literal sense based off the way you typed it, it does for a brief period delay it, which therefore means it breaks your fall. However, though, if you want to use this to save yourself, it doesn't work. So I'm assuming that since you meant if this is going to save yourself, I'm just going to end up saying that this is busted, because regardless if you're throwing it or somebody else is throwing it for you, it doesn't result in you living any longer than maybe, like, let's say 1 second. So it's really, honestly, at this point busted, because the effects are negligible. Myth, can you outrun the charger? Alrighty guys, so this next myth was submitted in by Zoe. Now Zoe, for your myth, this is how we're going to test it. We have a little arena here that we made to end up having a control for the charger's speed. So what's going to happen is we're basically giving him like a straight path for him to run. We're going to put him in a little bunker, and then we're just going to remove a piece of concrete, so that way when he sees a player, it's treated kind of like when you let a bull into a bullpen area, and they're chasing the guy with the red flag, and they go underlay, underlay. So the idea is that the charger is going to be forced to run at the survivor. They can't like divert and go side to side, and we're going to have it so that way he gets aggravated from when he's in his little area all the way up until the very end. So that way we don't have to worry about timing or anything. And I just kind of want to see what it is about the charger that makes it so that way you can outrun him. Is it going to be just direct flat speed? Is it distance from the charger at the time that he's running? Or is it a mixture of multiple things, like if you were to bunny hop, for example? Because here's the thing, is that the charger is literally meant to be faster than you. So obviously if you're right behind him and you both are like lined up in a worm shape or a straight line and he's just running, he's going to hit you. There's no way around it. So is it that we need a running start? Or is it that we need to do some sort of trick that we make it so that way we can escape him? We're going to find out in just a second. Alrighty guys, so this is what we're going to be doing for our first test. So Globbersko is going to be in the pen with the charger, and he's going to be having adrenaline in his system by the time that the charger is let free, and he's going to be about halfway down this line. So he's going to essentially have a running start. Globbersko is going to be trying to get to the other end of the tunnel, and the charger is going to be charging probably instantaneously. So the idea is that, let's say that he charges 100 feet, if we're at like the halfway mark, can we get to the other 50% end of his trail before he has to end up walking again? So here we go, here comes the charger, and unfortunately he just flat out ran over Globbersko. He was moving at the speed of a truck, and Globbersko got ran over, unfortunately. Now, even though we did end up having it be a bad result there, I want to show you guys something. This is me trying to do the exact same thing as Glabersko. I have an adrenaline shot. I'm about the halfway point again, so this way you guys can see it from my perspective and see what it's like if you were trying to legitimately outrun the Charger. And here's the thing, is that even though we weren't able to replicate this again, by just simply running backwards, I was able to end up avoiding him, just barely. In fact, he was able to punch me towards the tail end of him stopping, so he was just in arm's reach of me. He could have easily got me if I was just a little bit slower or any bit closer. But the thing is, though, is that we were not able to replicate this. I tried to do it again, and I even had the guys do it, and nobody was able to replicate this. I was looking the Charger dead in the eye so I could time my adrenaline, because it was like, hey, if I'm going to go the same speed backwards, might as well just try to get the timing done right. And I was pretty damn far away from him, but still within range. He can get to the very end of this entire tunnel. This is about the whole entire length of what a Charger can run, and I barely escaped. Like, barely. We even tried to do a thing where we're going to have everybody at different parts of the tunnel. So, like, for example, one of us would be at 25% of his possible distance, 50%, 75%, and at the tail end. And we were just going to see if whether or not that the Charger could outrun us, or if whether or not that he would get stuck at a certain point, so we could see how far you had to be away, or rather how fast you had to run in order to end up avoid getting hit by him. Now here's the results of all of us trying to do this at pretty much different distances. It's not exact, we're kind of just winging it. But you can see here that from the results, he immediately grabs Nitwit, and he also does hit Glabersko. And yes, we do have a little bit of wiggle room, but this is just so that way the Charger can run and not get stuck, because, you know, sometimes when we would spawn him in, he would spawn in the concrete. So we just gave him a little bit of wiggle room. But dude, it's like, the Charger is really fast, and it seems like if he has a dead straight-on shot with you, you're probably gonna most likely get hit. Even if somebody is being dragged with him, he can get a collateral easily if he wants to. The Charger, you do not mess around with. But you still can end up having a moment where you can avoid him. I just did it only a few clips ago. So it looks like you can do it, but it's so rare, and your odds are slim. So when it comes to this myth, I don't want to say it's totally busted, because I was at least able to dodge him just the once. Here's the thing, is that because I could only do it just the once, and it could have possibly been a fluke for X amount of reasons, I think that the most fair way to label this myth is plausible. You can do it, in my humble opinion, but you have to have everything in your favor. You're probably going to need an adrenaline shot and probably be about 50 feet away from him before he even starts running. Myth, can you stop Virgil from rescuing you on the Swamp Fever finale? Alrighty guys, so similar in vein to the final myth, I decided to end up making my own myth that was quite similar in nature. So I wanted to see if whether or not that it was possible to stop Virgil from rescuing you on Swamp Fever. Because here's the thing, is that Virgil ends up rescuing you by using a grenade launcher to blow up the gate. That is how he ends up making it so that way you can get to him so he can save you. Is it possible that we can block his grenade launcher by just shoving a whole bunch of crap in his way? That is what we want to see. We're not going to exactly stop the boat, he's glad to show up, but will the power of his redneck in him be able to allow him to be able to bust through the Great Wall of China that we're about to build in front of him? Because we're going to spawn in concrete, we're going to spawn in cars, we're going to spawn in everything. And by everything, I literally do mean everything. We're going to spawn in not only concrete and cars, but we're also about to spawn in goddamn air fighters and planes. So here's kind of a little bit of a brief summary of what we put in front of Virgil. Alrighty guys, so let's end up seeing if we can stop Virgil from rescuing us on Swamp Fever. Is the man going to end up having enough redneck in him that he can end up pulling his inner America and get the strongest possible grenade launcher to break down this door? Or are we going to fort him and make it so that way he cannot get to us with our giant building catastrophe we have here? Now here's the thing, is that he did end up showing up, and it does say that rescue's ready, but I'm going to have Dan delete all the stuff so that way you guys can see whether or not he broke the door. And here's the thing that's going to shock you. He actually broke the door. So Virgil, I am sorry for questioning your redneck abilities. You are actually a lot more powerful than I thought. You have gone Super Saiyan. So that means that this myth is going to be busted. You cannot stop Virgil from rescuing you because apparently he is Jesus Christ. Imagine that, Jesus is a redneck. But now guys, we move over to the final myth. The final epic myth of today's episode. So let me know what you think's going to happen. Are we going to be able to stop the dead airplane from taking off? Because it's a big thing to ask. But the thing is at the exact same time, there's been a lot of different physics that we've tried in recent myths that don't make any sense, and so who knows, maybe it might be blocked, maybe it might not be, but we're gonna find out in just a second. Myth: is it possible to stop the plane from taking off on Dead Air's finale? Alrighty guys, so the final myth was submitted in by Star. Now Star, very similar to my last myth I showed you guys here. I am just going to once again spawn in the Great Wall of China in front of the path where the plane would normally take off. It in general surprises me that the plane can take off in this area. I get that it's a cutscene, it's supposed to be all epic and intense, but the plane fitting through this tiny narrow gap already is astonishing to me. So with the airport on fire and zombies everywhere, let's see if we can also end up having the plane still escape even if I spawn in a giant concrete barrier in front of it. Alrighty guys, so here comes the final myth. Let's see what the results are. So there's concrete everywhere. Can the plane escape? Is it gonna get stuck? Let's see! Okay, this game does not make any sense. Alrighty guys, so fun fact, the pilot that is on Dead Air is apparently Houdini. Alrighty guys, so the final myth is busted. You sadly can't stop the plane from taking off. In fact, it's actually quite the opposite. There was literally not even a chance to stop it at that point. I mean, bro, the plane just flat out didn't give an F. He just walked past it. So, I don't know if we can stop this thing since technically it's a cutscene, but who knows, maybe we'll figure out something in the future. Myth: will water make a charger slower? Alrighty guys, so the very first myth is going to be submitted in by Globbersko. Now, Globbersko's myth is really cool here because it's similar to a myth that we've tested before in the past about whether or not if a hunter can pounce underwater. And that was actually a really interesting result because if the hunter's underwater, it can't pounce. Which I was thinking to myself being like, if it affects the hunter, then therefore it should affect the charger, even if it's by a little bit of a difference. So we are here on the boathouse of DugTyler, and we have a little, I guess you could say, like hamster maze that we got going on here, where the pier has got concrete walls where the charger is going to be technically on land, and then right next to it, with the same amount of distance, is going to end up being a charger that is in water. Nitwit and Lewis are going to be on each end, and the idea is that we're going to be letting the chargers free and seeing if whether or not that Nitwit or Lewis is going to end up being charged first. So as I am floating above the two of them with no clip, I'm going to be showing you guys all the action that is taking place. Now, as you guys can see, technically, even though the charger that's in the water did end up charging first because these are AI, the charger basically went the exact same speed on both ends because minus the slight little head start that the water charger got, they basically were neck and neck essentially the entire time. So the difference is negligible. Now because of that, that means that this myth is going to end up being busted. The water will not slow down the charger. The charger is able to run the exact same speed no matter whether or not he's on land or in sea. At least the good news is he can't fly. Myth: can a charger charge through a closed door? Alrighty guys, this next myth was submitted in by a true winner 1. Now guys, when it comes to the charger, maybe we're thinking of things too complicated. Maybe we need to go back to a more simplistic idea. Instead of trying to slow down the charger with something complicated like water on a random map, what if we just close the door in his face? Can the charger be strong enough that he can run through a solid object? Not just punch, but just full on run through a door. And that's what I want to see. So here we are once again on DugTyler. In fact, we have pretty much all our myths here, funnily enough, on DugTyler. It was just very convenient for what we were doing. So Dan's going to spawn in a charger in just a second, and he's going to slam the door in his face. Alright, Dan, so spawn him in. Charger, let's see if you can get through a closing door. Well, that was fast. Literally. The charger just immediately destroyed the door, no questions asked. Wow. Okay, I'm done calling his bluff from now on. So the myth is confirmed. The charger can run through solid doors, so there's nothing stopping the charger from getting you. You just have to step out of the way, and that's all you can end up doing, really, to avoid him, because the charger will come and get you if you do not move. Myth: can you break a smoker's tongue by closing a door on it? Alrighty guys, this myth is submitted in by Nitwit. Now for this myth, guys, what I want to see is I want to see if whether or not the door can stop any of the special infected. We all know that they can punch through it, but what about their abilities? If we can't stop a charger, what can we stop? I thought that the smoker was the most reasonable next guess, because the smoker's tongue is not going to be that strong. It's going to be quite fragile. All it is just this little piece of his intestinal tract being shot out of his mouth. So the way that we're going to do this is we have a smoker in a little boxed off area, and we're going to set him free in just a second, and he's going to try to grab Nitwit, and I'm just going to shut the door, and that's it. So here we go. We're going to delete the door in just a second, and we're going to let the smoker free. So there he is. Let him grab our friend here. Let's close the door. And yep, Nitwit is saved. So this myth is confirmed. You can use doors to stop and break smoker tongues that are grabbing your teammates. Myth, can you shoot a alarmed car with special ammo and not set off the car alarm? Okay guys, so for the second to last myth, this is submitted in by Combine Assassin. Now Combine, thank you for submitting a myth my way. I believe this is your very first one, so I appreciate you for participating in the series. Just want to say thank you. But when it comes to your myth, my friend, I can't help but feel that it's going to be kind of an obvious answer. I mean, dude, think about it. If normal generic bullets can end up setting off a car alarm, why would suddenly the incendiary or the frag rounds not? In fact, it should be quite the opposite. It makes it more likely to set it off. But I'll indulge your theory and test this out here for you today. Okay guys, so we're about to spawn in some alarmed cars here in a second, and just like always with my videos, I will have captions on, so even though you guys can't hear anything, you can at least read the captions, so you can tell the difference between whether or not the car is just doing its normal, just idle sounds, or if it's actually having the alarm go off. So here we go with incendiary rounds to start off. I believe I already know what the answer is going to be, but let's just see it for ourselves. So here we go, let's shoot it with incendiary rounds.
You what?
Yo, Valve, I've tolerated some BS before in your video games, but this doesn't make a lick of fucking sense on this one, bro. So you want to tell me that I can shoot a gun, a full-on machine gun, with incendiary rounds at a car and you won't bat an eye? So God help me if I sneeze, you act as if I'm the reincarnated version of Satan.
Okay, so I've got my 2 cents out. So here's the thing, is that we've only tested the incendiary rounds. Let's test the frag rounds, because if this happens twice in a row, I'm going to have an aneurysm. Okay, so here we go. Let's shoot some frag rounds in the car. And thank God logic actually applies in this one. Frag rounds set off the car alarm. Now, even though this is crazy to end up saying out loud, but this myth is going to end up being confirmed. You can shoot at least incendiary rounds, which I still cannot believe this, and I can't say with a straight face, but you can shoot at least incendiary rounds into an alarmed car, and it will not set it off. But frag rounds still will, so still make sure you are careful if you're using frag rounds, but with incendiary, I guess go wild, because the game doesn't make sense at this point. But now guys, the final myth that you have all been waiting for. So when it comes to the final myth, once again, is going to end up being, can you get Good Guy Nick and Ghost of Christmas Present at the exact same time? Can you get both of the free-to-play achievements in Left 4 Dead simultaneously? Because before, in a prior video, I had a theory that these achievements were going to be regulated separately, and I still stand by that. I believe that the only way you can get Good Guy Nick is if you play with a free-to-play player, but Ghost you need to play with specifically ones from a certain year and time, which is very, very rare. So essentially, what are the chances that we can end up getting a lobby where somebody's a free-to-play player and also a Christmas player? Well, we're going to be testing that here with the final myth. So let's get on and see whether or not it's possible if you can get Good Guy Nick and Ghost of Christmas Present at the same time. Myth, can you get Good Guy Nick and Ghost of Christmas Present at the same time? Now guys, when it comes to the final myth, this is insane because I want to show you something. This is a clip from one of my most recent Twitch streams where I was helping you guys get the Good Guy Nick achievement. If you take a look at the lower left-hand corner where all the achievements pop up for players, you will see that this random got both Good Guy Nick and Ghost of Christmas Present at the same time. And see, here's the thing, is that this happened more than once to me. I don't know what it exactly is, but I believe to a certain degree that if you are a Christmas player, you can also end up giving people Good Guy Nick if you end up playing with them. Here's the interesting thing. Ghost of Christmas Present is an achievement that will pop up regardless of your skill level, because what happens is that you're intentionally trying to help a person survive a campaign. The achievement was formed in a way that was basically supposed to help new players from that one year survive campaigns and therefore get good at the game. This was several years ago now. They're no longer noobs. They are probably really good at the game and are veterans. Here's the thing though, is that in the system, I believe they're still counted as noobs, hence why you can still get this achievement. So if all the stars align and a Ghost player plays on a free-to-play weekend, where Good Guy Nick is technically also available, If you have neither achievement, you can end up getting Ghost of Christmas Present and Good Guy Nick if you help that one particular player in that lobby survive. This is what I believe. I believe that Good Guy Nick players can't get other people Ghost of Christmas Present. But I do believe that Ghost of Christmas Present players can get people Good Guy Nick. So if all the stars align and you get a free-to-play player from that Christmas season, and they play with you on a free-to-play weekend, you'll get both achievements. So this is something that I recommend to you guys, is that if you know anybody that is a Christmas player from that one time, because you can technically get Ghost of Christmas Present at any point in the year as long as you play with this person. If you also know that they're playing during a free-to-play weekend, try to get your buddies in here that need that achievement, so that way if they're generous enough and they're willing to play with multiple people and help boost, everyone can get 2 of the hardest achievements in the entire game, and you don't have to worry about waiting for a free-to-play weekend anymore. But yeah, guys, when all is said and done, this myth is confirmed. You can get both Good Guy Nick and Ghost of Christmas Present at the exact same time if you don't have either of them, as long as you end up getting these circumstances just right, where you run into specifically a player that was a Ghost player, but played during a free-to-play weekend. Myth: can you kill the tank with pipe bombs? Alrighty guys, so for the very first myth, this is submitted in by ElectroP. Now ElectroP, when it comes to your myth, I am going to go off the assumption that is going to end up being confirmed just already, because before in the past we have tested this on the Witch, and that myth was confirmed, so I could only assume that it would also be confirmed for this. In fact, actually, fun fact for you, I'll throw some math your way, I'm going to be like Matt Pat from Game Theory. So the normal mode tank is going to end up being 4,000 HP in order to end up killing him. So that means that you're going to need to put a lot of bullets into him or kill him with a lot of different variety of weapons. And the pipe bomb does 20 damage for a single pipe bomb to the tank on normal mode. So in order to kill a full HP tank hypothetically on normal mode with only pipe bombs and nothing else, you would need to use 200 of them. So regardless of whether this myth is confirmed or busted or not, in the normal game, this is not possible. So I do not recommend doing this. This is only for scientific purposes only. And this gameplay is sped up really fast because it took forever to end up getting close to even remotely getting the tank to flinch. But having him in this little incubator box did seem to be working because he was kind of contorting all over the place. And he was at least being stunned by it. And then finally, after some testing that seemed like it was going on for way too long, we managed to get some sort of result. Now, even though the testing did take ages, we finally did have it amount to something. It looks like that when we look in the chamber, the tank keeled over. So it does look like that this pipe bomb myth might have some meat on its bones. Now, I do want to address the elephant in the room, which is going to end up being the lack of a death in the kill feed, because there's nothing in the kill feed saying that we ended up killing the tank. Now, with the Witch, I labeled this myth originally as confirmed because the Witch will constantly chase you if you end up angering her. It's very rare that she'll end up running away unless you reach, like, let's say a barrier she can't cross, for example. But with the tank, eventually he'll just time out. For lack of hitting players, he'll essentially just rage quit. And even though we constantly kept him stimulated because of the lack of anything in the kill feed, it very well could be possible that the tank just gave up. So instead of labeling this myth as 100% confirmed, I want to give it a middle ground and say that it's plausible. Now, I just want to also mention as well is that it's not even possible to do this in the main game just by default anyway, because there's not 200 pipe bombs in a map that you'll have ease of access to in any game mode, really, not even on survival, to kill a tank that spawns in before he would even rage quit. So it's not even possible in the default game, but in terms of the hypothetical sense, I believe that it at least is possible. I just can't prove it, so I'm just going to be labeling it in between busted and confirmed. Myth: can you kill the tank with Noam Chomsky? Okay guys, this next myth is submitted in by Vader. Now Vader, I just want to say thank you for submitting your myth my way. I like how that you ended up including Noam Chomsky in this myth. I like Noam Chomsky being involved in the Left 4 Dead series. I enjoy doing myths with them. Now, for this myth, I don't think that this is going to end up working out the way that we're thinking it's going to. I don't think that Noam Chomsky is going to be treated as a melee weapon. Now, yes, Noam Chomsky can kill things. You can actually use him to melee some of the lower tier special infected, even all the way up until, like, let's say a hunter or something. But here's the thing, is that just like the Witch and just like the Charger, the tank is one of the few special infected that shoving is pretty much not possible due to the fact of the way that they are built. The character is designed to not be a shovable character. It's supposed to be either shoot or melee it, and that's it. And since Nomchansky is treated more as a gasoline can, or in this case like a throwable object, you can't exactly melee with him very efficiently. So when we ended up doing this on the tank, we really saw little to no success. In fact, I don't even think we stunned the tank. And it's not even that we had like a lack of patience or anything. We did this for a while. This is the footage all sped up, and we were at this for a while. And keep in mind, there is 4 of us doing this. We have 4 different Nomchanskys simultaneously hitting this tank, and there's nothing happening. We even had him in a corner at one point, and his back was to us while he was beating on Dan, and nothing happened. So I think it's safe to say that this myth is going to end up being busted. You can't kill the tank with Nomchansky. I don't believe you can shove him or melee him in any capacity unless you use the traditional melee weapons, but at least it was a nice myth and it was a nice try. Myth: can you destroy a tank rock while it's still in the tank's hands? Alrighty guys, this myth was submitted in by Bursco. Now, with the tank rock guys, here's the thing, is I think that just subconsciously we all don't end up shooting the rock until it's already been thrown, because we just assume that this wouldn't work. Now on the contrary, I do believe that multiple of us, in fact I'm pretty sure all of us at some point or another have fired at the rock and not the tank as he's in the middle of throwing it, which means that I do believe we shot it while it's still in his hands before. For our testing here, we ended up having the 3 of us end up shooting at Nitwit's rock as it's being formed. And we used a multitude of different guns with different special ammos. We ended up using them in different calibers like sniper rifles, shotguns, even the grenade launcher at one point. And none of these really ended up doing anything, unfortunately. I believe that this is a thing, at least in Versus, because we first originally tested this in Versus to prevent cheesing the tank. I believe that this is in place so that way you can't just shoot the tank rock early, because if you could do this and this caught on and this was a strategy, the tank would be useless because everyone would just pre-fire ahead of time as soon as the tank is throwing his rock, and it would make it so that way you could only melee people. So to avoid this from being cheesy, then they probably ended up making it so that way there's a safeguard in Versus. So since this wasn't working in Versus, our next option was to play this with a bot tank in the normal campaign. So when it came to the bot tank, since the bot tank would constantly try to run around and melee us, we had to put him in, I'm not even joking, basically like a little incubator, and all he has is a window, so this will encourage him to still throw rocks at us, but other than that, he will be trapped. And what we did is we had frag round grenade launchers, and we tried to shoot at the rock as it was forming. And unfortunately, most of the time what ended up happening is the tank would just end up dying. And the guns never really ended up amounting to anything. They would just end up shooting, and it would be just like as if nothing was happening. The rock would not even have bullet holes, it would just ignore the bullets. Now, even though we were having no luck thus far with this myth, we had a couple more ideas still up our sleeves, so we thought, why not bring out the big guns? And we decided to end up using frag round M60s, because these are one of the few guns that you can't get at Whittaker's place. So we wanted to end up using this because maybe it had to be bullets that you had to use in order to destroy the tank rock, but maybe it was possibly just a glitch as well. Maybe we need to have certain types of circumstances. So we decided to give it everything we got. And this was like the last thing that we had left to test, other than one more thing, which you're going to see here in a second, because the M60s also did not work. But we really thought we were on the right track, so we had one more idea up our sleeves, because we do think we know what it is that might finally break this tank rock. So even though we were being very Arnold-like, we decided that we wanted to go full-on Arnold Schwarzenegger and end up using mounted machine guns, because this is the only thing that's left in the entire game that I could possibly think of that would destroy the tank rock. So here we go. We have all 4 of us with machine guns. Bring it on, tank. Let's destroy your rock finally after all this time. And unfortunately, even though I got you guys all hyped up there, I already knew what the result was going to be. And sadly, it just does not work. No matter what we tried. We even tried to consider using like mods or something to get this to work, but at that point then that's just really cheating and that really doesn't count. So we just have to end up taking our loss and just say that the myth is busted. You sadly can't destroy the tank rock early. But like I said, this is probably a good thing. It's so that way you can't just cheese the tank. Even in single player, people would cheese this if they could. So I understand why they made this decision where it's technically invincible until it is thrown, and you have to end up putting more effort in that way. That way it's more high risk, high reward, but it would be cool if there was a way to do this. Myth: can you get the achievement Gong Show while playing as the tank? Alrighty guys, so back to back, this myth is also submitted in by Glabursko. Now, with this myth, guys, Glabursko is going to be playing on a Smurf account, which he's recently been using to help me and other people get Good Guy Nick when the free-to-play weekends were happening, where this achievement is not earned yet on this account. So now let's walk over to the machine and end up seeing Glabursko hit it with his tank fist and see if he has the achievement pop up. So the machine has now been used, and he even broke it by destroying the bell, but no achievement has popped up on the screen because you can end up seeing whether or not a player's earned something, and Glabursko's Smurf account did not earn it. So after we tested it as a tank and realized that you couldn't end up doing it, we had Glabursko do it the original way just to see if he can even get it on his account since it's so new, and yes, he was able to get it easy peasy by doing it on his Smurf account the original way as intended. So, since he got the achievement doing the original way, and just right before he was not able to do it even though he did everything perfectly as the tank, this myth is busted. You can't get Gong Show by playing as the tank, you have to do it the original way. Okay everybody, I hope you end up enjoying all the tank myths. Funnily enough, this week we had so many tank myths just be submitted in our way, and now we're going to finally end things off with the last one, which is once again going to be, can you end up riding the tank? I mean, dude, this is something that sounds so stupid that I hope it's true, because can you imagine how funny that would be? The amount of memes I'm imagining in my head already, just the template of the image would end up being incredible. Oh my gosh, I have to end up testing this right away, so let's get into it. Myth. Can a survivor ride on top of the tank? Alrighty everybody, so the final myth is submitted in by Nitwit. Now I do understand that Nitwit's final myth is also just as much about trying to see if you can skip the Chapter 2/Chapter 3 panic event at the elevator on Hard Rain, just as much as it is also about trying to ride the tank. But I want to focus more on riding the tank, because that part is really interesting to me. I asked him how he's planning on doing this, and he said the tank could just climb a wall and just see if you can land on his head. I'm like, I want to try that, that sounds cool. So we used the background footage for Hard Rain, but if this works, it doesn't matter what map it is, it's just that we decided to use Hard Rain here. But dude, can you imagine how cool that would be? That would be... Can you imagine how cool that would be if you had a tank and then on top of it it's just a survivor? Can you imagine a survivor riding a tank into battle? Can you imagine 4 of the survivors riding on 4 of the tanks? How cool that would be in cinematic. That would just be epic, man. But unfortunately, the myth is off to a rocky start because Nitwit tried to start it off for us, but he slipped and died. So I believe what's happening is that maybe because the elevator's not been activated yet, that there is a death barrier taking place and therefore getting him killed. So we decided to see if it's possible that you can just end up going back upstairs once the elevator has been called. So we will call the elevator and then we'll try this by going from down to up. So here is us trying to end up jumping on top of Dan here in order to have it where we can climb back upstairs, and the tank is just going to end up being sitting here on the vines. So we're hoping to land either on his head or on his shoulders. So Glabursko, Nitwit, and me keep trying, and we do manage to end up getting something. We're not falling through like I thought we were going to. We do land on his head, but for some reason we do keep on slipping. I think what happened is that the game was made with this in mind, but because they didn't want this to happen, they decided to make it so that way the tank was slippery as a way to fix this, so that way they didn't have to worry about changing things too complicatedly. We tried a different variety of things to end up getting this to work. We tried having 2 tanks, so that way in case we were slipping, we could just slide into the other and just get stuck between the 2, and if they were to both simultaneously climb, maybe they could end up carrying us, kind of almost King Kong style, where they climb with one hand and carry the survivor in the other just amongst the 2 of them, but that didn't work. We tried to do this on the 3rd chapter just to see if there was a thing with death zone barriers. That unfortunately was not the cause either. We even tried doing weird things such as like glitches and bunny hops and different pools of health and restarting the game and having different people do it to see if they got more lucky than the other one. But really nothing seemed to work. I thought I was just simply bad at this, but no, I think it's really just glitchy is what it is, because you can see right here I jump and I'm on the ledge and I somehow slide forward and I just die. I don't know why that happened. You could see from the gameplay that I was perfectly on the ledge, but just because Dan and Nitwit were in front of me, it like used a vortex effect and I got sucked towards them and over their foreheads, and then I fell to my death. So it's just as much buggy as it is pretty much impossible to do this. So sadly, I have to label the myth as busted. You can't end up riding the tank. And even if you could do it just the once, I probably at the most would just label this as plausible, because if you can't do a myth more than once and be able to replicate it, I think of it as just a fluke, if anything. But I don't even have the confidence to label this as plausible just off of like a sneaking suspicion that you really could. Valve really doesn't want you to do this, so I don't think it's even possible. I don't think it's a bad luck thing. I literally don't think it's possible based off the way that the gameplay was working, because it was super stubborn. So, you win some, you lose some, you get some cool myths, you get some bad myths, but at the end of the day, this was still fun, and that's all that matters truly when you're doing this series. Myth: if a hunter or a jockey pounces you mid-fall, does it cancel fall damage? Alrighty guys, so for the very first myth, this is submitted in by Noel. Now Noel, I know that you've been trying to be in an episode for a while, buddy, and do not fret, I read every single one of your comments, and I do see you, so I want to make sure that for today's episode that you were front and center, and that you were the very first myth. So I hope you end up enjoying, my friend, and I'm glad that you got to be in an episode, but now we're going to test your myth, my G. Now, Noel, when it comes to your myth here, your myth is specifically asking that if a hunter or a jockey pounces you, will you receive no fall damage? And here's the thing I want to show you, my friend, is that when we did the myth testing, we noticed something interesting. When we ended up doing this testing, we noticed that you get reduced fall damage, but you still indeed do take fall damage. You're going to see from the footage here that when I end up getting pounced by a hunter while I'm on the ladder, I am still indeed taking damage. Now, yes, keep in mind is that there is the initial damage from the hunter and the jockey attacking me, so there is that needs to be taken into play. But however, though, I want you to notice that every single time that we're doing this, it's not like we have a significant bit of fall damage. We actually just have the same amount of fall damage, because in this particular ladder area, if you fall from max height of this ladder, regardless of being full HP, you will go down. So when the hunter and the jockey both grab us, we only end up having it where we have reduced fall damage and not no fall damage. And then here is some of the footage that we have where we did it with the jockey. Now, even though the mechanics are slightly different, they do work very similarly. And you can see that once again with Glabersko here, that when the jockey ends up hitting him, even though he's at the very tippity top of the ladder, he ends up having 1 HP when he hits the ground and then ends up getting incapacitated just because of the jockey rather than the fall damage itself. So here's the interesting thing about your myth, is that if you do get grabbed, you do end up having a reduced chance of dying, but you will not be completely invulnerable to fall damage, which means that this myth is going to end up being busted, because if it was based off of being invulnerable, we did not end up having that from our testing. However, though, it still is technically better to get pounced, it's just that you need to make sure you get the special infected off you right away. Myth: does the witch run slower while in the water? Alrighty guys, so this next myth is submitted in by Zoe. Now this is very similar to the myth that we've done before with the Charger and the Hunter as well, but here's the thing, is that we've had a 50-50 ratio. The Hunter was slowed down, but not the Charger, so will this be the case with the Witch? That is something that I'm curious to see, because the Witch does not spawn in any area that has ever had deep water. Think about it. The Witch doesn't spawn on the Death Toll finale near the boathouse, and nor has she ever spawned in on Coldstream, because that's only possible in Versus mode. So, when it comes to the Witch, is she going to be able to be slowed down, because that's something that really the game never has to take into account. Now, yes, I do understand that it is very hard to see the Witch, because technically she is lying down and she's just immersed in the water, but I do promise you there is one in the water that you're going to see here in a second, while there's also one at the pier. Now, we weren't able to get them to stand side by side, they're off by a little bit, but we'll just end up reducing the amount of time for the one, and then basically notice the difference. So here we go. In a minute here, we're going to have both Nitwit and Glabersko shoot them, and you guys can end up seeing that the results are interesting. It seems that the Witch does have pathing and no speed difference when it comes to running in the water. Even though the Witch doesn't spawn on maps with water that often, or really is around water, she ends up navigating it just fine. So, minus the slight human error that we ended up having in the test because of the fact that we weren't able to get them in the same spot, and there's also a delay possibly with who shot who first. But basically, you can notice from the difference that the time is very similar. In fact, it almost is identical. So for this next myth here, this is also going to be busted. That means that the Hunter is the only one so far that's affected by water, and that the Charger and the Witch are not. Myth: is there a way to get a Charger to let go of a pinned survivor without killing it? Alrighty guys, this next myth is submitted in by Glabursko. Now for this myth guys, I want to test the explosives on the charger because the explosives have the ability to stumble a variety of different things, and I feel like if we get an explosive next to the charger but not directly on top of him so it doesn't end up killing him, that it will be enough to at least stun him. So here we go. I want to try this with an oxygen tank first. And so far that does indeed work. Okay, so that's 1 point for the oxygen tank and 0 for the charger. Alright, now we're going to test out the pipe bomb and see if this also does the same thing. So here goes the pipe bomb. And once again, the pipe bomb also does stun the charger. And now here we are trying explosive rounds on our sniper rifles, which also does stun the charger. And then here it is with the propane tank, and that also does stun the charger. And then, hell, this one sounds like a random one, but this was Glabursko's idea, and I thought it was interesting. I was like, sure, why not? So he decided to spawn in a boomer, of all things, and see if the boomer explosion would be able to stun the charger. And this one was a weird one, but I was like, sure, why not? I mean, technically it's not an explosive, but it also is at the exact same time. What's the worst that can happen? The worst just ends up being a busted myth. So here we go. And once again, just like all the other things, even the boomer does it too. The only explosive I can think of that's in the entire game that does not end up stunning the charger and making him let go is the grenade launcher. But that's probably because it's a gun and not treated as a random third-party explosive like the explosive ammo or even the things like the boomer explosion. So that's why the grenade launcher is the only thing that just does not work. But hey though, the ratio is really good. Only one thing doesn't work that we tried, and everything else does. Which means that this myth is indeed confirmed. You can stun the charger and get him to let go of a survivor without killing him, and you can do it in a variety of different ways. Myth: can you win Noam Chomsky with Noam Chomsky? Alright guys, this next myth is submitted in by Nitwit. Now yes, I do understand that the myth does say can you beat carnival games with Noam Chomsky, but with the other games we have indeed done that before, but we have not tried to win Noam Chomsky with Noam Chomsky. So this is the only minigame that is left, so we decided to do this one, which this one's kind of meta, because the only way you can do this is if you spawned in an artificial Noam Chomsky, so the only way you can technically do this is if you're cheating, but it's really fun for our amusement. So we're just going to see if whether or not that Noam Chomsky can technically win another Noam Chomsky. Now originally when we started this myth, I didn't think it was going to be possible, but we went from 240 and then to 600 points in just a matter of 2 attempts, so I was like, okay, maybe this legitimately is possible. Because keep in mind, I want to just remind everybody that the only amount of points that you need is at the very least 750 in order to win Noam Chomsky. So with 4 of us doing this, and we're hitting pretty much every single target, as long as we don't mess up, this was quite easy to get pretty consistently. And here's the thing, is that after the first attempt, I had faith, but after the second attempt, I was really, really confident. Really all it is that you just need to make sure that you're ready for the targets. When you're using a gun, you have to reload. When you're using grenades, you have to worry about, like, you know, cocking your hand back and forth. But if you're just right in the pit constantly meleeing, there's no real room for human error. You're pretty much guaranteed to get it. In fact, fun fact, we did get it. We actually earned Noam Chomsky with Noam Chomsky. In fact, we had like 1,000+ points. So the myth is confirmed, and we have a new fun activity now that we can do when we're bored. Okay guys, so here we are, final myth time. So once again, the final myth is going to be, can the tank rocket ride? Let's do this, and I hope you guys end up enjoying what we discovered. Myth: can the tank rocket ride? Alrighty guys, so for the final myth, this is submitted in by JJ Lipscomb. Now JJ, your myth interested me here, like a lot, because the myth here in hindsight is something that I thought about before in the past, but I really didn't think was possible. Now this myth is something that I thought was most likely going to either get me killed, because I thought about the splash damage and how that I would have to have the tank constantly jump into me while I'm shooting the grenade launcher. And I also thought about how this could kill the tank, because the tank is constantly being shot with a grenade launcher continuously, and even after a while, if you have like 30 grenade launcher shots being locked up your ass, you probably would want to end up dying. But we did find a way to end up trying this without getting ourselves killed, and what we decided to do was that we ended up having where the tank jumps from a certain height on top of a building, and we just shoot early rather than the tank just jumping into our player model like how you do this with a normal survivor. So that was step 1 cleared, which did make this myth at least obtainable first. It made it at least possible. Now, we ended up doing this on the part of NSenr right outside of the hotel because we wanted to make sure that everyone would live to see the results of this. So whether you think right now that this myth is busted or confirmed, all I just ask you to do is just watch this clip. What the fuck? It works! It What? What? Ayo! 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 Yeah, so that's a new one. You can end up having the tank rocket ride in Left 4 Dead. What do you know? Now that's a new one, and that is definitely a confirmed myth right there, ladies and gentlemen. And in case you guys are wondering if this indeed was a fluke, I promise you it was not, because here's 2 other examples. This is what it was like when I saw one of my friends do it, and here's an example of when I'm the tank, and it also indeed happened to me. So yeah, guys, this myth is not a fluke, it is 100% confirmed, and now you can imagine the epic moments that will happen in public lobbies if somebody wants to be daring enough and make a tank rocket ride. Myth. Can you kill a riot gear zombie without hitting it in the back? Alright everybody, so here we are with myth number 1, and this is submitted in by Good Karma. So Good Karma, thank you for submitting a myth my way, I appreciate you, my G. Now guys, let's be honest, everybody hates the riot gear zombie. It's the most annoying, uncommon infected in the entire game, and we all want to be able to figure out how we can kill them more efficiently. So we're going to be testing a variety of different things. So I'm going to be trying a mixture of different guns, different tactics, and even some other miscellaneous items to see if we can kill them. So number 1, we're going to try explosives, because with the pipe bomb, the interesting thing is that the explosion spreads out everywhere. So by technicality, you are hitting them, but don't worry, I understand that that one is pushing it, so I'm going to be trying other things other than just the pipe bomb, because that would seem kind of unfair and cheap. So far the pipe bomb works. Now we're going to be trying to punch the zombie to death, and this didn't really end up amounting to anything. All that just happened was just this funny animation where the zombie looks like he's repeatedly hugging Dan aggressively. But yeah, there's nothing that happens with the punches, it just causes this weird animation bug. Then next we ended up trying some of the different throwable items such as gasoline cans, and this does spread out everywhere kind of like the pipe bomb, but it does start off at the feet, so once again it's another technicality thing. We even went as far as trying the grenade launcher and frag round shotguns and just guns in general, because these things are going to pack a massive punch when it hits the zombie just dead on, and these do work, but once again it leads into that situation where it's a technicality thing, because we're not sure if we can guarantee if it's hitting him in the front, because these things are going to be spreading out all over the place with them being special types of ammo, so it could end up hitting the zombie in the back somehow, or in a part that is just exposed. The only thing that we were able to find from our testing that allows you to be able to kill the riot gear zombie from the front is going to end up being the chainsaw, because the armor is not thick enough to resist the chainsaw blade, and the chainsaw blade does work from all the different directions. So even though it might look like from the footage that we are hitting him from the side, I promise you we're not, because here's an example of the frying pan just shortly thereafter, and this doesn't budge until Glabersko uses the chainsaw. So if you want to end up counting the pipe bombs, the grenade launcher, frag round items inside of your gun, those all technically work too, but the one that was definitive where our cursor was just staring at the front of the zombie and actually going through his armor was the chainsaw. But it is still one thing, and it is not nothing. So this myth is confirmed, but it's by like a thin margin. So if you really want to do this reliably, just get a chainsaw if you can find one. Myth. Can the tank blow up the No Mercy gas station with his fists? Alrighty guys, so here we go with myth number 2. Now for myth number 2, this is submitted in by ElectroP, but the thing is that this myth, man, is that immediately it's not looking good, because the tank is punching the crap out of the gas station here. And it's amounting to nothing. The tank is just not getting anywhere. The gas station is completely unfazed, which is weird for me to see this, because the gas station, if you sneeze wrong, it blows up. And I know this because whenever Dan gets into our play sessions here, he sneezes and it's so hard that it actually sets off the Richter scale. You have no idea truly how powerful his sneezes are. So not even the tank, the big hulking behemoth of this game, is not even able to blow up the gas station, which is just surprising to see. But sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some, but this is a very odd matchup to see where the tank loses. So that means that I do have to label this myth as busted. If the tank punches the gas station, nothing happens, but like I said, God forbid that Dan sneezes and it acts like the world is ending. Myth. Can you take items with you when the rescue vehicle takes off? Alright guys, so for this next myth, for myth number 3, this is going to be one of the few that were submitted in by Shock. Now, for this myth, guys, minus the horribly laggy gameplay that we ended up getting because we were trying to test with way too many items, I kind of want to describe really quickly what our approach was for this particular myth. So for this myth, we're going to be spawning in a whole bunch of different items like Nomchansky, gas cans, propane tanks, Whittaker's cola, and all that stuff. and we're just going to activate the cutscene as seeing if whether or not the rescue vehicle will take the items, or if an invisible barrier is going to kick in and make it so that way it can't come with us. Now you think for this one, this would be either obviously confirmed or busted, be a straightforward yes or no question, but each one gave us different results surprisingly. For example, the parish helicopter managed to take the items with us, although it kept warping in and out of the actual helicopter itself, so in the literal sense, it didn't necessarily go with us, but it did end up following us at the very least. And then with Jimmy Gibbs' stock car, we put some stuff on the front of the hood, like the gnome, and the gnome was riding on the front, but then when we made a hard turn, it did fall off. So without making the sharp turn, it could have actually managed to get into the cutscene, which would have been really unique and interesting to see. Then we move on to the helicopters. These are the ones that are on Dark Carnival, No Mercy, and also Coldstream. And these ones, this one was a little bit difficult to do because with the angle of the helicopter, you really can't see what's inside it, plus also the door closes. Certain vehicles were easier to understand than others, but this one I genuinely couldn't tell. Then we have the Crash Course truck. Now, don't mind the laggy gameplay, this is just because we spawned in way too many items, so this result is going to take us definitely a minute. But the Crash Course truck, my friends did say indeed that there was the gas cans and all that stuff following us. It's just that it was very hard to see, but I see no angle, so if you guys want to review the footage, because the laggy gameplay kind of helped it be in slow motion, so there's more ways that you can look for the items in question, but I did not see anything even amongst the giant really laggy gameplay that we had here. Then we move on to John Slater's boat that's going to be on Death Toll, the one that's also on The Last Stand. Now some items warp through the vehicle the moment that you trigger the cutscene, but from certain angles you can see them, but it's really impossible to see it some other times. I don't see them for the ones that my friends claim. The only one that I can verify definitively, so far at least, is going to end up being the parish helicopter. To a certain degree, if you want to be a little bit on the, I guess, more forgiving side, is going to be Jimmy Gibbs' car. And then the other ones so far have been busted because they end up making it where I can't see and I cannot tell, so I'm not comfortable labeling those specifically as confirmed. Or they warp and they don't really have a definitive result. It's not like a yes or no thing. It's it works for a second, so it's hypothetical. It's something that I'm having problems confirming because we couldn't really replicate it, if that makes any sense. Now the last thing here is going to end up being the Blood Harvest military truck. And this was one of the other few that did manage to work. You're going to see here in a second that the gnomes are flying out, and you can end up seeing Gnome Chomsky's ass hanging out for a split second, which is kind of funny. So the only ones that were definitively obvious was going to end up being the parish helicopter and the Blood Harvest military truck, but the other ones were debatable at the very least. But we were just looking to see if it happens with any vehicle. So if I had to give this a label, I'm going to label this as confirmed. I was rotating between busted, plausible, and confirmed for this myth for the longest time because it's very hard to narrow it down because depending on how you look at it, it's a different result. Now, normally when I approach myth busting is that if any part of the myth is going to be confirmed, depending on the subject matter, if we're just trying to see if one of many things is able to do something, that I'll label as confirmed. But it is debatable because it's only 2 out of the 10 or so vehicles in the game, so you be the judge. Myth, can you give the fallen survivor items? Alrighty guys, this one is submitted in by Glabursko. Now Glabursko's myth is very problematic, let's just say the least, because when we were trying to test this, we couldn't even find a survivor for the longest time that had it where he was missing any item on his person. He would have pretty much every throwable, a med kit, and every single one of the medicines like pain pills and adrenaline, but we finally found one that was missing pain pills, so we decided to spawn some in our inventory and just bash the crap out of him and be like, boom, take this. But here's the thing, is that I don't think that the Fallen Survivor functions like the bots do on the passing campaign, so this just ended up amounting to us just beating the crap out of him and punching him up against this trash can. He was not taking our pain pills. He was just getting clotheslined, if anything. So yeah, this myth was problematic to say the least, but it was also just really hard to end up getting this thing to work even remotely. This myth was nothing but trouble, but at least now we know that this myth is definitely busted. You can't give the Fallen Survivor anything, but that does make sense. I mean, why would you want to gift it to the Fallen Survivors? Being like, here, zombie, take these pain pills that will help with you being dead. Alright everybody, final myth time. Let's see if whether or not that you can kill a zombie without putting your cursor on them and looking in a completely different direction. Let's do this. Myth. Can you kill a zombie without looking at them? Alrighty guys, this myth is requested by Zoe, who's going under another Breaking Bad character name, so shout out to Zoe for embracing the Breaking Bad persona of the other characters, which is epic, one of my favorite shows. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked, so for the final myth, Zoe is essentially saying that if you end up having a gun with frag rounds in it, since they end up having a splash damage ability, does that mean that if your crosshair is not lined up with a zombie, you could just end up killing them anyway? Could you shoot somewhere else and kill them regardless? Now, if you could do this, before we even test it, I just want to say is that that would be broken. If you didn't kill yourself, because I know that the splash damage could also kill you, but if you could manage to not kill yourself and kill the zombies, that would be insane. So let's end up testing this. We're going to spawn in a variety of different guns and just put frag rounds on them and spawn some common infected and just see what's what. So here we go. Let's cut to the footage now. Okay, I have a frag round shotgun, and now I'm going to have some zombies spawn here in just a second, and I'm not going to put my cursor on them. I'm not going to look at them. I'm just going to shoot the floor. Here we go. Okay, I think I killed one, but here, let's go into third person to be definitively sure. So I'm just spamming them. They're going after the guys right now, but I am managing to get some pretty decent kills, and you guys can see my cursor, even still in third person, that this is somehow to a certain degree working. I mean, it's not perfect, but I'm thinking I'm getting better at this. Yeah, because like I'm just looking at the floor and I'm managing to hit the zombies. And keep in mind is that I don't have God mode on. I know that that might be hard to believe, but I do not. I actually have no God mode on, and all I'm doing is just aiming diagonally from me and not directly underneath of me, and it's killing the zombies. I don't want to necessarily call it quite yet because like I'm looking at this from kind of like an optimistic sense, but I'm even using a machine gun here now, and even this one, which is not necessarily as strong as the shotgun per se, is still doing decently well. Here's a way I'm going to verify it. I'm going to have Dan do it too as well and see if the exact same thing happens, because I want to see something here. Okay, so Dan's shooting them, and you guys can see something weird is happening here. He's not looking at the zombie at all. His shoulder is next to the zombie. Okay, that one was total BS. That one shouldn't have happened. That one shouldn't have happened. Okay, that time the zombie only got stunned, but it didn't kill him. So it's not consistently going to one-shot them. You can't exactly completely turn around. It does have to be somewhat close. But it's even one-shotting Jimmy Gibbs Jr., for Christ's sake, guys. This is really impressive. I'm really liking the results we're getting here. So guys, when it comes to this myth, there's some consistency about it. You can definitely feasibly end up killing the zombies without looking at them. I mean, you can't full-on, like, 360 turn around and not hit them with your back facing to the zombies. But if you're just looking slightly to the left or right and you don't shoot yourself, you're good. So I'm willing to say, pretty definitively here, that in the right circumstances, this myth is confirmed. You can kill a zombie with frag rounds with the splash damage and not looking at them if you get the right angles. I think this is going to be more of like a physics thing, but it's really cool to see that this does indeed work. Let's go. Myth. Will the military helicopter that is on the parish finale leave after 10 minutes? Alrighty guys, so for the first myth here, this is submitted in by Klopursko. Now this is a myth that revolves around the story of the game because, fun fact, this is related to a military voice line that's on the finale. So on the finale, the military has a line where they're talking about leaving in 10 minutes if you do not make it to the rescue vehicle in time. So I wanted to test and see if that is true, and the game did think that far ahead to make the helicopter leave if you didn't get there within 10 minutes, or if this is rather just for show and the sake of continuity for the story. Because it'd be really interesting if they did make it where you could fail the map, kind of like how you do on the Sacrifice. So I was like, alright, bet. Let's call the military's bluff and just see if they'll flat out leave us to die. So that is going to be what we're doing here today. So what we're going to be doing is we're just going to be flying over to the helicopter and just waiting for 10 minutes and just see if they leave or if the mission will just abruptly end. So let's go over to the helicopter now. Now guys, for this first myth, I am not going to lie, the testing was very boring because all it is just us running around in circles and just staring at the helicopter. The helicopter didn't even do so much as spin its blades. So I want to summarize essentially what our findings were. So, basically, long story short, minus all the goof-off time and not exactly staring at the helicopter the entire time because I didn't want it to be just necessarily a stagnant image, but we never really got this to end up amounting to anything. I believe that this is just something that is to the storyline and the storyline only. I am pretty sure the devs did not think that far ahead to make it where that you just fail the mission if you do not get there within 10 minutes in time. Now, it would be very cool if that did happen if you do not make it within the 10 minutes. It would be a very much cool attention to detail, but it would take away time from the development of other stuff in the game, and I understand why they did not do that. The sacrifice is kind of a rare thing where the campaign does just flat out end if you don't complete the task at hand, but it's not something that you have to worry about on the parish. Instead, the helicopter will just end up staying for eternity and will never move. It's just something that is only for the sake of dialogue within the game. So that does mean that this myth is going to be left at busted, but it was still something that I really did enjoy the idea of testing because now we at least know, and it was nice to try something related to the storyline for a change rather than just the raw gameplay. Myth: can a spitter destroy the gas station on No Mercy? Okay, everybody, so for the next myth here, this is submitted in by Isarum. I do apologize if I mispronounced your name, by the way, bro. But for the myth here, this is going to end up being, can the spitter destroy the No Mercy gas station? So we're going to be testing that here right now. Now, we want to try this multiple times just in case that, like, let's say the gas station doesn't blow up on the very first hit. Now, even though the spitter would be a really good candidate for this myth, the gas station is very picky. It's for some reason very finicky about what does or does not allow it to blow up. For example, when we tried to test a myth that was only from a few recent episodes ago, we tried to see if the tank could end up punching the gas station, which he couldn't, but then for some reason if he launches a car into it, the car will cause it to explode. So it's very, very finicky, but the spitter, here's the thing, is that, like I said, this is probably the most realistic candidate for this to end up happening. Acid and fire would not go well together, but the one problem is that the game just does not want to end up working with us when it comes to myths that are logical based. You would think that the spitter would have no problem trying to blow up the gas station, but no, that was not the case. We even double checked to make sure that we were even making progress towards the gas station by shooting it with our guns, because what we wanted to do is see if the bullets would end up destroying the gas station in less hits if we had the spitter go first, and it required us to shoot the same amount of bullets that we normally would if the gas station was at full HP. So the spitter was making no progress, and not even a little bit. So even though it would make perfectly logical sense for this to end up being confirmed, it is not, and is instead going to be left at busted because apparently Valve does not like logic. Myth: can you kill a zombie by crushing them with a door? Alrighty guys, so now for our next myth. This is submitted in by Nitwit. Now I swear that somewhere before I have seen these zombies be crushed by a door in the past. I don't know if I was imagining this, or if this was a glitch, or this was something, for example, within the means of the game. But when we tried to do this on purpose, there was some really interesting results. Most notably, we saw a lot of zombies bug out and get stuck in between doors. Now, even though you also can't see my hands because I don't have like a controller cam or a keyboard cam, I was trying to use my interaction key, and I could not get the door open when the zombies did this. They actually made the door stuck, and the only way to fix it was to melee the zombie to death, which means that we kill the zombie rather than just letting him be killed by the door. So the most notable thing that happened was just bugs and glitches. There was at one point that Dan, me, and Glabursko were all in our different sections of the NSenr hotel just trying to use the door to kill zombies. We tried to slam them in between the door, we tried to slam their face with the door, we tried to end up making so that way they would be slammed in the door and then like glitched into the wall, and nothing really ever worked because either the zombie would break the door, get stuck, or we would have to kill it by shoving it because the zombie was just not working with us the entire time that we did it. Now, like I said, I believe that in my memory that I have done this before where I have indeed killed a zombie with a door, although this could have been my imagination and I might be interpreting the memory wrong, but I do think that this is the case. Now, with that being said, there was one interesting correlation that I did notice with every single zombie that we tested this myth on, which was going to be that when we meleeed them, they were left at one shot. Now, to kill a normal zombie by shoving it, it is not a one-shot unless, for example, the zombie is like prematurely damaged, for example, as one of many multiple different things that could happen. So we noticed that the zombies were all being left at one shot, so we thought that maybe that the door was doing damage, but so little that it made it that way it was taking way too long for our patience. but I don't think that that's really the case. I want to say that even though I do believe that this has been done before by me and many others that I've also seen play with me, I want to end up being a good myth tester, and instead of labeling this based off of my opinion, I'm going to be labeling it based off of what I saw, and I am therefore going to leave the myth at busted. I don't think that you can kill the zombie by slamming a door in his face, because nothing really became of this myth, other than just noticing maybe some weird inconsistencies with the physics. But you guys can let me know if you've had a different experience, and we can talk about more in the comment section down below. Myth: can the tank and the witch die of drowning underwater? Okay guys, so for the second to last myth, this is submitted in by Noel. Now for this myth guys, I want to just get the witch one just straight out of the way, because I'm pretty sure that those of you guys that played Left 4 Dead for a long time, including myself, already know that the witch cannot drown via the water, because I have seen the witch in multiple different instances be underwater and not drowned at all. Most notably, for example, on Swamp Fever, because on Swamp Fever there are tons of different locations where the witch can just spawn into the water. So if we're looking at this from the witch only, then that means that the myth is going to be busted. Now we still have to test the tank though, so whatever the tank results are, we're going to combine them with the witch results, and then we will end up getting the final result after we end up doing both of these. Alrighty guys, so here I am spawned in as a tank on the boathouse finale of Death Toll in the exact same area that the witch was. Now here is the thing, is that the witch you cannot play as in the game, so it's kind of hard to gauge whether or not she was receiving damage in any capacity. But when it comes to the tank here, I can see his HP bar, and it is indeed going down by 5 HP about every second or so after a while. So that means that, yes, so far the tank is indeed drowning underwater, which doesn't really make sense, because the witch doesn't drown, but the tank does. And I think that's only because of the logic of versus being in mind, because since nobody's allowed to play as the witch, but you can play as the tank, it does make it so that way you can die via human error with the tank. And to confirm any doubts that you may or may not have of this, here is me right here dying with the tank underwater, because the guys lowered my HP just enough so that way the ticks would go by a lot quicker, and I died from lack of oxygen, which does not make sense when you're already dead and you don't need to breathe anymore. And I think it's kind of silly how that the tank can drown but the witch cannot. I understand it's the thing with versus, but I think it's just a little bit of a silly inconsistency with the game. Now here's the thing with the myth, is that there's an element of it that is completely and utterly busted, and there's another one that's completely and utterly confirmed. So I could hypothetically do a compromise and meet them halfway and say that is plausible, but here's the thing, is I don't feel comfortable doing that. So based off of the wording specifically of the myth, if you asked if both of them could end up drowning, but at least one of them did, I'm going to now instead of labeling it as plausible, label it as confirmed. The reason why I want to label this as confirmed is because I try not to do plausible. I only do it if I feel like I have to, because I feel like it's more fun to do it as busted or confirmed. Plus also as well is that since one element of it was confirmed, my approach is that if any part of a myth is usually confirmed, then I just label it as confirmed, because you want to know if at least one of them did, and one of them did indeed die. So I think I'm comfortable with labeling it as confirmed, but you guys can be the judge at the end of the day, and you can let me know what you think about the myth's proper results. Alrighty guys, so for the final myth is once again going to end up being, can you end up launching Noam Chomsky into outer space and essentially replicate the Gnome Alone achievement that is in the game? So let me know what you think the results are going to be in advance, and let's see if we were all right. So I hope you end up enjoying the final myth. Myth: can you launch Noam Chomsky into outer space? Alrighty guys, so for the final myth, this is submitted in by ElectroP. Now ElectroP, I'm going to be testing this by using a grenade launcher, because we have done this to launch ourselves and even the tank in outer space before, so I have absolute confidence that we'll be able to launch Mr. Noam Chomsky himself also into outer space and allowing him to fulfill his destiny. Alright everybody, so here we go. This is the epic moment we've all been waiting for. Cue the epic launch. 3, 2, 1... Okay, well apparently Noam Chomsky's too fat. So apparently Noam Chomsky has too much of a fat ass to be able to launch into outer space, even though we can do this with ourselves and also the tank, which keep in mind is that the tank is like trying to launch a garbage truck in outer space. And see, the silly thing about this too is there's an achievement completely themed around this. You would think that with the way that the game works that this would end up working, but it doesn't. And it's really silly how the most logical seeming myths sometimes are the ones that don't end up working at the end of the day. So sadly, that means that this final myth is going to end up being busted, but that's okay because Nonchonsky has had plenty of epic myths before, and I'm pretty sure he's going to have epic myths later to come. Myth. Can you skip the panic event on the second chapter of Hard Rain by having a charger charge you towards the gas station? Alrighty guys, so for the first myth, this is submitted in by Nitwit, and now in order to end up testing this, Glabersko is going to spawn a charger on himself and see if whether or not that he can survive the fall damage that the charger will give him when he's going to be rammed off the building. I'm just going to simply spectate and the bots are just there. So if Glabersko ends up being incapped or killed, the myth would automatically be busted, so we just want to see if whether or not that is the case for either one of the results. And as you can see, based off the footage, Glabersko got incapped immediately. He took way too much fall damage. Even if Glabersko was, like, let's say, really, really low on HP, if we saved him quick enough, he could end up being able to walk around on the ground and would just need to heal himself. But without him being able to walk around, he would not be able to proceed unless we go res him, which means we would have to take the elevator and go get him. The only way I can imagine in my head that this would work is if you play with a bot and the bot teleported to you and then therefore revived you, but I can't necessarily guarantee that, and also I don't necessarily like to rely on the bots for things like this when I already can't rely on them to do anything in the default game, so why would I rely on them to do this? I just think that the chances of this happening successfully is not possible, and that's why I'm comfortable with labeling this myth as busted, because ever since the last stand update, they patched a lot of bugs and glitches in this game, and a lot of the skips are not possible anymore. Myth. Can the tank launch Noam Chomsky with his fists? Alrighty guys, so for the second myth, this is requested by Star. Now, we tried to do a myth where we were trying to see if we could launch Noam Chomsky into outer space last week, and I neglected to think about the idea of using a special infected to do this, so you can also kind of think of this as a revised version of the myth from last week. And one of the things that's promising about this myth so far is that the tank does have a collision effect with the gnome, so that's at least a good start. Alright, so here goes nothing. Hey, bada swing. Oh my god, that was actually really, really far. Alright, so hot damn, it looks like that the tank is able to launch Noam Chomsky, so that was awesome. So that means that for the second myth, this is going to be confirmed. The tank can launch Noam Chomsky, and you can also technically think of this as a revised version of the final myth from last week, which kind of makes it that way the myth from last week is also confirmed. Myth. Can you use your teammate as a human shield so you do not get vomited on by the boomer? Alright everybody, so for myth number 3, this is submitted in by Glabersko. Now I do want to see if whether or not the boomer's vomit does have a collateral effect, because that would be nice to know, because in the default game I never thought to ask this question. I just always assumed that the vomit individual particles, if like one little blob hit you, the game would register that as a vomit effect and therefore you would go blind, when realistically that just should not happen. So it's going to be nice to figure out here to see if whether or not the boomer is overpowered or if I'm just imagining things. So let's get on with the testing. So Dan is just sitting right behind Glabersko as Nitwit's about to barf, so we're going to see whether or not that only gets Glabersko, and it looks like it does actually. And it not only did it once, but it did it a couple times. Here is another test right here where we're doing the exact same thing, same people playing the same characters, and once again you will see that Glabersko is the only one that will get affected and not Dan. This even works if everyone's also standing and everyone's also at point-blank range, essentially, and it looks like it really has no effect on the player as long as you're covered by something. Not only that, but the survivor that's behind the other person getting vomited can step to the side and kind of get in the line of fire of where the particles should be, and they're not affected. In fact, if you want to end up being vomited on, you have to stand in front of the player that was originally your human shield, otherwise you will not get the vomit effect. The only time the human shield method did not work was when the boomer was shot at. If you shoot at him, his explosion radius for some reason will affect a bigger cone, and it'll make it so that way you still get vomited on nonetheless. So even though there is an instance where this does not work, a majority of the time that we tried this, it did work. So I'm happily labeling this myth as confirmed, because you definitely can use this as a strategy. And I'm saying this confidently as well, is because even if you step to the side, it doesn't affect you. The only time it will ever affect you is, it seems like, if you get right in front of the player that was originally the human shield. So if you're smart about it, this can be a very viable strategy, so I recommend trying this. Maybe you might get lucky. Myth. Can you block a spitter loogie mid-air with a grenade launcher to prevent the spit from hitting your feet? Alrighty guys, so for the fourth myth now, this is submitted in by Zoe. Now, this myth is hard to explain, and it's even harder to do. So let me try to rephrase it and summarize it so that way you, the audience at home, will understand just a bit better. So basically, long story short, the spitter loogies have a very similar effect to the grenade launcher. In fact, you could even do some crazy things such as launch other special infected with the spitter by just simply spitting at their feet. It's kind of like the infected way of rocket riding. And I want to see, based off of Zoe's wording here, if we collide a grenade launcher shot with that loogie, does the loogie disappear? Do they contradict each other and essentially cancel each other out? Now, this is very hard to do because it's very hard to see the loogie, let alone be able to shoot the loogie. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the best attempt that I had, show it in slow motion, and explain it so that way you guys understand what exactly happened. Alrighty, so here is the best attempt. Now, this is already in slow motion in our game. It's not even necessarily in the editing software. We had a slow motion feature on our game that was active, and this was still hard to hit even with that on. And you guys are seeing it even slower now. So imagine it going a little bit faster, and that's what we were trying to do. So the spitter loogie, it's hard to hit it, mostly just because the grenade launcher doesn't exactly shoot straight. But you can see from the footage here that I do shoot my shot, and the spitter goo doesn't exactly, like, disappear. It instead just immediately just teleports to the ground, which makes this even harder to understand because I don't know exactly what's happening to the texture. Does the texture like have its effects speed up? Does the texture go away but the effect still lasts? It's just kind of hard to understand what exactly is happening within the physics of the game. We don't know if we were actually triggering the loogie prematurely or if this is just a visual bug more than anything. So even though there is the possibility that there could be something here, we were not able to find it. I couldn't find it, Dan couldn't find it, Glabersko couldn't find it, and even Nitwit couldn't find it, and he's the spitter. So I think that it's safe to say that this myth is just going to be busted, because the spit in the game, I don't think there's a way to disable it. I think it has to go somewhere, and that's to quote Dan on that one, the spit just doesn't just disappear. And I think that what happens is that, if anything, you're just activating it prematurely is all. So I'm going to label the myth as busted. Alright everybody, so now we move on to the final myth, and once again it is going to be, can the witch rocket ride? Let's do this. Myth, can the witch rocket ride in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, so here comes the final myth. So we have a platform where you're going to spawn the witch on top of, and we're just going to pull the floor out from underneath of her, and one of the guys is going to shoot a grenade launcher at her feet. We're going to be trying two different versions. We're going to be trying the first one with a daytime witch, so she's going to be standing up straight, and then if that doesn't work, we're going to try one on a nighttime witch where she is sitting down. So here we go with the daytime witch. And as you can see from the footage here, that when Dan shoots at the witch's feet, the witch just gets stunned temporarily and then gets pissed at him. So unlike her tank counterpart, the witch, at least as she's standing up in the daytime, does not end up rocket riding. And here's something funny from our nighttime testing. The sitting witch actually falls in slow motion, which I thought was pretty nifty, but the moment that you shoot at her, she descends at normal speeds, and the exact same result happens with her basically either getting killed or being pissed at whoever shot her. So regardless of how many attempts and whether or not it's day or night, this myth is going to end up being busted. The witch cannot rocket ride because that's just not how she's designed in the game. And I do believe a certain degree of that is because she is not player controlled. If you could have a way that you could player control the witch, I think you would definitely have a higher chance of this being successful, but that is not in the game, and so unless they do ever add it into the game later, that means that as it stands, this myth is going to be busted. Myth, can the van on the panic event of the 4th chapter of Dead Air kill you by running you over? Alright everyone, so this one is pretty straightforward. We have got all the guys here in the lobby. We have got me, Glabersko, Dan, and also Tyler this time. And basically what's going to happen is that Tyler is going to activate the van, while me, Glabersko, and Dan all decide to end up being behind or in front of the barricade, where the van will inevitably try to knock it down. The funny thing is with this panic event is that this van is one of the only few vehicles in the entire game that tries so hard to get you out of the way. It really does make me wonder if this is one of the only few vehicles in the game that can actually kill you like the Midnight Riders tour bus, but we're going to find out here in just a moment. Alright, so Tyler's about to hit the ignition, and here comes the van now, and it looks like that even with me no clipping behind and into the barricade, it still wants to push me out of the way, but I did manage to get in front of it, but all that happened was that I just phased through it, because apparently it is intangible. Although I find it funny that it is intangible if it had the cone to push me out of the way in the first place, because I thought that this would act like the Midnight Rider Tour Bus and actually kill me, but it did not. Which means that this myth is going to be busted because we lived, but that is really interesting to know that now, because I always did think that this would kill you if you got in the way, and that's why it was the way it was in the first place. But now we know. Myth. Can the cultists in Back 4 Blood get stuck in their own bear trap? Wow, it's been a minute since I've said that one, but yeah, we're doing another Back 4 Blood myth for the first time in a while. Hell yeah. Now, for those of you guys that have not experienced the newest Back 4 Blood DLC, the enemies in the second DLC are basically cult members, so they lay bear traps around the map, and I want to see if whether or not that we can get them stuck in their own bear trap, or if it has to be the player that has to use their own bear trap for this to happen, because you can also use this as a survivor as well, but they are going to be green instead of red. And I just want to mention that really quickly that this myth was a pain in the ass to do, because the cultists did not work with us whatsoever. The bear traps are everywhere on the map, and you would think that'd be quite easy for this to happen, but it was very hard to get them to follow us, because I do believe that the AI, to a certain degree, is programmed to avoid these deliberately, because they would go around in circles and never go just straight at us. But despite this, you can see moments where they're definitely walking within the hit scan region of the bear trap. It's just that they're refusing to end up triggering it just because the game just does not want to do it. And the problem was, though, is that the server was lagging really badly at the time, so that might have played into the fact about why we were not able to get this to work. But I will show you guys something here that does probably prove that this myth is probably most likely going to be busted. Now, I do apologize for the 240p gameplay that you're going to watch here, but the game was lagging, and this is not the footage, but it will clear up in a second. As you can see from the gameplay, is that the cultist did get stuck in a friendly bear trap, the one that I placed down, and I do believe that since he got stuck into my bear trap, and pretty much got really close to touching the border hit scan of his own bear trap and just didn't set it off, I would like to believe that despite the lag that this myth is also busted. I think that Turtle Rock was smart, make it so that way you had to have your own bear traps rather than just using the enemy's bear traps, otherwise it would be kind of cheesy, but it is something that would be kind of cool though if you were able to do that. Myth, can you make the minigun in Fort Hope overheat? Alrighty guys, so this next myth was requested by Glabursko. Now, for those of you that have also, once again, not played the newest Back 4 Blood DLC, within the social space, Fort Hope, in the firing range section, they now have a mounted minigun that you can end up placing and using in the background. Now, this minigun is supposedly supposed to be unlimited and never overheat. However, though, I want to see if with the equipment that is offered to us in Fort Hope, if we can end up stunning a player and causing the gun to stop shooting. So one of the first things I decided to do was throw a flashbang at Glabursko. So here we go, we're going to throw one at him shortly and see if the flashbang effect will interrupt his gun, even if it's just for a little bit. So we throw it at him, but as you can see, the bullets continue to spray, which means that it doesn't really do anything. Now, even though the flashbang idea didn't work, I remembered that there was actually a magazine type that had a stumble effect in this game, so I decided that my next idea would be to load my AK-47 with this magazine and shoot Glabursko in the body and see if this would also affect him. So I'm about to shoot him in the legs here in a second, just so that way it doesn't kill him, because you can technically kill him in the firing range. But you guys can see that he continues to shoot, and all it does is just really injure him. I even tried simple things like spanking Glabursko with a melee weapon, but that didn't work either. So the only thing I thought left to try would be the bear trap, because the firing range treats the enemies and the teammates the same, like as if it's a free-for-all. So I thought the bear trap might work on Glabursko, but when I place it underneath of his feet, it doesn't even close, and it still counts it as a friendly. So the only way to actually stop Glabursko would be to kill him, and I know that the myth does say to technically stop the minigun by making it overheat, but there's technically zero way to make it overheat, so we tried to at least find a compromise and stun Glabursko, but even then that didn't work. So this myth is just completely and utterly busted, but it was at least worth a shot. Myth, can you use the smoke grenade in Back 4 Blood to sneak past a sleeper? Okay guys, now this one I'm really excited to see because I want to get advantages out of all the new equipment in Back 4 Blood as much as possible. So I want to see if we can use the brand new smoke grenade so that way we can end up walking past the sleeper, which is the Back 4 Blood special infected that I always like to call the wall vagina. And basically I want to see if whether or not that the sleeper is able to detect a player based off its eyesight, or if it's based off of distance to the infected itself, because that will dictate whether or not it can still find us through the smoke. Alright, so here goes nothing. So we're going to throw some smokes at the sleeper now, but he immediately got me, though. Okay, that's not really a good sign, but we will do this more than once and give it the benefit of the doubt. So there's another sleeper also up ahead. I'm going to throw the smoke now and let Tyler do his thing. But even though he does throw smokes early and more of them, he still did trigger the sleeper once again. We even tried to do something slightly different where we threw a smoke grenade directly at the sleeper to maybe give him like a bonk effect, or maybe even perhaps replicate the thing that happens in Left 4 Dead where if you throw a pipe bomb at a hunter as he pounces at you, that it would stop his pounce, but unfortunately that did not stop the sleeper. The only thing that we were able to get even remotely close to this was this clip right here. Now I once again do apologize about the lag, the servers in Back 4 Blood were horrible recently. But yeah, we throw the smoke grenade there, and we do manage to avoid him. However though, you can actually just dodge the sleeper flat outright. So since the smoke wasn't working in the other controlled conditions, we think that this wasn't necessarily the smoke, but more rather, we just got lucky by just dodging the sleeper flat outright. So even though this would be a very useful feature for the smoke grenade, it just sadly is not the case, so which means that this myth is also busted. I just think that the most recent equipment in Back 4 Blood is kind of a letdown, because they don't really do anything useful, and really they only work on the common infected. If you could end up using these on the sleepers or the specials, that would be huge, especially in the later difficulties. So Turorock, if you're watching this video, please make it so that way I can use these smoke grenades on a sleeper pod. It'd be amazing. Alrighty guys, but now we once again move back to the Left 4 Dead myths, and for the final myth, this is once again going to be, can the witch get a collateral kill? I think that this could be possible given the fact that you can trigger the witch to attack the wrong player by accident by just sheer luck, but I don't know if I've ever seen her get a collateral kill, but this would be interesting to see, so let's give this a try and just see where things go. Myth, can the witch get a collateral kill in Left 4 Dead 2? So I know this sounds a little bit silly, but we're just going to take a simple approach with this myth because all we really have to do is stand next to each other. So me and Tyler at first are just going to stand right next to each other in a vertical line and just shoot the witch and see if she will end up getting a collateral on Tyler. But unfortunately, so far, it was only me that she hit. Now, I will give it the benefit of the doubt because I was in the front, and I was the one that shot her, so it's probably very likely that Tyler was going to be completely unaffected, but we will mix things up later on, where, for example, the person that shoots her is behind the other player rather than in front, and also a couple of other things. For this next one is also once again going to be me and Tyler, but instead of being vertical, we are going to be horizontal and stand shoulder to shoulder, so that way we can see if she reaches across and hits us both, but instead what happens is that she just knocks Tyler out of the way. In this next test, I shot the witch while Tyler was crouched in front of me, and even Glabersko was next to me as well, but both Glabersko and Tyler just got shoved out of the way, and the witch was still able to knock me down. The best result that we got from this was when I was trying to shoot the witch and run around in a circle in front of Tyler, but the thing was though is that depending on which way that the witch juked and the which way that I juked, I would sometimes still run to her regardless, but at no point did she ever try to attack Tyler if I circled him, and instead just was constantly chasing me and always staying like glued to my body. Now even though that didn't work, I had one more ace up my sleeve. I thought that, hey, you know what? This myth is simple, let's do something extremely simple as a way to test it. Get all in the corner inside of the tent and just pray. That is what we decided to do. Every single person is in this one corner, and I'm going to shoot the witch and just see if with all of our player models just stuck together and we're all inside of each other, if the witch can end up getting a collateral. Now this will probably result in everyone dying, but I am curious to see what happens. So here we go, and yeah, she hits only me, and not a single living soul in this room was damaged. Well, it looks like that this myth is going to end up being busted. The witch can't get a collateral kill unless I guess that there's a stroke of luck with a glitch maybe, but I wouldn't put enough bets on it to even consider it as plausible. I think that this myth is fair to say that's busted because even if something as simple as all of us standing inside of each other's player models in a corner didn't cause it, it's probably going to never have anything else cause it. Myth: if the witch is on fire, can you put it out with water? Alright everybody, so for the first myth of the episode, this is submitted in by Dan. So Danny Boy's myth is going to be, can the witch be put out if she is on fire? So the best way to put out the witch if she is on fire is just to have her run into water, and the best way we're going to be able to do that is by playing on the finale of Death Toll, because at the boathouse there is extremely deep water, enough to completely submerge a player if they are crouching. It makes this the prime spot to do the myth testing. So we're going to be spawning in a witch here in a second, and then we're going to Molotov her to set her on fire, and we're just going to run into the water and see if she ends up being put out if she chases us into the water itself. Alright everybody, myth testing time. So here we go. Dan's going to light the witch on fire with a Molotov now, and he's going to very shortly jump into the water itself, so that way the witch will also jump in, and you are going to see here something pretty interesting. the witch does not end up being put out. She actually continues to be on fire until she dies from the Molotov, which means that the water, as far as I'm aware, even in its deepest possible area in the map, does not end up saving her. Now, I was really shocked to see this because this does not make any sense by any stretch of the imagination. Water does put out fire, so I decided to do this so we can have a second go-ahead at this, and the exact same thing happens. The witch is on fire, and even if I submerge myself, I thought that I would just like go under the water fully and I go into third person to look, and she is still on fire as if that I ended up just staying on land. And you want to know what's the weirdest thing of all? The tank can actually be put out in the water if he is lit on fire, but not apparently the witch. Here's some example footage right now. I'm going to light the tank on fire, and the moment that he touches the water without even barely being in, he is immediately put out, which I think is quite ridiculous. It must be something to do with a balancing thing in Versus is my guess, but I do find it kind of funny how that there's no consistency with which special effect is allowed and not allowed to be put out by the water. So specifically, at least for the witch, this is going to end up being busted. The water, and pretty much any other method that I could think of, would not put the witch out if she was on fire, because within the means of the game, the water's the best bet, and if this doesn't work, I don't even think that there's anything else that could possibly do it, unless there's some random fluke, and something that we have not thought of whatsoever, but the amount of time that would be worth investing would just not be worth it, so I'm completely happy labeling it as busted. Myth. Can the tank kill the witch if she is in aggressive mode? Okay guys, so for our next myth, this is submitted in by Nitwit. Now, this myth is funny. The results were hilarious. I just couldn't end up controlling my laughter when I was watching this because you're going to see that the tank is going to do something that you're most likely expecting him to do, but I just couldn't control my laughter while seeing it in real time. Every single time that the witch would end up being hit by the tank, they would go flying and they would just be completely and utterly destroyed. This is some of the most aggressive pimp slapping type of power I have ever seen in my entire life. This tank just brutally just destroyed these witches in one KO, and it was just funny to see it. So this myth is obviously completely confirmed, but I just thought that I would end up giving you guys a little bit of comedic value within this myth. Myth. Can a charger get a double kill on the survivors if they're reviving someone hanging on a ledge? Alrighty guys, so for the next myth, this is submitted in by Glabursko. Now, we are going to be testing this on the infamous charger spot, which is going to end up being the ledge that is on the hotel in Chapter 1 of DugTyler. So, Tyler is going to hang off of the ledge here in a second, and I'm going to try to revive him while in third person, so that way you can see the charger trying to charge me in the back. And the idea is we just want to see if whether or not that, if I'm trying to revive Tyler, but he hasn't standed completely back up and that bar has not been full, does Tyler end up dying by the charger as well, or does the game keep him intangible and keep him locked into place? And so here we go with the results, and it looks like that immediately is quite obvious what we ended up seeing, but we did want to be sure about whether or not that our theories were right, so we wanted to test one more thing, which was going to end up being player collision. The way that we are going to be testing this is that Tyler is going to end up being downed just on the strip of building by itself and doing nothing other than just being in the charger's way. And you guys can see that because the charger just ran past Tyler, that Tyler is indeed intangible because he did not block the charger because the charger had nowhere else to go. So that means that unless a player is completely standing up, that they cannot be killed by a charger if they're already hanging on a ledge, which means that this myth is going to end up being busted. So the charger, even though he's got a lot of perks, especially on this specific spot of the map, he does not have the ability to kill somebody that is already downed. Myth. Can the boomer survive 3 melee hits? Okay, now I know immediately what you're thinking. You are immediately calling this bullshit. I understand. I can completely empathize with you. But guys, here's the thing, is that with Myth-Busting Mondays, I have been proven wrong on so many different myths, and even though this one I also agree with you, I call bullshit, I just had to test it for the smallest, the tiniest possibility that this was real, and I just wanted to see it for myself, because if this happens, I am stupefied. But the idea is that you just melee the boomer in the foot, and that's supposedly how this is going to work. So we're going to spawn in a boomer that's idle, and we'll just hope for the best. So here we go, guys. So each one of us is going to take a turn swinging, so that's 1. So now that's at least promising. Then there's 2. That's really promising. I am very surprised. 3. Holy shit, this is actually working. And then 4, he explodes. So what do you know? I am stupefied. I was wrong, and this myth is 100% confirmed. The boomer can survive multiple melee attacks. I guess that we just shoot the boomer so instinctively that he's already worn down by bullets so much of the time. Either that or we just aim at his upper mass with a melee weapon, because I don't know anybody that deliberately shoots him or melees him in the foot. But yeah, the boomer can survive not 1, not 2, but all the way up to 3 different melee swings. And this works with all the weapons, just minus the chainsaw, because the chainsaw is kind of in its own category. But that's cool. What do you know? Alright everybody, so here we go, we're towards the end of the episode, and now it's time for the final myth. I am really excited to see if whether or not that the myth result that I'm thinking of in my head is going to end up being the result that we're going to get, or if it's going to end up being for not. But instead of talking about it, I know you just guys want to see straight to the gameplay, so here we go everybody, let's end up doing the final myth of today's episode. Myth: can the hunter jump through solid glass? Alright everybody, the final myth of today's episode is being submitted in by my buddy Tyler. So Tyler, your myth is going to be tested on a multitude of different maps, my G. The first location we're going to be testing this on is going to end up being on the 3rd chapter of No Mercy, right before you end up taking the window cleaner lift. But we're going to spawn a hunter in this room on the opposite side before any of the glass is broken, and just see if his targeting AI will end up coming after us. So we have Tyler in the room now, and he's just going through his console commands, and we're just going to be waiting on the other side and seeing whether or not that he gets aggro or not, because that is going to determine whether or not that we're even going to have him break the glass, because he needs to end up attacking the players that were within the lobby. So here's our first attempt at this guy. So we're going to be backing off now after we spawned him in, and you can see that he does indeed break the glass, but the glass does stop him, and the hunter has to pounce again to end up continuing to pursue us. But that is a really solid start, and that is really nice, and even though I could just say it's confirmed right there, I want to do a little bit more testing just to make sure that he's allowed to do it on multiple pieces of glass, or if it's just this one specifically. Alrighty guys, so for the second attempt, we are going to be going down to the restaurant down below on the exact same map, and we're going to be spawning a hunter in this way, and seeing if he can break through this glass as well, because it might be different materials because of the way it's constructed, and you can see that the hunter does indeed break this glass as well. Now the last one which I want to test, and the one that I'm most excited for, is going to end up being on the 3rd chapter of NSenr, where on NSenr there's going to end up being a panic event that you could get, where you end up having to shoot through some glass within a store and then turn off the security alarm. If the hunter can break this prematurely, this will change the flow of verses. So we're going to be spawning him in here in just a second once the director makes up its mind on which path it would like us to go. And once we end up getting the hunter, I'm just going to spawn him in on the outside where he would end up being normally, and I'm just not going to shoot the glass right away and just let the hunter do his own thing and just see what happens. So here we go, the door is going to be open here in just a second. We're going to be located in the room, and I'm going to spawn in the hunter very shortly here. Alrighty guys, so here we go, this is it, and as you guys can end up seeing from the gameplay with your very eyes, the interesting thing that happens is that even though he can't break the glass, he can hit me through the glass, which is something that I was not expecting. That is the most random result of all. It's in between. He can end up hitting me regardless if the glass is broken, as long as I am right up and against the glass. But very, very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. So where does that leave the results for this final myth here today? So with the final myth, I'm going to be labeling this as confirmed, because the prior pieces of glass the hunter has zero problem with. And even though the panic event does make an exception because it's unique upon itself and doesn't allow the hunter to jump blatantly through it, he can end up injuring you from it. So since he can't do all, but he can do some, I am labeling it as confirmed, and you really should be careful because a window is not going to keep you safe from the beast, the hunter. Myth: can Dan play Back 4 Blood? No, but on a serious note, Dan's Back 4 Blood working shocks me because it hasn't worked in months, and the fact that it's now working all of a sudden is a myth in its own right. But now to the actual episode. Myth: can the explosion of a propane tank set off a bear trap in Back 4 Blood? Alrighty guys, so for the very first myth of the episode, this is submitted in by my boy DugTyler. So for the myth guys, we're going to be testing out the friendly and the enemy bear traps, because there might be the possibility that one is set off and the other one is not. And if any of them are set off, I'm going to label as confirmed. If both of them end up getting set off, I'm going to also label as confirmed. But if neither of them gets set off, I'm going to label the myth as busted. So for the first one I want to test out is going to end up being the friendly ones, because I'm going to be loading up like about 6 of them here in just a second. And we'll just see what's what, and we'll go from there. Alrighty guys, I'm not even joking when I said I'm about to have literally around 6 bear traps. I ended up having exactly 6 bear traps. So I'm going to shoot the propane here in just a second. Let me know what you guys think the results are going to be in the comment section down below. But here we go. Let's shoot the propane and see if the myth is confirmed or busted. So here we go. We shoot it. And it looks like not a single one has ended up flinching at all. But keep in mind, this is only the friendlies. This could very well make sense. So now let's try the enemies ones. Alrighty guys, so it took us a minute to find propane and an enemy bear trap, but we did happen to find both now, so let's end up shooting the propane and see. And yep, it blew it up. I would say that's a confirmed myth, don't you say, my friends? Myth. Can a charger charge a survivor into a rescue vehicle and end up triggering the ending cutscene? Alrighty guys, so this next myth is going to be submitted in by Vlabursco. Now for this myth, we're going to be testing out in 2 different scenarios. We're going to be testing in a scenario where I am playing as the charger, and then we're going to be testing it out with a bot charger to see if we can end up getting the result that we're looking to achieve. So right now we're playing on Swamp Fever first because Virgil's boat has a lot of surface area, and I'm going to be trying to charge Dan and see if I can fling him into the boat in such a way that he basically ends up taking me with him. But unfortunately, the very first attempt does not work because the lip of the boat is higher than the pier, which leads to me getting stuck and then the guys having to kill me so we can end up resetting this again. Now, Dan had the idea that he would just stand on the upper half of the pier, so that way he could end up being more in line with the height of the boat. So that is what we're going to be trying next. I'm going to, alongside Dan, go up on the upper half of the pier on the railing. I'm going to try to charge him that way and see if there's remotely any difference. This should work hypothetically, just given the fact that it's at height level, but never say never, so we're just going to end up seeing for ourselves and seeing what's what. Okay, so I'm going to charge at Dan right now, and let's see if I can end up hitting him into the boat. And yep, it did indeed work. The cutscene is taking place as I'm beating Dan's ass on the pier over here, but we are going to try this one more time just in case, just to make sure that this wasn't a placebo. Alrighty, so for the second attempt, this is going to end up being with an AI charger on NSenr's atrium, and the cutscene once again did trigger, although be it was a little bit janky because I was in third person, but it did indeed trigger. Which means that on both occasions here, that it ended up being confirmed, so the myth as a whole is confirmed, and it's really cool because now we know. Myth. Can the tank that's in the train car on the first chapter of The Sacrifice still spawn in with the director off? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 3, this is going to be submitted in by Dan, aka Dr. Sneeze. So what we're going to be doing here for the third myth, guys, we're going to be just simply turning off the director and just opening up the train car. It's as simple as that. I'm even curious myself to see if whether or not that the tank is spawned in by the director or the map itself. And based off the captions, you would think that the tank is going to spawn in, but unfortunately no, he does not. Therefore meaning that this myth is going to end up being busted. The director must be on to have the tank spawn in, and he's not going to be some exception where he's tied to the map rather than a director like all the other zombies. Myth. Can a special infected that's on fire cause a nearby gas can or propane tank to explode and back for blood? Alrighty guys, so for the next myth, this is going to be submitted in by Nitwit, and you guys have no idea how much I want to castrate myself trying to do this myth, because trying to get the RNG to get a gas can and a propane tank to spawn in, while also getting the Molotov to end up being in the vendor, and also getting a special infected to run on top of it was a pain in my ass, so I really hope you guys end up enjoying this myth, because I'm not doing this again. Anyways, rants aside, back for blood, please get mods. But anyway, back to the myth. So we are going to be having a gasoline can and a propane tank going to be right next to each other in a narrow strip of land where there's really kind of like a narrow hallway design, and I'm just going to throw a Molotov on one of the random special infected or common infected even that I see, and just seeing if a nearby ember or a flame will cause either of the cans to end up exploding. Alright, here we go. So I'm throwing down both the gas can and the propane tank, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk up ahead a little bit so that way the director will spawn some more zombies, and I will shortly here light them on fire with a Molotov. And now I'm going to be making my way back over to the propane tank and the gas can. I just want to make sure that the zombies are the ones that are laying it on fire and not me or anybody else. And the zombies are kind of being a little bit finicky here and picky, but some of them are here, and I'm going to throw another one again once I end up breaking free from the special infected, and hopefully we can end up getting our results. But right now, mostly what I'm just seeing is my own demise. But yeah, you can see that the gas cans and the propane tanks did not set off, because otherwise there would have been nuclear holocaust with an explosion in just a second here, which didn't take place. Instead, I'm just burning to death. So that means that this myth is going to end up being busted. The propane and the gas can cannot be set off by a nearby zombie just simply being on fire, but I hope you guys enjoyed the myth nonetheless. Alrighty, ladies, gentlemen, and meme lords alike, we are now moving on to the final myth of today's episode, and once again is going to end up being, can the charger charge through solid glass? This takes inspiration from last week's episode where we talked about if a hunter can do it, so now let's see if the hunter's relative, the charger, can also do it. Myth: can a charger charge through solid glass? Alright everybody, so here we go, final myth time. This is submitted in by Zoe, and you guys can see that I have a solid glass window right behind me here on NSenr, the charger's favorite map. And I'm just going to be spawning in a bot charger in just a second here, and just seeing if whether or not that he can ram me through this solid glass and end up possibly killing me. So we're just going to be going into the console commands, and we're just going to be going over to the charger. I'm just going to spawn him in and nothing else. And let's just see if whether or not that the charger can charge through solid glass. So we're just going to be spawning him in here in just a second. I just have to wait for Dan to be revived because I didn't want to cut the footage and make you guys think that we shot the glass beforehand. So that way you guys know this was all in one cut. So I'm going to spawn the charger in now after Dan's been revived. And here we go. So here he comes. So the charger hits me, and I indeed go through the window, and even Glabursko technically got hit if you watch the footage back. But yeah, the charger not only ended up hitting me into the glass, but also through the glass, which means that the final myth is going to end up being confirmed. So as always, the charger is once again the king of NSenr. Myth: if you have the card expired T5 in your inventory and walk up to a sleeper or a batch of crows, will it kill them without you needing to touch them? Alright everyone, so for myth number 1, this is going to be submitted in by Nitwit. Now just for a little bit of clarification, by the way, when we say expired T5, I am not referring to the grenade that you can find on select maps in Back 4 Blood. I am talking about a brand new card that has been added in with the second DLC. This card basically allows you to have a fart cloud around you and can kill anything in close proximity, but we just want to see if it works on everything, hence the reason why we're testing on the crows and the sleepers. So the first thing is the crows here, and even though the card is active and Nitwit should very well be in range, the crows do get enraged and it does not end up killing them before a horde is alerted. So at least the crows part of this myth is going to end up being busted, but we still have to test out the sleeper pods. Okay guys, so here we are on Act 5, and this map ends up having a crap ton of sleepers, and we finally did find one after we ended up murdering the bots so that way they would not interfere. And as you guys are going to see in a second here, Nitwit is going to run up to the sleeper here that I'm about to ping, and basically what's going to happen is he can do the exact same thing he did with the crows, but unfortunately it looks like that this also too does not work, therefore meaning that the myth in its entirety is going to end up being busted. This card is extremely broken according to Nitwit's experience, and I do take his word for it since I do trust Nitwit, but at least regarding the crows and the sleeper pods, you're better off throwing a grenade instead. Myth: can the jockey jump through solid glass? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 2, this is going to be submitted in by a true winner 1, and this is once again also going to end up being another can you break through solid glass myth. So this time we're testing out with the jockey. Now we're going to be going on good old No Mercy because this is the best map to test it on, given the fact that there's just so many glass windows everywhere. But I always go into these myths with no expectations because you really never know what is going to end up happening, but I am looking forward to seeing the myth's results regardless. So here we go in a second, and let's end up showing off what the jockey can do. Alrighty guys, so Dan is spawning in the jockey right about now, and we're going to be seeing what he does. So it looks like that he goes through the window, but it isn't quite exactly a pounce. He did break through it though, but I think we should try to test it out one more time just to be sure, just in case there's like any sort of weird placebos. Alrighty guys, so here's going to be our second attempt, and even though the jockey does miss Glabursko initially, he does get through it with a pounce rather than a slash. So it looks like that he does indeed have the ability to pounce through the window, therefore meaning that myth number 2 is going to end up being confirmed. So far this myth is 3 for 3. We have the hunter, the charger, and the jockey can all break through solid glass, and let's see if maybe in the future perhaps one of these in fact gets stumped. Myth: if Jimmy Gibbs' stock car is full of gas and you jump on top of it from the top floor of the atrium, will you escape? Okay guys, so for myth number 3, this is going to be submitted in by Zoe, and Zoe, I like your myth here. This is something that is really fun to do, because I really like the idea of shortcuts and speedrunning, especially within Left 4 Dead. So shout out to you, Zoe, I really end up liking your myth here today. So let's end up testing it, shall we? So the way that this is going to work is that Dan, Glabursko, and also Nitwit are going to all be near Jimmy Gibbs' stock car within the area where you would end up needing to be to escape, and I'm just going to be jumping from the top down to the very bottom, because this is the best pathway to do it. You really can't reach the stock car from really any other angle, and plus also we don't want to go to cheating height. We want to do this within the normal height of the bounds of the map, so that way you could do this in a legitimate game. But that's pretty much it. So let's end up just jumping straight to the myth and stop talking about the myth, shall we? Hey, what do you know? It actually ends up working. And if you guys don't believe me and think that I had God mode on for whatever reason, you can just end up trying this yourself, because I promise that this does indeed work. and this is the footage. So I hope you guys end up enjoying myth number 3 here, because it is indeed confirmed. So Zoe, shout out to you once again for coming up with this myth. It was a lot of fun, and I look forward to seeing any of the other ones that you come up with. Myth: can you blow up a car by only using your fists and Back 4 Blood? Alrighty guys, for myth number 4, this is submitted in by Tyler. So Tyler, my G, I'm going to one-up you. I'm going to add a little bit to your myth, my G, because what I want to do is I want to not only see if we can end up blowing up a car with our fists, but I want to see if we can blow up a police car with our fists, because in Back 4 Blood, the only cars that end up having alarms are the police cars. I want to know if we can end up using this on basically what would be the most sturdiest vehicle in the entire game. So I've got me, Glabursko, Dan, and also Nitwit all in a Back 4 Blood lobby here, and basically what's going to end up happening is that me, Nitwit, and Glabursko are going to be doing the meleeing, and then what's going to happen is that Dan's just going to be on standby guarding us just so that way we do not die. But we're going to be only using our fists, we're not using melee weapons, and we're just going to be seeing if the raw strength and power of our characters, the grit and will, is enough to get the police car to explode. So let's jump straight to the testing. I also want to clarify something, by the way, before the myth proceeds, is that I wanted to mention that Glabursko's player model was slightly bugged out and made it where it looked like that he was using his melee weapon the entire time while trying to end up meleeing the car, but I promise you that this is a visual glitch and this was not actually what happened. It's instead just something that is only visual and it did not affect the myth, but I just want to let you guys know that. But other than that little bit of clarification there, here we go with the actual myth. Now the good sign is that right away the police car does give us hit markers and we can break the glass. So we very much are ending up dealing somewhat of damage to it, or either that or the hit marker just very well might just end up being a visual thing, who really knows, but anytime I've ever seen a hit marker in any video game ever, it means that you're doing something. So at the very least, this myth is plausible so far in my mind and not just completely busted. I would say the most important thing that's going to determine whether or not that this myth is going to be busted or confirmed is going to end up being the director, because you cannot disable it in Back 4 Blood. There's no way you can turn it off with mods or anything, so you have to do this within the actual game, and you have to have a will and determination to do this. This just won't happen on accident. We had 3 people doing this, but we just kept mailing and we kept mailing and we were determined to see this through, and then finally we ended up seeing a spark and the police car exploded. This myth definitely tested something alright, and that was mostly our patience, but it was worth seeing the car explode because it felt like that we were Super Saiyans with all of our strength, the fact that we could blow this up with just our bare hands. But yeah, the myth is going to end up being confirmed. You definitely can do this in Back 4 Blood. I just don't recommend that you do, just because it's not worth your time, but it is definitely something fun if you want to show off to your friends and just be silly. Alrighty guys, so now we move on to the final myth, and once again it is going to end up being, can you jump over a tank punch? This is something that I really hope works because it would benefit me and would benefit you within the means of the game, but at the end of the day it all is hypothetical, so instead of talking about it, let's test it, shall we my friends? Myth: can you jump over a tank punch in Left 4 Dead 2? Okay guys, so the final myth is going to be requested by a viewer that I've never seen submit a myth before. This is going to end up being Maxwell Hallam, I believe is how your name is pronounced. I do apologize if I butchered that, my friend, but that's my best attempt at your name. But yeah, thank you for submitting a myth, by the way, Max. I appreciate it. And for your final myth, my G, it's very creative, I like it, but here's the thing, is it practical? Because just because you hypothetically could doesn't mean you should. So that's what I want to see, is I'm not only going to be testing the logistics of it, but I want to see the practicality, because I want to know if we can do this. I like the meta-changing myths because those are my favorite. I like making it where people can have something that they can use as a new tool and adapt their playstyle. So that is going to be the main thing that I want to be looking at here today. So one of the things that I wanted to make sure about to see if whether or not that this myth is practical is going to end up being ping. I want to see if the ping does play a very important role in this myth because of the fact that you have 2 different people and the reaction time. So what we're going to be having happen is that even though nobody's ping is going to end up being the exact same as somebody else unless you're playing on a LAN party, I'm going to be having it where Dan is my tank, and then I'm going to be having it where Glabursko is Nitwit's tank, so that way since they have similar ping, their reaction times will hopefully ideally be in sync. So Glabursko is to my right off camera messing around with Nitwit, and I'm going to be trying to test out my results with Dan. And the idea is that me and Dan are just going to be taking turns trying to time each other's movements and end up seeing if I can end up dodging his punch. What he's ideally trying to shoot for is aiming his cursor at my feet therefore giving me the most amount of wiggle room to try to avoid him in the first place, because if he aims at my upper mask, there's just no way in hell that this myth would work in the first place. I feel like our best bet to try to replicate this in real life in a public game would have to be in versus mode, because trying to do this on an AI tank would be, in my opinion, impossible, just given the fact that the AI tank is going to do its own thing. The director is purposely trying to get you killed, so there's going to be multiple different things of BS that is thrown your way. So if you can end up timing somebody and try to get their human error to work out in your favor, this is where I think that the myth would best serve you, because there's a lot of different things like ping, range of motion, the swing pattern. Everything is going to end up needing to be in order for this myth to end up being a confirmed myth and not a busted myth. And one of the ways that we're going to be doing that is we're going to be trying to give these survivors the most amount of wiggle room possible by trying something different that we weren't trying in the beginning, which is going to end up being a height difference. So how did we come to the conclusion that we wanted to try a height difference test? The reason why is, I'm not gonna lie, it was completely coincidental. We just happened to end up playing on the Last Stand Lighthouse because we try to mix up the gameplay for the footage just so that way you guys have novelty in what you look at while we're testing things. And I just so happened to end up picking a map where there's going to end up being a slanted staircase right at the lighthouse. So what I wanted to do was have the tank be at the very bottom of the staircase and me being at the very top of the staircase, so that way when I jump over the cursor, I'm going to end up being higher in the air than I would be if we were at height level, therefore also giving me the best chance of survival. So this is going to end up being our best attempt, where Dan was a little bit lower than me on the staircase, and I'm just going to be trying to end up jumping over his fist. So I do jump there, but was it in range? Yes, it was. If you watch the footage back again, you will see that I jump over the tank's punch, but it very well could have just been a fluke. So what I wanted to do is that since I just landed in the exact same spot that I did originally when I jumped, I just told Dan to hit me again just to see if he was able to be in range in the first place, and he was, because I went flying. So all I did was just jump, and I managed to jump over the tank fist. So what do you know, guys? The final myth is going to end up being confirmed. You can jump over a tank punch. Now, you do have to be in very specific circumstances where you have to be within the range distance, the height distance, and also preferably have great ping so you have the reaction time to dodge. But if everything works out correctly, you can dodge a tank fist in Left 4 Dead 2. Myth. If you're on fire in Left 4 Dead 2 and walk up next to a gas can, will the gas can catch fire? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 1, the myth is not only going to be submitted by Dan, but it is also going to be tested by Dan, so shout out to Dan. But yeah guys, the idea is that in Left 4 Dead, if you end up getting on fire, there is a brief delay before the fire is put out when you walk away from it. So with that little delay, is it enough that if you walk up next to a gasoline can, would it end up catching fire? So that's exactly what Dan's going to do here today. He's going to stand on the barrel and walk up to the can, and it looks like that it immediately caught fire, which means that the very first myth of today's episode is going to end up being confirmed. And now we move on to myth number 2. Myth. Can you punch a sleeper mid-pounce and back for blood and save yourself? Okay guys, myth number 2 submitted by Glabursko and tested by Tyler. So Tyler's going to go up to a sleeper and just punch it and hope he gets lucky. Let's see what he can end up doing. Here comes the sleeper, and what do you know? Tyler was able to melee him. So it looks like myth 2 is confirmed. You can end up mailing a sleeper mid-pounce and save your life and back for blood. Myth. Can the military truck on Blood Harvest run over special infected? Okay guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Tyler and recorded from the perspective of Dan. The results of this myth were strange, to say the least. We mostly had trouble trying to get the special infected to stay still. The spitter specifically also just did not want to stand still for whatever reason. So we ended up only getting everyone besides the spitter. But regardless of that fact, we were able to finally get the majority of the special infected to just stand still in one particular area, and then we just finally called in the military truck and just hoped for the best, because this myth was just kind of being a little bit problematic after a while. So what we're going to have happen is that Dan is going to end up calling in the military truck now, and Glabursko and Tyler are just going to monitor the special infected just to make sure that they're actually standing still for once. So here comes the truck. After he ran over Glabursko, he's going for the special infected next. And now you're going to see why I say that the myth has strange results. It only ends up killing the witches here. All the other special infected move over to the side and they just kind of warp out of the way. But the witches, since they sit and they can't move, they just get run over, which makes sense. But I'm surprised that even somebody like the Boomer did not get hit. So I think that this myth is going to end up being best left at plausible, just because it works for one of the special infected and then doesn't work with all of them. So it's not inherently busted, but it's not inherently confirmed. So I think plausible is a good place to leave it for now. Myth. Can the zombies in Left 4 Dead 2 trigger the explosive barrels on the second chapter of Coldstream? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by RiseQB. Now meme lords, when I was originally testing this with the other guys, we did try other special infected. We tried the tank, we tried the smoker, we tried the hunter, we tried everything. But the main thing that gave us the best results was the boomer. Now, I wish that there was a little bit longer of gameplay that the guys sent my way, but they didn't want to send me gigantic files, so they cut it kind of short, but that is okay. So we're just going to show you guys the best results. So this is going to be Dan and Tyler spawning in boomers on top of the barrels, with them surrounded by concrete so they cannot escape. And what you will notice is that when Dan's vision clears up and they shoot the boomers for you guys, you will notice something interesting here with this panic event. Because out of all the panic events that I've seen in Left 4 Dead, none of them have been triggered by outside things other than the player before. That is, until today. Because if you shoot a boomer at this explosive barrel, it will trigger it. So not only is the myth confirmed, but I believe to my knowledge, this is the only single panic event that is in the entire game so far that we have discovered that you can end up activating if you are not the player. Which means that if you're playing in versus mode, if you were a boomer, you could hypothetically get yourself killed and activate this prematurely and mess up the survivors. That is cool. Now meme lords, it's at this point in the video I would normally jump straight to the final myth, but since the footage was corrupted for majority of the myths here today, and I also didn't want to leave you with like a less than 8-minute episode, I decided to end up including one more extra myth and having a bonus 6th myth, therefore making so that way the episode's just a little bit longer for you guys, despite the hiccups. So let's jump over to the bonus myth, and then we'll wrap up the video with the final one. Myth: can you kill a tank with just a single chainsaw? Alrighty guys, so for the bonus myth, this is going to be submitted in by Xrium. So the way that we're going to be doing this myth so that way we get the best results possible is have one idle tank and one single chainsaw being used here by Dan, and we're just going to be using the chainsaw until it either runs out of fuel or until the tank dies. Because we do not want to end up having outside factors such as a bot shooting the tank messing up the numbers. So that way we can end up just seeing it just plain as day if the chainsaw is enough by itself to kill the tank. So here Dan goes, he's going to be using a chainsaw on an idle tank now, and let's see whether or not the chainsaw or the tank ends up giving out first. And it looks like the final result is going to end up being the tank dies first, which means the myth's confirmed. You can end up killing a single tank with a single chainsaw in Left 4 Dead 2. Alright everybody, and now it's final myth time, and once again the final myth is going to end up being, can you end up getting the achievement Lickety Split in Left 4 Dead 2 by only using a gas can? Let's test it and find out. Myth: can you get the achievement Lickety Split in Left 4 Dead 2 by only using a gas can? Alright guys, the final myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Star. And meme lords, I have wonderful news. This is the one myth on my hard drive that was not corrupted, which means I can end up showing you my perspective of this myth, which is awesome, because this myth is the final one and therefore it is the most important. So how do we go about testing this final myth? Well, the first thing that we had to do is that I had to load up a Smurf account because I already have Lickety Split on my main account, so we needed one that didn't even have Lickety Split in the first place. After logging into my Smurf, we ended up downloading a couple of the mods that we normally use for Mythbusting Monday, such as the admin menu, Rayman, and the team health counter, and then we ended up loading into a custom match and started spawning in smokers. Now the way that I approached this is I wanted to use the jerry can or the gas can in a multitude of different ways. I wanted to try to melee the tongue as it was coming at me, I wanted to try to shove the tongue as it was coming at me, I wanted to drop the gas can in front of the tongue as it was coming at me, just seeing if there was a couple different things that we could or could not do and see if the results were something that were in our favor. And I will say this, is that this achievement is not easy by any stretch of the imagination. It's really easy if you want to end up just using the chainsaw, but any melee weapon is going to end up being difficult, and it's especially difficult to try to stop the tongue using a jerry can, because you have to time it just perfectly. We even had slow motion on in the game at a point to make it at least a little bit easier, and even then it was still difficult, because when the tongue is coming at you in first person, you can't end up seeing really how close it is, just because it's just a bigger, pinker blob as it's getting closer to you, and it's kind of hard to just get the timing down. Speaking of timing, I would like to believe that the timing was the most critical factor in whether or not that we were going to even get a result out of this myth or not, because the smoker's tongue goes really quickly, even in slow motion, and without connecting with the tongue and just having it where we're missing constantly, really doesn't count as progress in my opinion, therefore making it not really fair to give a proper opinion on the myth. So that was very, very important for us to even remotely proceed. Now with that being said, here is footage of the one of only 2 times that I managed to stop the smoker's tongue from grabbing me with a jerry can. And as you guys can see, I did not get the lickety split achievement. So after several attempts of trying to block the smoker's tongue with a gas can and trying to end up getting the achievement lickety split, we have come to the conclusion that the final myth is going to end up being busted. You cannot get the achievement lickety split without using a sharp melee weapon like a sword or a machete or even a chainsaw. So if you're going to be going for lickety split, my best recommendation to you is to load up a custom map that allows you to get these achievements and just end up putting a chainsaw on with mods, and you can get lickety split that way, no problem. But in terms of this myth, is once again busted. Myth: can the roller coaster on Dark Carnival run over special infected? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 1, this is going to be submitted in by Zoe, and we have done something like this before in the past where we tried to see if the roller coaster could run over these survivors, which ended up being confirmed, and now we're going to be testing it out on the special infected. So in a second here, you guys are going to be seeing a mini line on the roller coaster tracks with all the different special infected minus the spitter, but other than that one little difference, let's just jump straight into the myth and see what's what. Alrighty guys, so here's all these special infected lined up in a zombie conga line of sorts, and we're about to start the roller coaster, so here it goes. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it looks like that we were able to get all these special infected to be hit. It's just that the tank did not die because it has significantly much more HP than the other special infected. But yeah, this myth is going to end up being confirmed. The roller coaster on Dark Carnival can kill special infected. It just can't kill the tank is the one exception. Myth: can you play baseball in Back 4 Blood? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 2, this is submitted in by Glabursco. Now we did something like this back in Left 4 Dead a couple of months ago, but this myth never really amounted to anything in that game. So Glabursco thought it'd be kind of cool if we took an old myth and tried it with the Back 4 Blood engine and mechanics just to see if we would get different results, because not every myth that's confirmed or busted in Left 4 Dead will be confirmed or busted within Back 4 Blood. Now there's a lot more throwable items in Back 4 Blood than there is in Left 4 Dead, because in Left 4 Dead there's only 3 with the Molotov, the Pipe Bomb, and the Bio Bomb. And all 3 of those are in this game, but we also have some additional ones such as the smoke grenade, the flashbang, and even the firecrackers. So we have a lot more grenades that we can test in here, and just given the fact, once again, since Back 4 Blood is a completely different game, the results may vary. Now within Fort Hope, we were able to test the Molotov, the flashbang, and also the frag grenade, but none of these 3 ended up working for us, so we needed to move on to an actual public game, and in a public game we could buy some more grenades from the vendor instead. So here's going to end up being our attempt with the pipe bomb, because the pipe bomb was our best bet because the pipe bomb ends up having a delay, is the only grenade in the game that does not blow up on impact. So we wanted to make sure that we tried all of them, most certainly the pipe bomb, because we wanted to give ourselves the best chance possible. Now specifically regarding the pipe bomb in particular, I want you guys to end up taking a look at something and noticing a small tiny detail that if you're not really paying attention, you're going to miss it. Do me a favor really quickly, watch the center of the screen when Tyler throws a pipe bomb at me and I end up going to swing it with my baseball bat. Because if you look away, you're going to miss it. Did you see it? It's this part right here. I even put a red arrow just to make it a little bit easier for you guys. There's a brief period of time when Tyler throws the pipe bomb at me that even though it zips by my point of view, it zips back right in front of me for a single frame, and you could only see it if you were really paying attention. But as soon as it shows up, it disappears just as fast, and I don't end up seeing it until I look behind me. So for the briefest of moments, I thought this myth was actually confirmed and that there was a collision effect with the baseball bat on the grenades, but it was just a visual bug more than anything. The reason why I say this is because Tyler ended up throwing a pipe bomb on the ground for me, and even with it right on the ground, I was not even able to move the thing with my baseball bat directly on top of it. And this also ended up happening to be the same case with every single other grenade, minus the visual bug because that was only specific to the pipe bomb, but no other grenade, whether it be the bile bomb, the smoke bomb, or the firecrackers, none of them ended up working, so the myth as a whole is going to end up being busted. You can't end up playing baseball in Back 4 Blood, so in both games it's busted. I just think that the collision effects with the baseball bat is just not going to work on anything that's just not a zombie or a player, because I just don't think that they're coded that way. But if there ever is going to end up being a future update where that does become a thing, you bet your ass I'll end up making a custom game of some kind out of it. Myth: if you kill any of the Reeker variants in Back 4 Blood, will the explosion cause a gas can or a propane tank to go off? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 3, this is going to be submitted in by Nitwit. Now for this one guys, we're just going to be using only the gas can because we can only find gas cans. If Turtle Rock had mods for this game, it'd be so much easier to test this stuff, but until that day, we just have to end up working with what we got. But the good news is we at least have 3 jerry cans. So we're just going to be going downstairs here, and I have captions on this time, so I can end up seeing if whether or not a Reeker or any of its variants will spawn in for us. And I do believe, according to the captions, that one is going to be nearby, and I think it's upstairs, which it is, so I'm just going to lure it down to the guys right now. So here comes the Reeker, and we're just going to be shooting the gas cans here any second, so here we go. I see him now, so 1, 2, 3. And yep, it looks like that his explosion does indeed set off the gas cans. So that means that myth number 3 is going to also be confirmed. You can end up blowing up at least a gas can, and I do believe that I am also pretty sure that a propane tank would work with this method as well by using the Reeker and its variants explosions. Myth: can you destroy a pus flinger's bait jar in midair and back for blood? Alrighty guys, so for the second to last myth here, this is submitted in by Tyler. Now this myth is going to end up being tested with the brand new enemy type that is on the brand new map in Back for Blood. These are the guys that end up throwing essentially the Back for Blood version of a bio bomb at you and attract zombies to you. At times, and also on higher difficulty specifically, this guy can be quite annoying, and it would be very nice if we can end up timing our shots to end up destroying his bio bombs in midair, because this would save us a lot of hassle. If this becomes a strategy we can use, this can prevent us from getting obliterated by hordes and can end up saving future runs in future play sessions. Now there was just one thing that sucked about this myth in particular, is that every single time that we missed, we had a horde called on us every single fucking time. So as it got more chaotic, it became even more harder to shoot the bait jar out of the guy's hands. But we were eventually able to, while we were not getting completely destroyed, of a very clear shot where Tyler ended up shooting the bait jar directly. So here is Tyler's perspective of testing out this myth, and as you guys are going to clearly see here, his cursor was right on the bait jar, and it did nothing. So that means that myth number 4 here is going to end up being busted. You cannot shoot the bait jar mid-air and back for blood, but God, I really wish you could. Alrighty guys, so now it's final myth time. So once again, the final myth is going to end up being, does fall damage end up scaling when you change the difficulty in Left 4 Dead 2? So let's end up switching over to NSenr's Atrium, and let's find out. Myth: does fall damage scale with difficulty in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, so for the final myth, this is going to be submitted in by Danny Boy. So what we're going to do, guys, is that we're going to be jumping off of this one particular spot here on NSenr's Atrium because this will not kill us, it will only damage us, and we're just going to be doing it on easy, then normal, then advanced, and then expert. We're not doing realism within this because we don't want to have anything with realism involved. We're just doing flat-out difficulty changes from 100 HP and just seeing what it goes down to. Now luckily for me, since I end up having a mod installed that allows me to be able to see my teammates' health in addition to mine, this is going to make this myth so much easier. In fact, this myth has been a godsend recently for myth busting in general alongside Rayman mod mutations and also the admin menu. But yeah, it looks like that whenever we end up jumping off on easy mode, we end up getting around to, like, let's say 66 HP, no more, no less. It just ends up being that amount usually. Then when we switch over to normal mode, the exact same thing. Tyler ended up getting 66, and Dan also got 66. But normal mode, it's not really that different from easy mode. It's advanced mode and expert mode I'm mostly wanting to see, because those game modes I feel like will be more harsher with the fall damage. So let's try advanced mode. Keep in mind, we're not jumping, we're just flat out falling. And once again, it is 66 HP, not only for Tyler, but also for Dan. But surely, it would change with expert mode, right? I mean, come on, this game is BS all the time with expert mode. It should end up killing us at least a little bit more. So here we go. Let's end up jumping and seeing whether or not even it's a 1 HP difference. So guys, go ahead and jump, and let's see if you go past 66. Nope. It looks like that they're both 66 again. So wow, to my surprise and the guys' surprise, fall damage does not scale with difficulty, which honestly shocks me. I would figure that even if it was like a few HP difference that the game would get progressively harder, even accounting for fall damage, but no. So which means that the final myth here is actually going to end up being busted, but I'm really, once again, just surprised to see that it's going to end up not scaling with difficulty. Maybe it scales with realism, so maybe we can end up testing that one day in the future. Myth: can you throw a gas can or a propane tank at a stalker mid-air and stop it from grabbing you? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 was submitted in by Tyler. Now in order to really get this myth done, since Back 4 Blood doesn't have any mods, we decided to go into versus mode because there is some maps that do indeed have gas cans and jerry cans. So we did luckily find a couple on the times that we did load in, and I was playing as a survivor, or Tyler was, and we were just rotating and taking turns. Now in Left 4 Dead, the jerry can and the propane tank can do some weird things with collision. Most notably, the most infamous one and the most shocking that I still think to this day is being able to break a tank rock with a jerry can. But in Back 4 Blood, the jerry can and the propane, just the animation in general of chucking it seems more stiff than in Left 4 Dead, so the idea of trying to block anything with this is going to end up being tedious. However, despite our bad luck, we did end up having a really good attempt here in this one game that you're about to see, where we did manage to get a decently solid result. So here goes the best attempt. This is going to be the exact same game, with Tyler being the infected this time and me being the survivor throwing the propane tank at him. You guys are not only going to see from Tyler's perspective, but especially mine, that the propane tank does indeed connect. It's just that what happens is that when the propane tank connects, it basically will phase through him, essentially as if he was intangible. So that means that myth number 1 here is going to end up being busted, and now we move on to myth number 2. Myth: can you duck a tank punch in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is submitted in by a true winner 1, and he wants to basically know if you can do the opposite of what we tested as a final myth from a couple episodes back about whether or not that you could jump over a tank punch. So we're back here again on The Last Stand, and we're just going to be doing pretty much the exact opposite of what we did, where what we found out was that if you stand on a elevated area, such as a staircase, you can pull it off and jump over a tank punch. But what happens if you try to duck a tank punch? Now for this myth, unlike the one we were trying to jump over a tank punch, we wanted to see if you could do a couple of other bonus things, such as if you need to stand still, or if you could run, or if you need to use cover to avoid the tank punch and duck underneath of it. And one of the main things that I want to point out real quick with this myth is that the tank's punch radius is very, very powerful. He can end up hitting you from areas that would feel like that you should not be hit from. But eventually, as we always do, we managed to find a result that we were happy with, and this was kind of like the sweet spot that you really need to be on the stairs. And you guys are going to see that Tyler does a last-second jerk reaction trying to duck, and from the exact same spot, when he's standing up this time, the tank is going to swing at him once again, and it does hit him. Now what this does mean is that the myth is indeed now plausible, but I wouldn't say it's anything more than plausible. The reason why I would say that this myth is not quite confirmed, even though you can indeed do this, is because of one main reason, and that's because there is so little things in Left 4 Dead that allow you to go lower into the ground and therefore be able to pull something like this off. And unfortunately, it's not something as simple as just giving the tank the high ground and now all of a sudden the player should be able to duck the tank's punch. Because what happens is that you need to also be within range of the tank punch to begin with in the first place, and a lot of areas in Left 4 Dead where you're going to end up being underneath of the tank, you are also further away from the tank punch to begin with, which means that you can't even get hit by it in the first place. So the main thing that keeps this myth from being confirmed is going to be just the way that the maps are just designed, because you're more likely to be in a position where you can jump over a tank than duck underneath of a tank. So at the very most, I'm only comfortable with labeling the myth at plausible, because unlike the jumping one, where you could easily replicate that time and time again just the way the maps are designed, the ducking part is going to be so far and few in between that at the very least, I'm really comfortable with labeling it at plausible. Myth: if you jump off the map with the bombs to blow up the boat on the Devil's Return, will the mission fail? Alright guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Glabursko, so all we're going to do is just load up the finale on Evansburg, or the Devil's Return, and we're just going to be picking up both C4s because we're in multiplayer where there's 2 of them, and just have Tyler and Glabursko jump off the map. So here they go, they're going to jump off right now, so there goes Glabursko, and then shortly after is Tyler, and as you guys can see from my perspective, the C4 came back and ended up teleporting right back to the bridge. So that means that this myth is going to also be busted. You cannot take the C4 with you when you're jumping off the map, and you cannot lock other people from achieving a victory on this map. Myth: can you stop a breaker's storm effect by using a flashbang? Okay guys, so for myth number 4, this is going to be submitted in by Nitwit. Now the flashbang is a very useful piece of equipment in Back 4 Blood. I think it's one of the very best, probably like a top 3. And I think that the flashbang, especially if you can upgrade it, is a really, really good way of keeping special infected off of you. So if we use flashbangs on the breaker, is it strong enough as a grenade to be able to stop the breaker from creating that annoying storm effect that he does, where he ends up trapping you in kind of like a Fortnite storm circle and calling a whole bunch of infected on you? Because I'm pretty sure everybody would love to stop playing a game of hardcore tickle the pickle with a special infected and just get back to the normal game. Here is going to end up being footage from when Tyler ended up playing a game by himself and submitted my way, where he encountered a breaker and he had a egregious amount of flashbang grenades. And what happened was that the moment that he threw them at the breaker and just started laying into him with the shotgun, the bots also joined in and they took out a crap ton of his health. So much so, they were able to kill him literally before he could even do anything. He just jumps in and died. And the main reason why that this was successful is because flashbangs and Back for Blood can stack upon themselves. So regardless of the rarity, they can end up giving you a lot more time than if you just had a single flashbang by itself. When all is said and done, this myth right here is going to end up being confirmed. You can use the flashbangs to stop the breaker storm, so pile up on flashbangs and get killing. Alrighty guys, final myth time. So once again, the final myth is going to end up being, can Whittaker's grenade launcher on the second chapter of NSenr be able to launch cars and dumpsters flying, essentially creating a whole bunch of chaos? So let's move over to the map and let's see what's what. Myth: can Whittaker send cars and dumpsters flying by using his grenade launcher? Alrighty guys, the final myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by Star. So Star, thank you for submitting your myth our way, my G. And now we're going to be seeing whether or not it's possible for Whittaker's grenade launcher to wreak havoc. Now I just want to let you know that, by the way, we are only testing the cars because we were not able to find dumpsters within our admin menus to be able to spawn them in. So it's going to be only one half of the myth, so I hope you understand, Star. But we're still going to be testing out the car feature and giving you a very detailed result nonetheless. Alrighty guys, so here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Here comes Whittaker. And wow, holy crap, yeah, the cars went flying. They flew so much, actually, that the one car that Tyler was looking at completely flew out of the map and over a building. So I believe it's safe to say that the final myth is going to end up being confirmed. You can use Whittaker's grenade launcher to send cars flying and wreak absolute beautiful chaos on NSenr. Myth: can you block the van in the panic event on the 4th chapter of Dead Air? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Star, and Star also ends up saying he really has been enjoying the myth busting episodes lately, and I just want to say thank you, Star. You are awesome. We really appreciate you. And this myth is going to end up being something that I'm really looking forward to testing for you, my friend, because I am curious too. So guys, as per usual with any of these myths where we're trying to stop a panic event, we are just going to spam every single object into oblivion, into the map, and just put them in front of its pathing and just see if it will mess it up. So let's cue the panic event now and see what happens. Alrighty guys, so on the map right now we got the Great Wall of fucking everything, so let's start the van and just see what happens. Alrighty guys, I'm starting the van right now, so let's see if the cars, the walls, or any of these things really at all can stop the panic event. Because we have seen different results before in the past with van interactions, but it looks like that for this one specifically, it didn't end up stopping it at all. And you can see from different angles that every one of the guys experienced the same thing that I saw. So which means that for myth number 1 here, this is going to end up being busted. You cannot stop the van on Dead Air. And now we're going to move on to myth number 2. Myth: can you stop an exploder's explosion with a bear trap in Back for Blood? Alright guys, myth number 2 is being submitted in by Tyler. Now for this myth, guys, in case you guys don't know how all the different special infected work in Back for Blood, for specifically the exploder, he can end up running at you extremely quickly, and on command he can explode himself and end up damaging you really badly. Now when the bear trap was introduced in DLC 2, it ended up being like a hit or miss piece of equipment. It really isn't that good and only works in niche circumstances. But can it work in this as one of its niches? Can it stop the exploder from exploding and therefore basically killing you, because the exploder is one of the most lethal infected in the game? So let's see if whether or not we can just place an army of bear traps and try to stop an exploder from killing us. Let's give it a try. Alrighty guys, so here's Tyler approaching me in Fort Hope, and as you guys can see, the bear trap does indeed get him stuck, and he can't explode. It locks him out of his ability, and he can only explode after I choose to kill him by shooting him with my gun. So that's cool. There's another use that we can use for the bear trap right there, which means that myth number 2 here is going to end up being confirmed. The bear trap can stop the exploder from exploding in Back for Blood. Myth: can you have 2 secondary weapons in Back for Blood? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Glabursko. Now guys, for Back 4 Blood, there is this one card that's called 2 is 1 and 1 is none. This card allows you to be able to have 2 primary weapons in your inventory at the same time. So with Glabursko's myth, he just wants to see if that same logic applies to the secondary weapons, which would fall for the pistols and the machine pistols. So we all have the card on right now in our inventories, and we're just messing around in the safe room trying to pick up each other's guns. But because this card is only meant to work with primary weapons, it's not looking very promising so far. I even tried to do something cheeky where I changed the gun's attachments in hopes that that would convince the game otherwise. But unfortunately, that didn't work either. So guys, that means that myth number 3 here is going to end up being busted. You cannot have multiple secondaries in Back 4 Blood, although I don't believe that they should restrict you. They should allow you to do this. Maybe they can end up making it a card one day, who knows. But as of right now, the myth is currently left at busted. Myth: can you kill the witch in 4 melee hits on Expert Realism in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 4, this is going to be submitted in by Dan. Now guys, for this myth, this one I like because I want to see if you can actually do this. Because we did something similar to this, where it was instead the boomer, and we tried to see if you could kill the boomer in 4 hits, because we wanted to see if he would actually not die in 1. And that ended up being confirmed if you hit him in certain body parts. So is that something that we can do here that is possible on the witch? Now Dan ended up having the best perspective in terms of testing this myth, because you can see his axe swing every single time, whereas when we ended up seeing it, it looked like that on the very last one, that only blood just came out of the witch and nothing happened at all in terms of the swing. So it just looks like that Dan sneezes so aggressively that the sneeze killed the witch. Now obviously this strategy would not work if you tried to attempt this in a real game. However though, despite that fact, the myth is going to end up being confirmed. You can indeed kill the witch in 4 melee hits on Expert Realism. I just only recommend that you do this if you only had no other options left. Alrighty guys, it's normally at this point in the episode that I would go over to the final myth, but I thought it'd be really nice if we end up having a bonus myth in today's episode, so we're going to be doing that really quickly, and then we'll jump back over for the final myth. Myth: can you crown the witch on Expert Realism mode in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, the bonus myth is going to be submitted in by Jess. Now for this myth, she does also specify that we are allowed to have multiple people try to do this at the same time to give ourselves better odds. So I'm going to take advantage of that suggestion, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to be having all 4 of us simultaneously shoot the witch in the head and see if we can crown her. Now I know that's technically not crowning, but this is more rather just for funsies rather than being efficient. Alrighty guys, so we're all surrounding the witch right now with our chrome shotguns, and here we go, we're laying into the witch. And as you guys can see, even with all 4 of us simultaneously shooting, the witch did not go down 1 shot. So that means that this myth is definitely going to end up being busted. You cannot crown the witch on Expert Realism mode. If you tried to do this, you would stand 0 chance. Alright guys, and now we are moving on to the final myth. So once again, it is going to end up being, can explosives kill special infected through walls? So let's turn on our aimbot, turn on our skills, and let's end up seeing what can happen. Myth: can explosives kill special infected through walls in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, so the final myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by Ecrium. So we're going to be doing this on Swamp Fever to start off, and then slowly over time we will be transitioning to some other maps just to see if whether or not that a certain wall will end up giving us a different reaction than the other, or if they will just treat them all the same. So here is going to end up being our first test. We just randomly pick this wall right where Virgil shoots, and we're going to be having Glabursko shoot at with a grenade launcher. So as everyone's getting ready in position to see what he does, here is Glabursko shooting at the wall, and as you guys can clearly see, he ends up killing the boomer in the feed, and a witch starts to run after him. So that means that he does end up managing to hit at least some of the special infected through this wall. Now this was really good, but we did want to test this multiple times just to make sure that this myth wasn't a fluke. And it's a good thing that we did, because literally the blue fence that is right next to the gate that Virgil destroys, we tried the exact same thing and this did not work whatsoever. In fact, every single wall that we actually tested right after that first one that was successful, up until a certain point, all the other ones that we did just did not work at all. You can see here that from Glabursko's perspective that we have a boomer on the other side of this wall, and you can see the muzzle flash from Dan shooting his grenade launcher, but not even a single one of these pieces of specs that are flying on the screen managed to end up hitting the boomer and causing him to explode. And the boomer is extremely weak. Like, if he gets hit by like a little tiny bullet, he will automatically blow up. In fact, actually, it was only when Dan shot through the wall that the boomer exploded. So it looks like that in comparison to bullet guns, the grenade launcher will only work on some types of walls. The key factor was trying to figure out why is it that only some walls work and some other walls don't, because we tried brick walls, we tried wood walls, we tried plywood walls, we tried different types of textures on all different types of maps, and every one of them gave us a different result. It was only eventually when Tyler finally suggested an idea where he proposed the possibility that maybe the only reason why that some of the walls work and some of them don't work is because more rather instead of being what type of wall it is in its literal sense, maybe more rather instead it's about how that the wall functions within a given map. And one of the things that we noticed is that the wall that where Virgil shoots the rocket at is meant to explode in the first place. So maybe perhaps what it is that only walls that are meant to be destroyed in the first place can end up reaching the other side. We didn't want to try this on Swamp Fever yet again. We wanted to try this on at least one other map to confirm our suspicions, because if it works on another whole ass map, then we might be on the right track. And we're trying to think of what maps will be left, and then it hit me. I was like, wait a second, Crash Course. On the very beginning of the Crash Course on the first chapter, there is the part in the campaign where there's the artillery gun that you have to shoot the wreckage that's on the bridge, and that's meant to be destroyed. Okay, so now we're on Crash Course, and on the exact opposite side of the wreckage, we have got multiple boomers spawned in. We decided to do this deliberately because if the boomer gets hit by a grenade launcher, it automatically dies within the normal game. So if the grenade launcher can go through this bridge, it will make contact with the boomer. So we're going to be having Tyler shoot the grenade launcher in a second here and see if this myth works. So here we go. 3, 2, and 1, and he shoots. And yep, every single one of the boomers ends up exploding. So that's what it was, that why the grenade launcher would only work on some walls and not all walls. It has to be a wall that's meant to be destroyed in the very first place. So at the very least, we know that this works on the plantation finale, and we also know that this works on the first chapter of Crash Course where the artillery gun shoots. So if you end up playing on those parts of those specific maps, you can shoot through them and kill any infected that are on the other side. So it means that this myth definitely has some ground to stand on, but here's the thing, is that since it only works on just 2 maps that we know of, I don't think that we should call this myth confirmed. I think instead what we should do is that since it does work on some parts, and not on all parts, the best thing to do is to leave this myth at plausible. Now I don't know if this is a design oversight or if this is meant to be something that you're supposed to do in the actual game. But here's the thing regardless, is that when it ends up shooting through the walls that are meant to be destroyed, in my mind that makes sense. So I would like to believe that this is something that was left in the game by accident, but didn't get patched out because it was making sense over the long term when players started to use this tactic maybe, and Valve was like, oh, maybe that makes sense. Myth. Can the witch kill another special infected while she is attacking you? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Nitwit. So the way that we're going to be doing this, guys, we're just going to be spawning in a whole bunch of boomers on the map, and then we're going to aggro the witch, so that way when the boomers are next to us, if the witch does manage to hit them, it will basically blow up instantly, indicating whether or not this myth is confirmed or busted. So we're going to be spawning them here right now in the sacrifice campaign, and I'm going to be having it where I'm hovering above everybody while the other guys end up getting the witch pissed, and just seeing if whether or not that will trigger the boomers. Alrighty, so we got a witch spawned in now. Glaberska is going to shoot her, and as you guys can see that the witch is attacking Glaberska right now while he is completely surrounded by boomers, but the witch is not managing to end up getting them to explode. And it's kind of hard to tell if whether or not that she's even hitting Glabersko or the boomer in the first place, because all you can really do is see blood, because the boomer nor Glabersko is even flinching, so you really can't end up telling at a first glance. And see, the thing is, you can definitely do this with a tank, because I've seen this before. If you try to end up pissing off a tank and you end up having the boomer walk in front of it, the boomer's going to instantly get KO'd. So it does work with some of the special infected, but for some reason the witch is just solely locked on to either Glabersko or missing, or you just genuinely cannot tell. It's one of those 3. But I definitely know for sure that if she would have hit the boomer, it would have been obvious because all of them would have exploded, or at least some of them would. So I think it's safe to say that this myth is just ended up being busted. And also for the Halloween special here, we're going to be having all the myths end up being called a treat or a trick, depending on whether or not they are confirmed or busted. So treat myths are going to be confirmed ones, and tricked myths are going to be busted ones, just for funsies, because this was an idea from the guys that I think you guys would really like. So this myth is a trick/busted. Myth. Can the witch set other special infected on fire while she is on fire? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Dan. And now the way that we tested this myth, guys, is that we ended up just setting the witch on fire and just running next to Special Infected while she was chasing us in hopes that if she bumps shoulder to shoulder with them, that they will also catch fire. You can do a similar way of doing this with a gas can, actually, where if you stand inside of a fiery barrel and you quickly jump over to a gas can, the fire will spread that way. So there is that effect and kind of like idea in mind with Left 4 Dead. But will that carry over with the Special Infected is the key thing. So very shortly here, Dan is going to end up lighting a gas can on fire so that way the witch will be aggro on him, and then he's just going to run into the crowd of the Special Infected right next to the train car. So here it goes. So the witch is running after him now, and it looks like that there's no Special Infected on fire quite yet other than the witch. Now the tank did end up getting angry and explode the boomer, and everyone kind of like flew all over the place. But nobody's still on fire, it's just the witch. So I think it's safe to say that this myth is going to be also a trick or busted, because trying to get the witch to do this would end up being problematic to say the least, because without being able to control her directly, she's just going to run all over the place and end up being kind of a loose cannon. So unlike using the gas can strategy as a human player, this myth is going to end up being busted. Myth. Can you use a flashbang to stop the hag from eating your teammate in Back 4 Blood? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Tyler. So what we're going to be doing, guys, we're going to be playing on Blue Dog Hollow on the 2nd chapter because this is the only map that guarantees a hag spawn. And then what's going to happen is that we are just stockpiled on flashbang grenades. Glabursko is going to sacrifice himself so that way he's starting to be eaten by the hag. And then Tyler, me, and Dan will throw our flashbangs at the hag, seeing if whether or not that will save his life. So fingers crossed for Glabursko's sake. But yeah, here we go. Alrighty guys, so here comes the hag now, so Glabursko's about to get eaten, so let's get ready to throw the flashbangs and see if we can save him. So 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, I would say I'm seeing results, but right now I'm seeing Jesus Christ because I'm blind from throwing all these flashbangs. But it does look like, though, that out of the corner of my burning retina, I do see that Glabursko is free, which means that this myth is going to end up being a treat / confirmed. You can end up saving your teammates by using a flashbang on the hag, so definitely stockpile on flashbangs because they seem to be the absolute go-to grenade at this point for Back 4 Blood. Myth. Can you get the hag stuck in a bear trap in Back 4 Blood? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by True Winner 1, and me and the boys have a crap ton of bear traps on this one half of the forest, and the idea is that we're going to be having the hag chase us straight into these pair of bear traps that we got here on the ground, so that way ideally she will not only be stuck in one of them, but hopefully multiple of them, and just keep getting stuck over and over and over again. Alrighty guys, so Tyler is having the hag chase him right now, and they're about to be here any second, so let's just hope and pray that the hag gets stuck by at least one of these, like, dozen bear traps. And no, it looks like the hag just does not care at all. It ignored every single one of them and started to proceed to eat everybody. So it looks like that this myth is actually going to end up being a trick or busted. You cannot stop the hag with bear traps, which is just stupid to be honest with you. If it were my choice, I think that it would be best to make it so that way the bear traps can stop everything, except for pretty much the ogre, because the ogre would make sense. But yeah, why not end up having it stop the boss ridden? I think it would make the bear trap much more useful than it already is. But let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section down below. Alrighty guys, and now it's time for the final myth, and the final myth is once again going to be, can you end up shooting the witch and aggroing her through a wall? This is something that I personally really want to see because I want to see if the witch has to be making eye contact with you in order to end up targeting a specific player, or if the game is just scripted in a way so that way she will attack the player that shot her regardless of the line of sight. So let's take a look at the final myth now and see if whether or not that you can shoot the witch and aggro her through walls. Myth. Can you aggro the witch by shooting her through walls? This is the Halloween special. To be honest, you should have expected seeing that at least once. Alrighty guys, now actual final myth time since I got that jump scare out of my system. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed your heart attack. But yeah, so here we go with the final myth. So the final myth is going to be taking place on No Mercy, and we're going to be having it where Glabursko is trying to shoot the witch through the wall while she is on the staircase here. And even if the witch decide not to target Glabursko because she can't see him with her eyes, who would she attack? Or would she attack at all for that matter? I really am curious to see. But yeah guys, we only can end up finding out if we test it ourselves. So here we go with the final myth. Alrighty guys, so Glabursko is in position and so is the witch. The witch is on the stairs and Glabursko's gonna go back inside, so he's about to shoot her right now. And it does say that, Yep, Glabersko did shoot her on the screen, and here it is from Tyler's perspective. You can see that Tyler is seeing the witch and also Glabersko within the same frame, and the witch does indeed go after Glabersko almost immediately. We were even lined up in such a way that the witch, if it wanted to, could have easily gone for me, Tyler, Dan, or basically just could have just jumped off the map flat outright. But no, she specifically targeted the person that shot her, which is Glabersko, which means that this myth is confirmed. You can end up having it where the witch will still track you even if you shoot her through a wall. And that means that she doesn't need to see you to be able to hunt you down. So when you end up shooting, just make sure you are very careful and don't accidentally hit a witch through a wall and end up having to go on a game of running for your life. Myth: can you knock a tank off on the bridge in the parish finale? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 1, this is going to be submitted in by Vader. Now in order to test this myth, guys, we need to end up having an item that gives us the ability to use a knockback effect, which is going to end up being the explosives. This is something that we've done before with a prior myth on the channel, which is going to be, can you knock the witch off the rooftops on No Mercy? And we did the exact same thing with things such as the pipe bomb and also the grenade launcher to gauge whether or not the witch could fall off. Some items worked, some items did not, and we're going to be trying to test those exact same methods here with the tank. So here's going to end up being the main two that you probably care about, which is going to end up being the propane tank and also the pipe bomb. The propane tank does indeed work if you have the tank at the edge of the bridge and you just shoot it. He will end up flinging that direction and fall off the map. Alright, now here comes the pipe bomb attempt. Now the pipe bomb is a lot harder to do because the pipe bomb goes all over the place, whereas with the propane tank you can kind of be a little bit more detailed with where you want to go, just given the fact that the way it is. But with the pipe bomb, if you get it to land just right and explodes in the correct position, you can also indeed knock the tank off. Alrighty guys, so the pipe bomb and the propane tank work. There was a couple of other explosives that we tested, such as the explosive barrels, but those don't spawn naturally on the parish, and then things like the grenade launcher just simply don't work. But at least for these two, I am definitely okay with labeling this myth as confirmed. You can end up knocking a tank off the parish bridge as long as you have select explosives. And with that being said, let's move on to myth number 2. Myth: can a tank rock blow up an explosive barrel? Alrighty guys, the next myth is going to be submitted in by Glabersko. Now the way that we're going to be testing this myth is we're going to be doing this here on the Sacrifice, because the Sacrifice has a lot of naturally spawning explosive barrels. But in addition to the naturally spawning ones, we're just also going to spawn in some of our own. And what we're going to be doing is we're just going to be making a giant mountain of them, and then we're going to spawn in a tank, get him to throw a rock at us, and hopefully we can end up fidgeting around and moving around in the explosive barrel pile we made, just enough so that way the tank will miss, end up hitting a barrel instead, possibly triggering an explosion. Alrighty guys, so here is the footage now. So as you guys can see, we have a plethora of explosive barrels, and also at the same time, we also have our tank spawned in. Now the tank was a little bit finicky. It was kind of hard to get him to hit the barrel because he was just strangely really good at hitting us, even though we were flying around with no clip. But as you guys can see, he hits the barrel right there and nothing happens, basically meaning that this myth is busted. So the tank cannot blow up an explosive barrel with his rock, although that would be something cool to have happen and something really awesome and unique to have happen also specifically in versus mode. Myth: does Nomchansky do the same amount of melee damage as a gas can or a propane tank? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Tyler. Now guys, this myth was something that really stumped me, because the results that we got were something that I was not expecting, and I genuinely do mean it. When Tyler, Dan, and I tested this myth, I went into it thinking that I already knew the answer. I thought that because Nomchansky was a throwable item, that he would do the same amount of damage as a propane tank or a gasoline tank. I just thought that that was a given. But from our testing, that does not seem to exactly be the case. The term that I would like to use to describe the results that we got were consistently inconsistent. The reason why I say this is because no matter what object that we did, and no matter how many times that we tested it, and no matter where we even hit the zombie on the body, we did not get a conclusive result onto how many hits that takes for any object in the entire game to end up killing a zombie. Now here's the thing, I do know that in a given campaign that zombies, for example, sometimes will fight each other and they can be weakened ahead of time, and so if you go to melee them, they might already end up being low on HP, but these were zombies that we spawned in fresh, so they should not have been damaged by anything at all yet. Plus also, we did not shoot them or end up having where they took like any fall damage. They were just zombies that were completely and utterly unaffected by anything. There was no outside influence other than our own. Now, it would be very easy for me to say, like, oh, I think that this myth is at the very least plausible, because technically, since we can't prove it either way, and I do believe that this is possible, that I should just label it as such. I don't think that that would be a good idea, at least for this specific myth. This particular myth does not end up having a base result. There is no control. There is no legs for this thing to stand on. What we are trying to do with this series is we are trying to take already established things within the game and put a twist on them to see if they can be done in an alternate way. Is there another method to complete the same task? And this myth just has too many unknown factors tied to it where I really am not comfortable with labeling it as anything. But I didn't want to end up excluding this myth from the episode because it's also so uniquely odd. So this is what I want to do. I'm going to give this myth its own unique label that I probably will never use within the series again. For this one time only, I'm going to give this specific myth the label of inconclusive, because this myth doesn't end up having enough information to properly give it a label or a result. The reason why I'm doing this is because I do not want to spread misinformation on claims that I cannot back up. So I think that this would be the best happy solution. If we also do ever get more information to where we can give this myth a proper result, I will keep you guys updated and give you the answer in some type of capacity in the future, but as of the publishing of this video, the myth is currently labeled as inconclusive. Myth: can you trigger a door alarm while someone is lockpicking a door in Back 4 Blood? Alrighty guys, the next myth is going to be submitted in by Nitwit. So basically, Nitwit wants to know, essentially, can you be an asshole inside of Back 4 Blood and end up triggering a door alarm while someone's trying to disable it anyway? So what we're going to be doing is that I'm going to be playing as Carly and find a door that has an alarm on it while we're playing on Nightmare. And I'm going to let the other guys know that I see it, and I'm going to start trying to lockpick it with my toolkit. And then right behind me, Tyler is going to take his gun and shoot at the door before I can finish the animation, seeing if the alarm will still go off, even though I'm halfway through the process already. Alrighty guys, so here is Tyler's perspective. I'm going to lockpick the door any second now, and he's going to shoot his AH-12 at the door, so I'm going to lockpick the door as we speak. And yep, when he shoots it, the alarm goes off immediately. So that means that myth number 4 here is going to end up being confirmed. You can end up indeed setting off an alarm door while someone is lockpicking it. I expected this to happen because this makes the most logical sense, although from a gameplay standpoint, this definitely would make you the most annoying person in the entire lobby. Alrighty guys, so now we're moving on to the final myth, and the final myth is once again going to be, can you rescue a survivor if they have died if every single door on the map or every rescue closet has already been opened? So we're going to be moving on to that now and see if whether or not you can save your teammates. Myth: can you rescue your dead teammates if every door on the map has been opened? Alrighty guys, the final myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by Saturn. Now guys, we're going to be testing this myth specifically on the NSenr Hotel. The reason why is because this map is vertical and completely covered in doors everywhere. There is a door pretty much like every foot that you walk in this entire place. And I think that this would be the best because that way we get the biggest sample possible. So we're going to open up every single rescue closet and even just any random door that we can find, as long as the door can be opened in the first place, because we're not going to worry about doors that can't be opened to begin with. Once we have done that, we're going to end up killing the bot version of Rochelle, and we're going to walk down the map as normal and see if any of the closets are still going to spawn her in, despite the fact that they are all opened. Now guys, let me ask you something. If this myth ended up being confirmed and you could end up respawning your character without needing a closet to be closed, would the character still spawn in the closet with the door opened, or they spawn in another completely different way? And if they did spawn in a completely different way, what do you personally think it would be? Because we have seen these survivors spawn in slightly different areas that aren't quite closets, such as, for example, like porta potties and a couple of other things. Now, meme lords, it looks like we end up having our final results. So we have gone from the very top of the hotel all the way back down to the very bottom of the hotel where the safe room is, and Rochelle is still nowhere to be seen. Every single door is still open, and we did not defib her or do anything with her character once we killed her. She is just simply not respawned because all the closets are open, which means that this final myth is going to end up being busted. You cannot resurrect or bring back dead teammates when all the closets have already been opened, or the doors for that matter have already been opened in the entire map. The only way at that point to bring them back would be with a defibrillator, but at least now we know. Myth: can you stun Boss Ridden with a stun gun in Back 4 Blood? Alrighty guys, so for the first myth for the episode, this is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now, the boss ridden and Back for Blood are immune to several different things, which honestly surprises me how immune they really are. But we do want to end up testing every single thing. So we are now testing the stun gun. Is the stun gun going to end up being added to the list of things that cannot affect the boss ridden, or will this be a device that we can use and keep in our back pocket? So Dan and Globbersko are going to be facing all the different bosses, the first one being the ogre here, and they're going to try to use a stun gun while they are being grabbed, or just simply next to the ogre, and seeing if whether or not that the ogre just stands still or freaks out. So far, it looks like that when you stun him from the outside, according to this video that I'm showing you right here, the ogre does indeed get stunned. But is this just a fluke, or is it not? Because when Dan does it now, it looks like the exact same thing happens again, even though the boss ridden is making it so that way he can't get close without getting knocked back, he is not getting attacked like how Vader does shortly thereafter. So it looks like that it does at least affect the ogre out of the 3 boss ridden there in the game. Alright, now we're going to test this on the Breaker. So as a Breaker comes out of the garage here, Globbersko is going to hit him with his stun gun, and it looks like that immediately the Breaker ends up freaking out and he cannot move. So it does give them an opening to end up shooting him with some guns. And now finally, for the last boss ridden of the game, we are now testing this out on the Hag. Now while Vader is being eaten by the Hag, he cannot use the stun gun to save himself, but everybody else who is not getting eaten can. So that means that the Ogre, the Breaker, and the Hag can all be affected by the stun gun. It's just that you cannot be pinned by the special infected while you're using the stun gun. So that means that this first myth is going to end up being confirmed. You can end up using the stun gun to end up stopping the boss ridden in Back for Blood. I would not recommend that you would do this in solo play. This would be more rather recommended for co-op, because you really don't want to end up sacrificing an entire slot for your equipment in order to save a bot. But if you're trying to keep your teammates alive, for example, for like, let's say a nightmare run, this might be a useful strategy to you. Myth: can the van and the panic event on Dead Air run over the witch? Alrighty guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Zoe. So right now, the guys end up having a crap ton of witches just in front of the van, and it looks like from the gameplay that the witches do not die to the van, because the van will just ignore them and just go around them. So that means myth number 2 of the episode is going to end up being busted. You cannot have the witch be run over by the Dead Air van. Myth: can you use spawned-in gas cans to fill up Jimmy Gibbs' stock car? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 3, this is going to be submitted in by Rise QB. So Dan and Globbersko are going to try to fill up Jimmy Gibbs' stock car with gasoline cans that they have spawned from their admin menu instead of the ones that are lying around on the map. Now they are basically identical in terms of looks, and they are pretty much identical in terms of function, because it looks like that is indeed filling it up, but it's going to end up being a matter of whether or not that the cutscene will trigger to figure out whether or not that this myth is really confirmed or not, because what does this really end up benefiting you if you can't escape? So it looks like that Globbersko and Dan should be finished up here any second now, and it looks like that the cutscene does indeed play, which means that this myth is going to end up being confirmed. You can use gas cans that are spawned in artificially in order to rescue yourself on Dead Center. Myth: can you use helicopter blades to kill a tank? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is submitted in by Vader. Now the way that Dan and Globbersko decided to test this was to go onto the parish and just use the giant military helicopter, because these blades are just gigantic. It would give them the best possible room to be able to do something like this. So what Dan decided to do was make a giant staircase for the tank to climb up on, so that way Dan could lure him into his trap. So Globbersko is flying above the helicopter to get a really good aerial view, and we're going to be seeing if whether or not that by walking the tank into the blades, if it will cause the tank's death. The main thing that I noticed from the guy's gameplay was just trying to get the tank to run up the staircase even at all, because the tank either wanted to throw rocks at the guys, or it just did not want to cooperate by going up the stairs and just instead decided to climb up on the helicopter, jump down, or do random things, etc. But it looks like that eventually Dan was able to get the tank to end up going into the blades. And it looks like that the tank does indeed die to the helicopter blades, which means that myth number 4 here is also going to end up being confirmed. I don't necessarily know if you'll be able to achieve this in a legitimate game, but it is really cool to know that the tank is not completely invincible. Too bad the military didn't know about this strategy. Alrighty guys, so now it's final myth time, and the final myth is once again going to be: can you reuse rescue closets? It's basically a follow-up myth from last week's episode, and I really am curious to see what the results will be because I was not here for this week, so I have no idea whether or not it's going to be confirmed or busted ahead of time. So let's find out in the episode together. Myth: can you reuse rescue closets in Left 4 Dead 2? Alright guys, so the final myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Glabursko. So Dan and Glabursko are going to be testing this myth out by doing the following. They are going to end up killing a bot version of Bill and Lewis while they are playing on Crash Course. They are going to run throughout the map until they end up getting the survivors to pop up in a rescue closet. Then from that point, they will retreat back to the safe room, re-kill the same bot survivors again, and just proceed throughout the map again and see if whether or not that they will spawn within the same rescue closet. Now, in order to show this myth in the best possible way, I'm just going to speed up the footage and have no cuts, so it doesn't look like that we stitched two different gameplays together to end up fabricating a result. So this is going to be exactly 1 minute's worth of gameplay just sped up so that way you guys can end up seeing basically what happened. If you guys want to pause, you can, but I'm just going to show you guys basically what it was in summary. So essentially what happened is that the moment that the bot survivors die, they spawned in relatively close from the safe room. Now as we end up running throughout the map again, they do not spawn in the exact same rescue closet. They actually end up spawning up here near the panic event. So what's going to happen is that Dan and Glabursko are going to end up killing the bots in the safe room again one last time just to see if that they spawn in that rescue closet now, or they will even go back to the prior one, because that also might be a little bit of a weird thing that possibly could happen that I just only thought of right now actually. But it looks like that the original rescue closet did not spawn the survivors, and also as they proceed throughout the map it looks like that the other one did not as well. Therefore meaning that this myth is going to end up being busted. You cannot reuse the same rescue closets in Left 4 Dead. If a bot survivor, or just I assume a survivor in general, dies, you at that point have to find another rescue closet to be able to save them again, unless you have a defibrillator. Myth: do bots take less damage from spitter acid than human players? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is submitted in by JJ Lipscomb. Now JJ, the way that we're going to be testing your myth is that we're going to be having an extra bot survivor, and we're going to be spawning them in right next to us, so that way when we get hit by spitter acid, we can see both our health and the bot's health, and if the bot receives less damage than the human player, or ends up having it where their health goes down a lot slower than the human player, at that point we will have our answer. But first we need a bot, so I'm going to be using console commands, and I have given birth to Lewis 2.0.
Hi, how are you?
And now this is where the fun begins. So Dan's going to end up spawning in spitter acid with console commands just because it's more easier, more practical than just spawning in a spitter and getting her to spit on us. So as you guys can see from the health bars, that Drages' health bar goes down super fast in comparison to bot Lewis. In fact, it's such a big difference that Lewis managed to still stay in green HP and Drages got incapacitated. So that means that myth number 1 here is going to end up being confirmed. The bots take significantly less damage in comparison to a human player when it comes to spitter acid. Myth: can the van in the panic event on Dead Air run over the tank? Alrighty guys, so for myth number 2, this is submitted in by Ace of Spades. So Ace, thank you for submitting a myth our way. We appreciate you, my G. Now guys, when it comes to the final results of this myth, we thought that it was going to end up being a given. We just thought that because all the other things that we've tried to test this van on, since they didn't die, we thought that the tank would also not die. And for the most part, that is accurate because the tank, every single time we did this up to a certain point, just did not die, even though he went directly through the van and was completely intangible to it. For the times, though, that the tank did die, it was so inconsistent that I'm just going to write them off as flukes and just say that the myth is busted because this van has not managed to kill anything so far, and the tank literally, pun intended, face-tanked the van. So I think that for the most part, this myth is pretty much busted and self-explanatory, but let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Myth: can the helicopter on Dark Carnival break a smoker's tongue? Okay guys, myth number 3 submitted in by MJB2010. I like how that the first 3 myths of today's episode come from the YouTube comments. We really don't get too many in the YouTube comments. A lot of them mostly come from the Discord now. So guys, please do submit more also in the YouTube comments. I'd really love to see what you guys come up with in there as well. But now we go back to the myth. So the way that we're going to do this, everybody, is we're going to be having a floating little platform right above the helicopter. And then I'm going to stand next to the helicopter, so that way it's just at the right angle, so that way the smoker is going to have the desire to grab me at a vertical angle. with the blades being in between the two of us. So it looks like the smoker does indeed grab me, and as you guys can see, the blades are clearly hitting the smoker's tongue. So if this were to be confirmed, the smoker would have let go of me by now, but he's not, and he's still trying to kill me, which means that myth number 3 here is also going to be busted. The smoker's tongue will not break because of helicopter blades, but I do find it kind of silly though that that's the case, because I feel like that this should, in my opinion, because the helicopter blades can do things like kill the tank in one shot, but it for some reason does not break the tongue, which I find weird. But I mean, hey, I didn't make the game code and it just is what it is. Myth: can Jimmy Gibbs Jr. spawn in the atrium in survival mode? Okay guys, myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Zoe. Now this myth is something that I like. This is creative. Because Jimmy Gibbs, I never seen him in any other game mode other than just the base campaign. In fact, in the base campaign, in my entire time playing Left 4 Dead, for him to spawn naturally, that I'm aware of, I have only ever seen him 4 single times. And survival mode, since there's zombies absolutely everywhere, you would think that there would possibly be Jimmy Gibbs Jr., but as far as I'm aware, I have never seen him do this. So let's test something. Let's just see if Jimmy Gibbs Jr. can even spawn in survival mode in the absolute first place. So we're going to load up a just random map. We're going to load up Dark Carnival, and it does look he does spawn. That's a good thing, but we need to see if he spawns on Dead Center and also the atrium in general. Now in terms of spawning on at least Dead Center, it looks like that Jimmy Gibbs also does spawn in. And now let's test the atrium. So any other generic map works. Specifically Dead Center also works. Now what about atrium? Because this is going to be the one that Jimmy Gibbs is associated with, because this is where his stock car is and all that good stuff. And when it comes to this, it looks like that he can indeed spawn in survival atrium. So what does this mean about the myth? Does this mean that we're going to end up just saying confirmed and just calling it a day? Here's the thing though, is that even though that could be possible, I don't think that we should. I feel like that'd be too easy, because let's talk about statistics and a little bit of interesting things about Jimmy Gibbs real quick. So when it comes to Jimmy Gibbs' spawn rate, he only has a 5% chance to spawn in a given campaign, and so that means that you have to get really lucky to find Jimmy. Not only that, but in addition to the testing here today, I also did some research on Google and found some things. I found access to the Left 4 Dead game files specifically talking about Jimmy Gibbs Jr. And in there, it also talked about how he spawns. Specifically with Jimmy Gibbs spawns, it looks like that according to the game files, he can only spawn in naturally in the base campaign. No realism, no versus, and lastly, no survival mode. So you can spawn him in artificially, but according to the game code, you cannot spawn him in. Which means that specifically if you want to spawn him in survival mode, you have to use cheats. Now Zoe, since your myth here does not specify if you want to know if whether or not Jimmy Gibbs will spawn in naturally or if you can do it artificially, I think it'd be best to leave the myth at plausible. Because given the fact that he can spawn in, and it's just not a flat out no, does technically give this myth wiggle room, especially based off the wording where you do not specify, my friend. So I think it's best that we leave it here. Okay guys, so now we move on to the final myth, and the final myth is once again going to be, can Whittaker kill specials with his grenade launcher? So I'm really looking forward to seeing whether or not that the man, the myth, the legend Whittaker can use his ultimate redneck powers and slay some zombies. Let's do this. Myth: can Whittaker kill special infected with his grenade launcher? Okay guys, the final myth is going to be submitted in by Tyler, so let's do this. Let's fly over to where Whittaker is, and we're going to put some special infected in front of the giant truck, and we're just going to let him open fire and see if he can just yippee-ki-yay these motherfuckers. Alright, here we go. So we're spawning in some special infected now, and shortly we're about to have chaos. Alright everybody, here we go. So Whittaker, get your grenade launcher, my buddy, and let's blow up some zombies. 3, 2, 1... And yep, I saw some bodies alright. Now funny thing is that from the carnage here, there actually is some special infected that are still alive. The Charger, the Tank, and the Witches all did not die. But the Boomer, the Smoker, and all the weaker special infected did. So we didn't kill them all, but that's confirmed in my opinion. That was an epic myth, an epic explosion, and an epic final result.
Myth: does the smoker's tongue have infinite range? Submitted by Walter White. Now, as you're about to see in the footage, the smoker's tongue is clearly not red, meaning that we cannot ensnare Go. But I've come to also find out that the smoker gets a little bit more range for grabbing people when crouched. As you can see in the footage here, tongue turns red, or his crosshair turns red, when he crouches, or when I crouch in this footage. Now, this is very precise movement, trying to find out the maximum range that the smoker can grab people at, and it's this range right here.
Hey everybody, Sick John interjecting here for just a brief moment to clarify something. I wanted to let you guys know that in addition to what Dan tested, I also found this video on the internet provided by Game Breaker on YouTube, where that he actually manages to use the same admin menu that me and everybody else uses when we make Myth Busting Mondays. And he manages to get a smoker to reach him from an ungodly distance that Dan nor I were able to replicate before in the past. So since this clip exists on YouTube, and we were not able to replicate this ourselves, instead of calling the myth busted like we originally were going to, we're at the very least now going to label the myth at plausible, given the fact that this clip exists. But other than that small bit of clarification, now we're going back to Dan for the rest of the video.
Myth. Can helicopter blades stop a hunter or jockey from pouncing you? Submitted by a true winner 1. Now, as we're walking up to the helicopter, I want to give a clear indication of why we chose the parish over anything else. The parish is the only map that I know of, and that Gloversco knows of, where the helicopter at the end deals damage, like legit damage. Like if you jump up into it, you're gonna insta-die or you're gonna insta-incap. Where all the other helicopters, like on No Mercy and Dark Carnival and all sorts, and all the other campaigns, do not deal damage. Now, as you just saw right there just a second ago, Gloversco jumped up into the helicopter blades and went flying. And now that I've murdered my teammates, Gloversco can now come back safely and show us again, properly, with me watching, that we can see that the hunter gets stuck by the helicopter blades. And here we go, Gloversco's walking up. And he's about to jump into him. In 3, 2, 1, boom. I'd say that is a confirmed myth. That myth is confirmed. Let's move on to the next myth, shall we? Myth. Is Jimmy Gibbs faster than a common zombie? Submitted by Gloversco. Now, for myth 3 here, we're getting set up in NSenr's second level of streets. But I'm going to show you a dual screen perspective here, and you'll see that right as they start running, they take both exactly just about 4 seconds to get to you. So, myth is busted. Jimmy Gibbs Jr. is not faster than a common zombie. Myth. Can you destroy the giant tank rock on the second chapter of Coldstream? Submitted by DugTyler. Now, as you guys know, I'm the Lord of Destruction. I am the man who crashes. I am the boogeyman of crashing computers. But sadly here in this footage, we tried our damnedest and we could not, like, literally break the rock. No matter how hard we tried, no matter how many explosive barrels I threw at that thing. Now, just wanted to give an epilepsy warning as we move further into the footage here that it's going to get very flashy. So be warned, it's going to get very flashy, and I'll just play the footage here with no voiceover. So yeah, sadly, the myth is busted. As much as I would have loved to see that rock blow up into smithereens, blow up to high hell, it's busted. So, let's move on to the next myth, shall we? Myth. Can you get the Rocky Horror Picture Throw achievement with the grenade launcher? Submitted by StarSand64. Now, as we move on to the final myth here, We began by doing tank training, as we thought it would be the easiest way to find a way to really test this in a simple manner.
Literally, don't throw it to the air. Yeah. I destroyed that and nothing.
Now, in the upcoming footage, you're going to see that Gloversko does shoot at the tank rock with his grenade launcher, and he does hit the tank rock as it does not hit him. It's indirectly at him. Now, I want to say a big thanks to Gloversko for remembering to hit record, unlike my dumbass where I completely forgot to hit record in Survival Atrium. And then I'm going to show you the portion of footage where he does get the achievement and it does pop. I'll even zoom in on it on screen when it does. Bingo. He did not have the achievement on this account. You saw in the footage beforehand that he hit it twice with the grenade launcher and it did not pop. So, unfortunately, as cool as this myth is, it is busted. You cannot get the Rocky Horror Picture Throw achievement with a grenade launcher.
Myth: can you kill a sleeper with common ridden if you throw a bait jar at it? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Gloversko. Now there's one thing that I would like to point out about the sleeper that I did not know originally until I found out a little bit ago. When it comes to the sleeper's HP, it's at 1, which means that any sort of direct impact by anything is enough to kill the sleeper. So the problem is with the bait jar is that if I throw it directly at the sleeper, it's going to kill it. So the only way that I can get this to sort of work is to miss the sleeper slightly and get the bio bomb or the bait jars missed to be around him, and hopefully the zombies will still be attracted to him. Now the good thing is that when it comes to grenades in Back 4 Blood, when you hold down the trigger, there is this red sphere that you can see that will allow you to be able to figure out where that the grenade is going to fall, or where its radius will be. And that means that I can judge whether or not I need to throw it at a certain distance near the sleeper in order to end up missing, but hopefully still end up having some sort of effect on it. But as you guys can see, it's very, very hard to end up having the bait jar kind of miss the sleeper, because you have to miss on purpose in order to not kill it, but you have to be just close enough that it actually affects the sleeper in some sort of way. And it looks like that from what I was able to achieve, it looks like that the sleeper is not affected at all. So this means that myth number 1 is going to end up being busted. You cannot end up killing a sleeper with common zombies by throwing a bait jar at it, although that would be a cool idea, but the reason for this is just because a direct impact to get the bile bomb to work on a sleeper would result in the sleeper dying because it only has 1 HP. So unfortunately the myth is busted, but it was still a cool idea nonetheless. Myth: can you die to spitter acid in the rescue vehicle as the ending cutscene is taking place? Okay guys, myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Zoe. Now to give some context on something that relates to the myth here, I want to talk about a patch that was involved in the Last Stand update. So prior to the Last Stand update, if you were to incapacitate inside of a rescue vehicle, the game would declare you dead within the credits. However, with the Last Stand update now in the game, they made so that way if you end up being incapacitated in a rescue vehicle, you are alive in the credits, implying that basically you got medical aid, and then that way you didn't die. Now the thing is though, is that when it comes to the spitter acid, if you were standing in it at the time that the cutscene happened and you were leaving, would you hypothetically off camera be able to seek medical attention, or would the spitter acid kill you? That's basically what the main gist of this myth is. So the rescue vehicle is coming over now, and what we're going to do is we're just going to spawn in a spitter on the boat, and we're just going to kill it as we're running onto the boat and running over the spit that falls out of its body, and we're just going to have Dan stand inside of it alongside Tyler to see if both, or one of them at least, ends up getting killed by the spitter acid by the time that the cutscene commences. So here goes nothing. So we're going to spawn in a spitter now, and then we're going to run onto the boat, and we are going to see if whether or not that Dan or Tyler dies. So here comes the spitter now, and we're shooting it, so let's run onto the boat and see if anybody dies. So Dan is in the acid now, and it does say that in the kill feed that Dan ended up getting killed right as the screen went black. So it was almost at the exact second that the cutscene happened. But now the moment of the truth. So as the boat ends up going into the screen fades to black. Who ended up dying? and it looks like that the only person that died was Dan. So if we take a look at Glabursko's POV again, you can see what ends up happening is that Dan ended up having a lot less HP than Tyler did. Tyler ended up having 30 by the time that the cutscene happened, so he was able to live and survive the spitter acid despite being in it by the time that the cutscene took place. Now, based off the way that Zoe's myth is worded, Zoe wants to know if you can die versus if you can survive. So since we ended up dying in this myth, that means that Zoe's myth here is going to end up being confirmed. You can indeed die to spitter acid if it's in the rescue vehicle with you by the time that the cutscene takes place, if your timing is just very unlucky. However, though, if you're like Tyler, where even if you're standing in it, if the timing is just right, you can also still survive. So it treads on the border of plausible, but at the very least, it's confirmed. Myth: does acid ignite gas cans in Back 4 Blood? Okay guys, myth number 3 submitted in by Tyler. Now, there's a couple of different examples he gave of some zombies that we can test that end up making acid, and the one that we're going to use is going to end up being the Shredder, which is the newest variant of the Reeker family, which is like the Boomer equivalent in Back 4 Blood. So right now I'm standing next to a jerry can. Glabursko's going to make his way over to me now, and he's going to kill me. Now, at the time of my death, my body is going to end up convulsing and spitting acid everywhere and making a giant pile, just similar to like what the spitter would do in Left 4 Dead. And as you guys can see, there is no fire on the ground, meaning that the myth is going to end up being busted. You cannot ignite a gas can with acid in Back 4 Blood, which is interesting because from a gameplay standpoint, this means that this is very similar to the way that this works in Left 4 Dead, where in Left 4 Dead you have to, for example, pick up a gas can first before something like a spitter can destroy it, which I think is interesting. Myth: can you rocket ride with propane tanks in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, the next myth is going to be submitted in by Dangerous Grace. Now, this myth is kind of unique. I like the fact that we're going to be using a propane tank to do this instead of a grenade launcher, because the propane tank I feel like doesn't get a lot of attention when it comes to the explosives department. Now, every single one of us had a different strategy on what we thought would be the best approach, so I, and alongside the other guys, thought it'd be the best idea to just do our own thing. So Dan, Glabursko, Tyler, and myself all took a piece of the map and we just made it our own, and we tried different strategies that we thought would work better than some of the other ones that we had. Now, if you're wondering what my strategy was in comparison to the other guys, mine was basically to b-hop in front of a propane tank and just shoot it and basically get lucky. Because when it comes to the grenade launcher in Left 4 Dead, you have to jump to get that to really work. So I thought, hey, maybe it was a similar method when it comes to the propane tank. But unfortunately, the propane tank doesn't work nearly as effective as the grenade launcher. In fact, we ran into quite a lot of different errors. And the main thing that ended up happening that was the inconvenient part, was the fact that the propane tank basically just evaporates rather than makes a shockwave explosion type of thing that the grenade launcher does. And the other guys' strategies were no really better than mine because they ran into the exact same problems. So Dan, Glabursko, Tyler, and myself with 4 completely different strategies could not get this to work. So I think it's safe to say that the grenade launcher is just unique upon itself, and that this myth is just going to end up being busted. You cannot end up doing this, in my humble opinion. I think it's busted because we just could not get it to work to save our own lives. But maybe there's perhaps a way that we can get this to work with like an oxygen tank, for example, in the future. So if one of you guys wants to make that future myth, be my guest. Alrighty guys, now it's time for the final myth. And the final myth is once again going to be, can you end up putting out fires with fire extinguishers in Left 4 Dead? And I can't believe I never thought of this myself, but I think now is the best time than ever to test this and see if whether or not that's possible if fire extinguishers just simply do their job within the game. So let's jump into the final myth now and see what's what. Myth: can you put out fires with fire extinguishers in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, so the final myth is submitted in by JJ Lipscomb. So JJ, thank you for submitting this myth. This is one of my most recent favorites. I think that it's very unique. So we decided to test this on No Mercy because No Mercy has fire extinguishers everywhere within their walls because of the fact that it's a hospital. And the way that we're going to activate the fire extinguisher is we're going to just throw Molotovs directly at it, because unfortunately we can't be reasonable people and not cause vandalism because we can't use the fire extinguishers as they were intended the way that the game is designed. So we're just going to throw a fire at it and just hope for the best. Do not try this at home or in real life. Alright, so Tyler's throwing the Molotov now, and there's fire everywhere, and you can see that the fire extinguisher did pop, and that mist is indeed coming out, although be it brief. And the thing is, though, is that unfortunately, since the Molotov causes a lot more fire than the fire extinguisher really has within itself, we really can't end up putting out the fire within reason. And we also did test this multiple times just to make sure that this wasn't a fluke, because of the fact that you would think that a Molotov would be able to at least have something happen to it when there's a fire extinguisher used on it. Even if it doesn't put it out completely, because I understand that like Molotovs consist of like gasoline and stuff, which is a lot harder to put out than just a basic fire. But still, you would think that it would at least flinch. But no, it didn't budge at all. There was no difference regardless of how much fire we used, how many fire extinguishers we used. I think that is just a thing within the game that was never programmed because, you know, Valve never thought that anybody would attempt to do this. So even though it was a good try, I think it's a reasonable thing to say that this myth is going to end up being busted. You cannot put out fires with fire extinguishers in Left 4 Dead, as much as that sounds completely silly, but it's more effective and better for you to just jump flat out in the water instead of using a fire extinguisher. Myth: can the roller coaster on Dark Carnival cut a smoker's tongue? Alrighty guys, so the first myth is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now this myth is unique. I like how that over the last few weeks we've been having a theme about trying to cut the smoker's tongue in different ways, and this is probably the most unique one yet. Now the biggest question you might be asking is, how are we going to do this? Because there's not exactly a surface for the smoker to stand and grab you at a way that the tongue would be lined up with the roller coaster. But do not fret, my friends, I have an idea where we are going to end up having a little platform that we spawn for the smoker and just have Tyler hang on the side. Now we're going to be calling the roller coaster shortly and just seeing if whether or not that direct collision with the tongue is enough to be able to break it and therefore free Tyler. So let's end up activating the roller coaster and see what happens. Alright guys, so here comes the roller coaster. Let's see if it can break the smoker's tongue. Oh, and it looks like, actually, okay, we do not have a result yet, actually. It looks like that the tongue was too high and the roller coaster went underneath. That was something I was actually not expecting. Okay, so now we gotta come up with a second strategy. So the wall was not in our favor there. There really never was a spot to begin with to do this. So we kind of just have to adapt stuff on the fly. So we decided to go on a lower part of the roller coaster where there's no walls in the way. And we're going to make our own surfaces at just the right height so that way the smoker's tongue will be level with us. Because when it comes to the roller coaster, if you look in third person, the roller coaster buggies are about thigh height with the character model. So we can only end up going really that high. Okay, so everything's situated, so let's try this again. And yeah, it looks like that the tongue does not break. Alrighty guys, so for myth number 1 about whether or not that the smoker's tongue can be broken by the roller coaster on Dark Carnival, this is going to end up being busted. It clearly went through and there was no mistaking that, so this myth is going to be 100% busted, and unfortunately it means you cannot use this method. Myth: can you ride the roller coaster on Dark Carnival by landing on it from above? Alright guys, this myth is submitted in by Glabursco, and we're pretty much just going to jump straight into it because this one's really self-explanatory. So we're going to be activating no clip and just falling on top of the roller coaster and seeing if we can keep up with it. So here we go, let's summon the roller coaster and see what happens. Okay, so if we just stand still, even if we fall right on top of the thing, we end up losing it because it just keeps going and we just stand still. So we have a different strategy where we're going to be riding on the roller coaster by walking on it. Okay, so here we are getting on it and walking in place now. This actually seems to be much more efficient and working. We're actually keeping up with a roller coaster. Although, be it we're technically riding on top of the roller coaster, but we are still very much riding it. Now, even though we can do this, if we end up having a very steep drop, or the thing just takes too sharp of a turn, or the game just decides to kick us out for some reason, we will not be able to stay on the roller coaster. However, though, for the briefest of moments, you are riding the roller coaster. So I would say it's safe to say that this myth is confirmed. It's really bizarre on how you would do this, and you wouldn't be able to do this in an actual game without cheating unless you wanted to do the adrenaline strategy. But if you don't mind cheating, this is another way you can ride the roller coaster on Dark Carnival. Myth: can throwable items explode if they are run over by the roller coaster on Dark Carnival? Okay guys, the next myth is going to be submitted in by Dan, aka Dr. Sneeze, aka Dr. Explosives, because Dan loves explosives. And we're just going to be taking all the throwable items that are in the game, anywhere from the propane tank all the way up to the fireworks, and just placing them on the tracks for the roller coaster, and just seeing if the roller coaster running them over would just simply explode them. Now by logic, this should work, but due to the video game logic being slightly different than real life logic, we will have to see. So it's a bit of a coin flip, but let's just see if whether or not this myth is confirmed or busted. Okay guys, we got a healthy mixture of all the different throwable items, touched and non-touched, just in case their physics are different. But it looks like regardless of whether or not we grab them or not, they do not end up exploding by the roller coaster specifically. But don't worry, we have Dan on standby to cause an epilepsy warning. So this myth is busted. The roller coaster will not explode any of the throwables by just simply running them over. But let's be honest, this is probably a good thing because we wouldn't want to be carrying a gasoline can and burst into flames. Myth: can you stop the roller coaster on Dark Carnival by blocking it with solid objects? Okay guys, so the next myth is going to be submitted in by Zoe. So as Dan normally does whenever we end up playing games, he is going to lag my PC and spawn everything known to mankind so we can see if whether or not that any of these textures will block the roller coaster when we activate it. So we're going to be activating the roller coaster here any second now, and we're going to be seeing if walls or cars or buildings or the Great Wall of China, for all I care, can end up stopping this monstrosity known as the roller coaster. Let's do this. So here comes the roller coaster. It's going up now, and yep, I had a hunch. Just like every single other vehicle in the entire game, it seems like it's basically going to just ignore everything and act like that there's nothing there. And it doesn't matter whether it's walls, it doesn't matter whether or not it's buildings or concrete slabs, the roller coaster just ignores all of it and decides to go through them all. So this roller coaster just does not give an F, which means that this myth is going to end up being busted. The roller coaster will just go through anything that it pleases, and it's only with some exceptions that any of the vehicles in this game can be stopped by other objects. Now guys, instead of just jumping straight to the final myth right away, I'm actually going to be having one more bonus 6 myth for you guys, because there was at least one more person that had a roller coaster myth, and I hate for them to be the only person that was left out, so I thought that I would tack them on here right before the final myth, and just include them in the episode. So I hope you guys enjoy this bonus 6 myth. Myth: can the roller coaster on Dark Carnival move objects out of the way, such as cars and dumpsters? Okay guys, so for the bonus myth, this is submitted in by Wilder Bump 7. Now Wilder Bump, even though your myth is very similar to Zoe's by nature, I didn't want to exclude you out of the episode just because of the fact that it was similar, and I also didn't want you to be the only one that was left out, so I thought I would tack you on here at the end, my friend. So we are going to be testing out if whether or not that the cars are able to stop the roller coaster, because for some reason with our console commands we do not have access to a dumpster command, but I hope you understand. Alrighty, so here comes the roller coaster now into the giant conglomerate of all of our cars, but it looks like that the roller coaster will just ignore it and go through it anyway, just like how it did with every other object in the game. So Wilder Bump my G, your myth is also busted, but thank you for submitting it anyway. Alright everybody, and now it's the moment you've all been waiting for! The final myth! And once again, the final myth is going to be, can Special Infected ride the roller coaster on Dark Carnival? Get ready guys, because this one's about to be insane. And I hope you guys end up enjoying what you see, but let's jump straight into the final myth of today's episode. Myth: can Special Infected ride the roller coaster on Dark Carnival? Alrighty guys, so it's been a long time since this has happened, but the final myth is actually going to be submitted in by me. I have not submitted a myth to this series in a very long time, and you guys were just coming up with so many great myths theming around the roller coaster that I just wanted to join on the fun, man. So I hope you guys understand why, but don't worry, this won't be like a regularly recurring thing or something. But yeah, let's just jump straight into the final myth and see if Special Infected can ride the roller coaster. Alrighty guys, so the roller coaster has started to arrive and the Special Infected have started to fall, but it looks like that they're not only falling from the sky, they are literally falling into their deaths because the roller coaster is running them over and blood and guts is flying everywhere. So not any of the Special Infected so far have managed to survive more than rather a few seconds. And this includes things such as the tank and the witch, which have a lot more health than you would think would have an easier time doing this. But no, a lot of them are either dying, getting stuck, or just simply not wanting to give in. We believe that there's a trade-off happening here because we're using idle Special Infected because we do not want them attacking us, but because they're sitting still, they're most likely clipping into the roller coaster. But what is this? This is something interesting. For a split second, that spitter was riding on the roller coaster, it looked like. And now there's another one doing it again, and it's not dying. It's still there. It's not dying. It's actually running on the roller coaster like how we did earlier. Yo, hold up, we might actually be onto something here. So, okay, so it looks like the only one that has managed to do this so far is the spitter. So we're gonna stick with that and just keep spawning them. But they're not always working. Some of them are still definitely getting run over. So I'm not really exactly sure what's going on here about why it's working only sometimes. Now, keep in mind, like I said, we were using idle special infected, but the menu we use, for some reason, the idle feature does not work on the spitter specifically. So that might be contributing to the reason about why only the spitter is the one that was working for a brief second. So here's a way that we can tell definitively. I'm going to have Dan spawn in spitters, and I'm just going to wait. I'm going to be hanging around the map and just seeing if the spitters will immediately die or we can get a couple of them to stay put. And from this angle, from what it looks like, for at least a solid few seconds, multiple different spitters are on top of the roller coaster and riding on it. That is a sight to behold. That is awesome, man. So I don't know about you guys, but I think that not only number one, that is awesome, but number two, this myth is absolutely confirmed. It might be only just the spitter, and no other special effect that we're able to get this to work with. But one and only one is good enough for me. Myth. Can a spitter set a gas can on fire while a survivor is holding it? Alright guys, so myth number one is going to be submitted in by Ecrium. Now the way that we're going to do this is just basically really simple. We're literally just going to hold the gas can while a spitter spits on us while we aim the gas can in different directions. We can also try crouching to get it closer to the spit while still holding it, but there's really no way we can get the gas can to still make contact with the spit other than those few things while we're still holding, just the way that the game is. So yeah, here goes nothing. So we have Globbersko holding a gasoline can while Dan is a spitter, and I'm just going to watch. And you can see that Globbersko is just simply standing in the spit. Nothing like too out of the ordinary. He's just doing what anybody else would do. And as you guys can see, the only thing that happened was that Globbersko ended up getting incapacitated, but the gas can did not get affected whatsoever. Not even a little bit of a noticeable difference. And then here's a clip of me crouching while looking directly at the spitter acid to give this basically the best possible chance, but even doing that, it did not work either. So I think it's safe to say that myth number one is just flat out busted. There's really nothing that we can do here other than what we've already done. Even if we were to do something like hypothetically give a direct impact where the spitter's cursor was lined up on the gasoline can, make direct contact, there's nothing even in the game files that allows for that to end up making where the gas can lights on fire. So I think it's safe to say that this just does not work. Myth. Can a group of witches die to the airplane on the finale of Dead Air? Alright guys, so myth number two is going to be submitted in by Zoe. So what we're going to do, guys, once again, very just literal, we're just going to spawn witches in front of the plane and just see if it ends up running them over. Because pretty much when it comes to the planes, or any of the other vehicles, honestly, in Left 4 Dead, it's a 50-50 toss-up of whether or not that they will make collision and be able to kill players, or if they are just going to end up being intangible and just ignore everything. Alrighty guys, so let's end up spawning some witches on the runway. So Dan is causing the witch to show up now, and the plane is incoming very fast, so let's see if whether or not that the plane can indeed kill the witch. So here we go, the plane is making collision, and it looks like after the explosion is all settled down, that the witch is indeed alive. The witch did not die in the collision. You can end up seeing their red heads, that they are all alive and they are all completely fine. That means that myth number two is also going to end up being busted. The witch cannot be run over by the plane on the finale of Dead Air, but it was at least worth a shot. Myth. Does the mounted minigun on the finale of Swamp Fever have unlimited ammo? Okay guys, so this myth is going to be submitted in by JJ Lipscomb. Now here is the interesting things that we have found out about this myth, because there's quite a lot of them and you'd be surprised. Number one, when it comes to the minigun, I don't know if you guys ever thought to do this, but if you no-clip into the texture, there's actually no bullets in the drum mag that is on the left-hand side. It is just completely empty. However, if you take a look very closely at the minigun, shell casings will fly out of the right-hand side. So basically, we're getting ghost bullets where there is a bullet forming as we're pulling the trigger and just shooting from the middle all the way out to the right when the casing flies out. Not only that, but even though we had console commands and modified the game, even with infinite and unlimited ammo on in the gameplay, we were not able to disable the minigun cooldown, which prevents us from shooting any further for other than a limited time. And finally, while we were testing this myth, we found a brand new glitch in Left 4 Dead over a decade later, which is a visual bug where when you're on the minigun, your secondary and or primary weapons can end up increasing in magazine size because all the ammunition from the minigun gets transferred over to your primary and secondary weapons, and you can have a clip that has over 200 bullets in your secondary, for example, which is just ridiculous. Now, obviously, I want to reinstate that this is only a visual glitch. This does not last in terms of gameplay. It will immediately wear off the moment you let go of the minigun, so you can't walk around using a 200-round Magnum, for example. So what did we learn today? We found out that if you no-clip into the minigun, you're technically shooting ghost bullets, which don't end up showing up until you pull the trigger. Also, in addition to that, we found a brand new glitch over a decade later where you technically can get a visual bug where you get extra magazine size for your guns when you're shooting the minigun, which is also really cool. And then lastly, we also realized that even with infinite and unlimited ammo enabled, it doesn't affect the minigun. Which means that unless we want to end up possibly digging the internet and finding a random chance of a mod that makes us that way it disables the minigun cooldown in Left 4 Dead, which could really just risk just getting a random virus on our PC, which is something we're just not willing to risk and take, I think that's safe to say that this myth is busted at the very most plausible, but basically busted because I can't verify if there's any mods that exist, and I just don't want to have a random virus that makes us that way when I look at my email one day that says I'm subscribed to Big Dicks Monthly. So I think it's safe to say that we can just leave the myth where it is. Myth. Can you be kicked for being AFK in a solo match of Back 4 Blood? Alrighty guys, so this myth is going to be submitted in by Tyler, and there's two things I want to talk about when it comes to this myth. Is that number one is that if you can get kicked hypothetically, when it comes to the kicking system, how long do you have to be AFK to get removed from a match? Because if it's too early, it will be a little bit frustrating, especially given the fact that this is a single player portion of the game. And also too, is that when it comes to the kicking system, what counts as inactivity? Is it going to be just purely not moving? Or is it just simply just standing still in the spawn and never leaving? Because I know some games treat AFKing differently. With that in mind, the way that we're going to maximize the potential of this working in our favor to see if it can end up kicking you, we're going to end up having Tyler stand in front of an open safe room door while only the bots are keeping him alive and he will not touch his controller whatsoever. And this is going to be, once again, like I said, sped up footage, but I'm going to give you guys kind of like a brief summary of what happens so that way we're just not here for 5 minutes just watching Tyler stand still. So, since Tyler has played Back 4 Blood the most out of any of the other Mythbusters and has done so many different things, I trust him and his intuition. He knows Back 4 Blood like the back of his hand. And he ended up submitting this gameplay and also telling me his experience via DMs. And basically what he told me is that no matter what he did, no matter how many times that he replicated this, he could not personally get himself to be kicked. And that is a good thing, because if you can get kicked from a solo match in any single player game, that would be stupid. So basically, long story short, this myth is going to end up being busted. At least from Tyler's gameplay and his experience, he was not able to get kicked. There could be the possibility that this used to be a thing and was eventually patched out, but as it currently stands right now on 12/19/2022, you can no longer be kicked from a solo match, at least until proven otherwise. Alrighty guys, so now we move on to the final myth, and the final myth is once again going to be, can you get the Gong Show achievement by using a charger, specifically the charger's charging ability? So let's head over to Dark Carnival on our Smurf account where we have yet to earn the achievement and see if whether or not that this myth is confirmed or busted. Myth. Can a charger get the Gong Show achievement in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, so the final myth is going to be submitted in by Globbersko, and as you guys can end up seeing here from the gameplay, that I do indeed not have the Gong Show achievement on this account. Alrighty, so here goes nothing. I am in front of the machine now, and I'm going to charge any second. So here we go. And it looks like that from this first attempt that the achievement did not pop. But don't worry, we have other ideas. One other idea we have in mind is to use Dan as a battering ram and seeing if I can slam his body into the machine and score. But it looks like that this idea does not work either. And there also is no difference when I'm standing on the machine and charging, or standing on the machine while charging Dan into the machine. So regardless of standing in front of the machine, to the side of the machine, standing on top of the machine, and using a humane battering ram, the achievement did not pop using the charger. So the final myth is busted. You cannot get the Gong Show achievement by using a charger or his charger, anything that's related to the charger for that matter. but it is something that I thought was cool, and Glabersko, thank you for submitting it as always. Myth. Can a zombie that's set on fire by incendiary rounds light a nearby gas can on fire? Okay guys, so myth number 1 is submitted in by Wilder Bump 7. Now Wilder Bump, I wanted to mention something really quickly about your myth before we actually get started with it. Is I noticed that you didn't specify common or uncommon or even special infected within your myth. You basically just say zombie. So we tested this on a variety of different special infected just in case you only happen to end up meaning one and not all of them, and that way we cover them all. Because certain infected, like let's say for example the common infected, they die instantaneously even to the weakest of guns with incendiary rounds. They can't even survive long enough to light a nearby gas can on fire, nor does their dead corpse do so. So if it was just the common infected, the myth would just be flat out busted. But if that's what you meant, then I hope you don't mind that we include some extras. So here's one of the uncommon infected that we tried to use. We tried to use the riot gear zombies because they're the most covered, but even with like a weaker gun, like let's say the suppressed SMG, with incendiary rounds, they still die really fast. Now with certain special infected, such as the Charger and the Tank, where they have a lot more HP, this is where we start to get our best results. But as you can see, even with the Charger directly standing in front of the gas can, or even on top of it sometimes, they did not end up lighting the nearby gas can on fire. Instead, they just kept the fire to themselves. But we didn't just want to give up at the Charger, because there's just sometimes things with the game that are unexplainable and only certain things work. For example, how a few episodes back, when we were trying to see a special infected could ride the roller coaster on Dark Carnival, the only one that we could get to work with was the Spitter, for some unknown reason. So we decided that we just test all the special infected, and as you guys can see, Smoker, Hunter, Charger, all these guys are just not lighting it on fire. They only instead get burnt. I mean, hell, even the Tank, who has the biggest surface area of all the special infected, even he could not get the gas can to light on fire by just standing next to it. I think that this myth, for the most part, is basically busted because we just cannot end up getting it to work in the way that I imagine that you were thinking when you wrote this myth. Although, before we do conclude with the myth, I do want to show you something that I just thought was interesting, which is this right here. How that the witch, if you end up startling her, that if you end up having a gas can nearby, she will swipe at it trying to hit you, and it can actually cause it to blow up. And the thing is, this also wasn't a fluke either, because we did this again because we took notice of it, and it happened every single time. But since this wasn't the way that you worded the myth, I'm just going to still label it as busted, but I did want to show this part at the end, just so that way you knew that technically this does exist, and if you were trying to look for any sort of reason for a special infected to blow up the gas can, you can at the very least use the witch strategy that we found. But at the end of the day, the myth is busted. Myth. Does fall damage scale with difficulty in Back 4 Blood? Okay guys, so myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now this is pretty straightforward. We're just going to be playing on Recruit, then Veteran, and then Nightmare for Back 4 Blood, all on the exact same chapter, which is going to be the very beginning of Evansburg, or the Devil's Return, and we're just going to be jumping off of a particular spot where there is a decent jump, and seeing what the base fall damage is on the lowest difficulty, and then going up and up and up and up, and even if it's a 1% HP difference, I am still going to label this myth as confirmed. And this is the location that we're going to be testing this on, which is going to be the infamous ladder spot that is here right before the safe room. So if you take a look at my HP now, you will see that it's currently at 169. However though, when I jump in a second, because you can't just fall, otherwise you will not take any fall damage at all, you will see that I go from 169 to 165 HP, meaning that I'm losing 4 HP every single jump. Now here we are on another session where we're playing on Veteran mode, and you can see that I lose 1 more HP than I do on Recruit mode when I'm playing on Veteran. It's a minute difference, but it did change. And then finally we have Nightmare difficulty, where I go from 51 HP to 45 HP, making it a 6 HP jump, or another single HP difference. So from our findings, we found out that, at least from where we were jumping, that on Recruit difficulty you lose 4 HP, on Veteran difficulty you lose 5 HP, and on Nightmare difficulty you lose 6 HP, which is a single HP difference every single time that you make the game more difficult. Now your results may vary compared to ours, because you might get different corruption cards that may affect your fall damage, you might be running a card deck that might affect your fall damage, or you might be running a certain character and jumping from a certain spot that may affect your fall damage. But from difficulty standpoint, at the very least, this myth is confirmed. The difference is slim to none, but there is a difference, which means that myth number 2 is confirmed. Myth. Can you kill a tank with the blades on the plane in Dead Air's finale? Okay guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Azure Productions. So what we're going to do is that we're going to be placing staircases right near the blades of the plane on Dead Air's finale, the one that we specifically get rescued by. I am going to no-clip while Drages tries to walk him into the blades by having the tank's AI follow him, and just see if the blades function like some of the other helicopters in the other maps. Believe it or not, this was the hardest myth of this episode. The tank AI just did not want to work with us. He would like clip in and out of the plane, he would try to climb in between the stairs, around the stairs, and sometimes he would just chase after Drages. But you can see here at moments that the tank does indeed walk through the plane blades, he just doesn't end up getting killed by them instantaneously. Now see, for me personally, I was going into this myth thinking that it was going to be confirmed because all the other helicopters that we've tested have done this before, but for some reason, not this one, which I thought was interesting. So this myth is actually busted. The Dead Airplane specifically is the only one we've ran into personally that has actually not managed to kill a special infected. It probably is something to do with the game coding, how that certain blades may function as a cutscene, or rather a dynamic event instead of a physical and tangible object. Kind of like how, for example, certain vehicles can run you over in Left 4 Dead, whereas others will just go through you. Myth. Can you get over 300 fuel points on your flamethrower in Back 4 Blood? Okay guys, so myth number 4 is submitted in by Klabursco. So for those of you guys that don't know, within the last DLC, Back 4 Blood add in a flamethrower, which is a really cool wonder weapon that you can get. And the base amount of flamethrower ammo that you can end up having in Back 4 Blood is going to be 300, so we're going to be seeing if we can go over that in this myth. So for the myth, we need to see if we can get at least 301 or higher. Now, with Back 4 Blood, you can end up filling up the flamethrower with gasoline cans and or propane tanks. Now, the thing is, though, is that each propane tank and gasoline can is going to end up being 100 ammo per can, which means that to fill this up from empty, you would need 3 whole gas cans or propane tanks or a mixture of the two. So this is how I'm going to test the myth. I'm going to shoot over 100 rounds of ammo from the flamethrower, so that way it's under 200. I'm going to fill it up with another gas can. If the gas can does not take it back to 300 and it's just short, the myth is going to be busted. So here we go with the gas can, and we only end up getting 297, which means that the gas can, once again, like it was designed to, only gave us 100 refillable ammo, which means that this myth is going to end up being busted. You cannot go over 300 ammo for the flamethrower in Back 4 Blood. But I will say this, is that regardless of this feature, the flamethrower is one of the best weapons in the entire game. So if you find this, regardless of whether or not that this is going to end up being running out of ammo constantly, you should take the flamethrower. It's just that good. Okay guys, so now we move on to the final myth, and once again it is going to end up being, can you cut a smoker's tongue with the stage fireworks that are on the Dark Carnival finale? So let's swap back to Left 4 Dead 2 and see if whether or not that this myth is confirmed or busted. Myth. Can you cut a smoker's tongue with the stage fireworks on the Dark Carnival finale? Okay guys, so the final myth is actually going to end up being a team myth, which basically means that all the Mythbusters together came up with this idea. Nobody wanted to take credit for it, and instead we just decided to share it as a group. So this is what the final myth is going to be. So we are going to, once again, like I said, use the stage fireworks. So this is going to be specifically the stage fireworks that happen from the button that you press near the microphone, not the ones that are in the box just in front of the microphone. I thought I should clarify that. So we're going to spawn in a smoker across the stage, and then we're going to be having me and Drages stand on the platform where the band would sing. While we have the fireworks active, if the smoker grabs us, we want to see if whether or not the tongue will break before it can grab us, if it will break after being in the fireworks for a while it's trying to pull us, or if the smoker can just pull us through the entire thing and it does not affect him at all. So me and Drages are on the stage now, and we are going to end up activating the fireworks, and then right afterward, I'm spawning in a smoker. So here we go, there's one on the stage, me and Drages are right behind the fireworks, it grabs me, but the smoker's tongue did not break. It actually managed to completely pull me through. So let's end up trying this a second time, just to make sure if this is going to end up being consistent. So here we are behind the fireworks again, this time it grabs Drages, and once again, it still managed to pull him through clean, nothing out of the ordinary. Okay, so let's do this one more time and see if the third time is the charm. So me and Drages are once again back on the stage. The smoker is ready and will grab one of us shortly. And as you guys can see from the footage, it grabs Drages. But just like attempt 1 and 2 and all the other attempts that we're just not including within the final video, this tongue is just indestructible and does not break from the fireworks. So the final myth of the episode is going to end up being busted. The stage fireworks on the finale of Dark Carnival do not break the smoker's tongue, but at the end of the day it's a-okay because this really doesn't affect the game that much. Myth: can you kill a tank by crushing it with elevator doors? Okay guys, so myth number 1 to start off the episode is going to be submitted in by Vader, and this is actually a really cool myth, Vader. I like it because, believe it or not, we have had no myths on the series yet specifically relating to elevators. So this is a good place to start, I like it. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to take all the different types of elevator doors that are in Left 4 Dead and just crush them on the tank. So there's going to be the normal elevators that everyone expects, which is going to be the one that are on like Dead Center, for example. There's also going to be some other unique ones, such as the ones that are going to end up being on Hard Rain, which drop vertically. And then we've also got the funky weird ones like on the Passing that technically just fall straight down and don't exactly have a door, rather just a open space. But we're going to test them all just to be sure because each elevator may react differently. Alright guys, so here is us trying to slam the door on the tank on the first elevator in Dead Center, and even though you might not necessarily be able to see it that well from this angle, the tank on this specific elevator did indeed get crushed. Here is going to end up being some of the other guys' perspectives, so that way you guys can see that the tank did indeed die. And now here it is on the Passing campaign. Now the Passing campaign's elevator is really unique because there's technically not a door. Like I said, it's kind of more rather just an open space. So this one didn't crush the tank, but I figured that one was going to be a given. But there is still one more that does have a door, which is the Hard Rain one. So here's the Hard Rain elevator door. Like I said, it's also vertical compared to horizontal. But for some reason, this one does not crush the tank. The tank actually will just get pushed out back into the map, and we will just go down the elevator per normal. So I think that it must be something with an invisible barrier, perhaps, treating this elevator different than the one that we have on Dead Center. So let's test something a bit further. Even though this might be redundant, let's test identical looking elevators on not only No Mercy, but also the finale of Dead Center, because the Dead Center one should be just pretty much a copy and paste asset. So when you take a look at that, the No Mercy elevator, even though it looks and functions the same as the one on Dead Center's beginning chapter, the tank actually doesn't die on this one. He just gets pushed inside the elevator with us. Which is weird because at the naked eye you would think because it looks the same, it would function the same, but that was just not the case. Now finally we got the last elevator, so we're going to close it on the tank now, and just like No Mercy, he just gets in the elevator with us. He does not die. So this is interesting. Even though we can have multiple different elevators, and even some that look the exact same, the only one we are consistently able to kill the tank with is the Dead Center one that is on Chapter 1. This is the only one that we were able to get this to happen with. Now this very well just could be a fluke. This could be game design. This could be a Easter egg. This could be a glitch. This can be a variety of different things. I have zero idea why it's only this elevator, but this is what I know for sure, is that since only one of the 5 elevators work, and this myth does not specify any particular elevator, I believe it would be best to leave this myth at plausible. Since it ends up working for one elevator, it wouldn't be busted, but because of the lack of specification, I don't want to say that this just works for all of them as a whole, because the ratio is 1:5, where only just the one specific part of Dead Center is the only one where you can do this strategy if you want to try to replicate this. So I think it's best left at plausible, and now let's move on to myth number 2. Myth: can you start the Passing finale without being on the elevator? Okay guys, the second myth was submitted in by Dan. Now Dan is trying to see if we can replicate a video that he saw from back in the day, where in the video you end up activating the Passing elevator, but you get off of it so quickly you're essentially not on it, and instead you can just camp back in the safe room. Now, instead of explaining this, I think it would be better just to show you. So I'm just going to show you all of Dan's gameplay that he got for me, where he ends up playing on an older version of Left 4 Dead, where you can actually do this. And then he plays on the current day version of Left 4 Dead and seeing if it's still possible. So the way that you have to do this is you have to have a frag round gun, preferably a shotgun, and you have to hit the button to activate the elevator while looking at this part of the wall. And if you shoot while hitting the button, the frag rounds will cause you to end up flinching backwards, so that way you can end up being stunned off of the elevator, therefore allowing you to just stay in the safe room. So what ends up happening if we try to do this on the current version of Left 4 Dead 2? Is this something that's still in the game, or does it get patched out? And it looks like from the gameplay that it must have been patched out, because you can see that from the gameplay, Dan was trying so hard to get away, but it looked like that there was this invisible force that was sucking him back into the elevator, therefore meaning that he wasn't able to escape and had to commit to the finale. So it looks like this got patched out for a variety of different reasons. I assume the main one just preventing griefers. But yeah, it looks like that the second myth is busted today, guys. It seems that you cannot do this glitch anymore, but it looks like you can do it as long as you have an old version of the Left 4 Dead game. It's just that you have to know where to download it. Myth: can you run over a tank with a truck in the Crash Course finale? Okay guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Ace of Spades, and we're just going to get everything started, everybody. So we are in the Crash Course truck now. We have a crap ton of tanks, as you guys can see, but when we're hitting them, I don't think we're really running them over. I think we're rather taking them with us, because I don't see any dead bodies. I just see the tanks running at the speed of the truck, which is terrifying, honestly. But yeah, I did not see any dead tanks. I only saw ones that looked more horrifying while they were sprinting at the speed of the truck. So I think that this myth is busted. For some reason, the Crash Course truck can't kill tanks. Maybe it's because of the fact that it's in a cutscene when this thing takes off. But yeah, that was myth number 3. Let's move on to myth number 4. Myth: can you catch a teammate from falling to their death by having them land on your head? Okay guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Glabursco. Now, we have had similar myths to this. For example, some of them have been, but are not limited to, trying to end up catching a teammate by using the revive functionality, trying to end up catching a teammate, or saving yourself, rather, by using a defib, and there's also, lastly, trying to end up catching somebody midair with a smoker's tongue. So we've tried to do a variety of different things to negate fall damage in this game. But here's the thing, when it comes to this method in particular, you're not really using any outside force to interfere with the natural just fall damage of the game. You are just counting on the fact that your teammate is going to end up being a solid object and making it so that way they're not intangible, and so that way you don't just plummet directly into the ground. We tried to give ourselves the best odds possible by just having the bots stand next to us and make it where we kind of end up doing, you know, crowd surfing in real life? How that when you fall off the stage because there's so many people that you hitting the ground is far unlikely from happening, as long as at least people catch you. But the thing is, though, is within Left 4 Dead, that strategy doesn't exactly work because nobody's putting their arms up in the sky. You're kind of just counting on them using their foreheads. And so this idea was good in theory, but bad in practice. Since you can't control your hands exactly in Left 4 Dead, there's zero way to end up modifying the game by just standing there. So because this myth was simplistic in itself, it didn't really give us a lot to work with, which means that the 4th myth is going to end up being busted. You cannot catch a survivor with your head and allow them to live. I mean, if you did, you must have a fucking forehead made of iron or titanium or something like that, because I've never met somebody with that strong of a forehead. Myth 4 is going to be busted, and that means that it's time to move on to the final myth. Alrighty guys, here comes the final myth, and once again it's going to be, can you kill zombies with melee weapons through walls? Let's do this. Myth: can you kill zombies with melee weapons through walls? Okay guys, the final myth is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now the way that we are going to do this, guys, we're going to be using Special Infected, because some of the Special Infected are so big, like for example, the tank, and that makes it so that way we can end up hitting them through the walls, sort of, because they can end up kind of extending through the walls. Their hitbox is just so big and their body is so bulky that a body part like an arm or something may just be sticking out just randomly in the map somewhere. But see, I feel like that would be too easy. I'm pretty sure you guys would love to see if we could hit a smaller infected like a witch, and also have it be through something like, for example, solid concrete versus, like, let's say a wooden shack. So I'm going to try to do this with the witch here right now and end up hitting her with a machete. And for those that thought, regardless of how bogus this myth sounds, for those that thought this myth was confirmed, you are indeed right. I just did it now with the witch on a piece of concrete. And it was cool because I was not expecting this. See, it's one thing if the tank or the special infected themselves are the ones that are going through the wall, but what all of us really want is we want to be the ones going through the wall. We want to have it where there's no ligaments sticking out. We just want to swing our weapon and be able to make contact. And for certain textures and certain special infected, if you get the right combo, it works. And by the way, everybody, I know that there is also going to be some of you that are going to mention the flashlight, and how that the flashlight may have actually been what ended up pissing the witch off in the first place, and I can reassure you that the witch was not pissed off by our flashlights. It was indeed that we were hitting her with the melee weapon. You can take a look at, once again, the prior clip and also the clip that I just showed you guys, where I'm ending up hitting a witch and she's not raising her arms and she's not freaking out. She's just standing there crying, and then as soon as I end up swinging my melee weapon, that is at the point that she gets pissed. So once again, game logic triumphs normal logic, and this myth is going to end up being confirmed. You can end up meleeing zombies through walls in Left 4 Dead 2. Who would have thought? Myth: can you kill zombies through multiple surfaces? Okay guys, so for the first myth of the episode, this is sent in by Azure Productions. So what we are going to do to test this myth, I believe what would be the best way of testing it, is we are going to end up having multiple different types of textures. So for example, we will have anywhere from concrete all the way to wooden doors, and we are going to be spawning in several different boomers behind them, since the boomer is very sensitive to damage and pretty much will die if he's shot by anything. What we're going to do is line them all up in sets of 3s. And for each and every boomer we have, we will also have a brand new wall of that type of texture. And what we're going to have happen is Glabursko is going to shoot a sniper rifle through this wall. I'm going to be no-clipping above him to see how far the bullet can travel, and if it hits a boomer, how many boomers it can also kill. Okay, so I am in position, and so is Glabursko, so let's see how many walls that the sniper rifle can shoot through to be able to kill a special infected. Okay, so here is texture number 1, and Glabursko is going to shoot any second, and Glabursko did indeed hit something, but when you take a look at my footage, it looks like he only managed to hit one boomer and was not able to reach the other two. Now we also did try this test where we just had two walls just right next to each other and then the boomer was behind it rather than being sandwiched in the middle, just in case there was a chance that it was able to end up being a fluke. But it looks like that no matter what, as long as it's multiple of the same type of texture or even different textures, the bullet can only travel so far and doesn't go past one wall or one door or one surface. So the first myth for today is going to end up being busted. You cannot kill a zombie through multiple layers of any type of surface. You can only end up shooting through one, which means that the guns are only a certain caliber and can only travel so far. Myth: can a boomer explosion save you from a smoker's tongue? Okay guys, so for myth number 2, this is submitted in by Glabursko. So what we're going to have happen is Glabursko is going to be snared by a smoker's tongue, and I'm just going to spawn in a boomer right next to him, so that way it's going to end up being at the explosive radius, and just shoot and just see what happens and see if whether or not the explosion itself is enough to either stun Glabursko or the smoker or the both of them to somehow break a hold of the tongue. So let's see what happens. Alright, both special infected are spawned in now, and as you guys can have seen, Glabursko gets grabbed, but as soon as I shoot the boomer and he explodes, he's free. So that seemed pretty straightforward, so it looks like myth 2 is confirmed. You can save a teammate by shooting a boomer to end up getting rid of the smoker's tongue. Let's go. Myth: can bots take damage from razor worms? God, that sounds like a nasty STD. And Back 4 Blood? Okay guys, so myth number 3 is submitted in by Ace of Spades. Now I want to clarify exactly what the razor worms are in the game, because I understand that not everyone might know what they are since this is a part of the last DLC and only a specific part of the brand new map. So basically, long story short, what this is going to be a reskinned version of the razor wire equipment that's in the game, but in the story supposedly it's supposed to be covered in the worm parasite that is what makes the zombies in the Back 4 Blood universe, and you can find this on the second to last chapter of Act 6. So we're going to be heading over there shortly, and basically what we want to see is if the bots were to follow us in there, would they end up taking damage from this razor wire? And very luckily for us, Evangelo has not taken any damage whatsoever. So we have a really good starting point for their health bar, since we can't exactly tell which HP they are by looking at it. Now, as you guys can see, I am standing in the cultist razor wire right now, and I am taking damage little by little as I walk through it. However, though, if you take a look at the bot's HP bar, Jim and Evangelo's health bars have not changed. And it's really noticeable with Evangelo because his is pure white, which means you can tell he's taken literally no damage. So this means that myth number 3 is also going to be busted, but this is a good type of busted because, to be honest, Back 4 Blood, even after all this time, as much as it's gotten much better, is still a very challenging game. And the last thing I want to have happen is the dumb bots walking into razor wire and getting themselves killed. So I'm super glad that this does not affect them. Thank Christ. Myth: can you survive fall damage by landing on any special infected's head? Okay guys, so myth number 4 is submitted in by JJ Lipscomb. And JJ, I would like to also acknowledge that I know that your comment doesn't say special infected, it just says any zombie, but when we tried to test the uncommon and even the common zombies, they just kept running away from us and getting out of the little pit that we made for them, so it's really hard to test. So for the remainder of this myth, we're just only going to be showing the special infected because that is something we were able to control. So what you're about to see is a little montage of Glopursko just jumping into the pit we made over and over and over again, filled with several different special infected, all one at a time, just so that way there's no risk of possibly landing on one type of special infected over and over again if we mix them up. So as you guys can see, we go all the way from smokers, all the way down to even the tank and the witch, which for me personally, and the thing is that I'm surprised by this, but even the tank, who is just big and thick, is not able to stop you from hitting the ground fully. Either that or it's just the momentum rather that kills you rather than landing on a particular surface. But regardless, no matter which special infected that you land on, you will die if it's from fall damage height that is enough to kill you. So myth 4 is busted. You cannot land on any special infected's head to be able to stop fall damage. Okay guys, so now it's time for the final myth of the episode. And once again, it's going to be, can you end up reaching a survivor with a smoker's tongue when they are all the way at the top of the Last Stand lighthouse and you are all the way down at the beach or the pier? This is going to be the longest reach that the smoker has ever taken within the legitimate means of the game without cheating. So let's see if whether or not the smoker has what it takes and see what's what. Myth. Can a smoker's tongue reach a survivor who is at the top of the Last Stand lighthouse? Okay guys, here comes the final myth. The final myth is submitted in by DugTyler. I am ascending the top of the lighthouse right now, while Glopursko as a smoker is at the bottom near the beach / the pier. And as you guys can see from both of our perspectives, we are super far away. In fact, you can barely see Glopursko. I have to zoom in with the sniper scope just to be able for you guys to identify him. But as you guys can see, even from all this distance, the smoker's tongue, even though it is lined up with me cursor-wise, does not end up allowing a reach to happen. It is not until we both go to the edge of the cliff that we are able to end up getting a distance where he can lock onto me. But even then, when he does lock onto me, it just immediately pulls me off, so it breaks instantaneously. So that would mean that the final myth of today's episode is going to end up being busted. You cannot, by a legitimate means of the game, be able to reach a survivor with a smoker's tongue from that far away. Technically, if you cheated, because the smoker's tongue has infinite range as long as you no-clip on a straight path, it would catch up to you eventually if you did it that way. But from the gameplay, being in a logical standpoint, it is not possible. Myth. If two chargers were to charge at each other, would they collide? Alright guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by, and I do apologize if I butcher your name here, Katsutena Katsumaya. I probably am butchering that, but I'm just going to roll with it, so let me know if I pronounced it in the right way in the comment section down below. But in regards to the myth, guys, chargers do not collide, they run through each other. They end up being intangible to other special infected, so you don't have to worry about one interfering with your charge when you're also playing as the charger, which means that myth number 1 is going to be busted here today. Myth. Can special infected blow up the explosive barrels on the sacrifice campaign? Okay guys, so for myth number 2, this is going to be submitted in by Tyler, and basically what we're just going to do is we're not going to make this too complicated. We're just going to stand on the explosive barrels that you would find on the first chapter of the Sacrifice, and just trigger a whole bunch of special infected and just see if their basic attacks, or even their special ones, are enough to destroy the barrel. So what you're about to watch, guys, is a little montage of just me showing the highlights of the special infected being used on the barrels. And the thing is, when I went into this, I assumed that half the roster was going to be able to blow up the barrels. The main ones that I was suspicious of was going to end up being the boomer, the spitter, the tank, and the witch. Especially the boomer and the spitter, just because those types of special infect I feel like have a knack for this. But the results were surprising. So far, the only one we managed to get this to work on is the boomer. But we still do have a few more left. But I was honestly surprised when the spitter wouldn't. There was even some instances like the charger and the tank. They would end up getting stuck on the barrel and not even be able to reach us, and they would just stand still sometimes. Minus the time that the tank kicked Dan's ass, but that was besides the point. But yeah, it seems like that the special infected, when it comes to the explosive barrels, they just have a hard time recognizing them as a object, and they just don't understand why they're there. And because of this, it looks like that the only special infected that can blow up an explosive barrel is a boomer, but it's also only just the explosive part of the boomer, which means you're just blowing up an explosive with another explosive technically. So this myth by that definition is confirmed, but barely. Myth: will you survive fall damage if you are hit with a tank rock before falling to your death? Okay guys, so for myth 3, I have two very similar myths. One is going to be submitted in by Ace of Spades, the other one is submitted in by Glabursko. And these myths are so similar where one of them would end up implying the other one, so I thought, why not just end up showing both of the myths here in today's video. So basically the general idea of both myths is to see if whether or not that if a tank rock were to hit you while you were falling from somewhere, would you end up sustaining fall damage in addition to the tank rock, or would the tank rock be the only source of damage and just negate the fall damage itself, meaning you would end up being less likely to die. Now, to make this more entertaining and also easier for you guys to understand at home, so that way it doesn't involve a whole bunch of math equations, we are just going to end up doing a simplified approach where we end up having it where we jump off of a spot where if the tank rock does not save us, we'll immediately die. So Dan's going to jump off the top of the lighthouse, and as you guys can see, when the tank rock collided with him, it managed to save his life. In fact, he's not even that low on HP, he is still in the green. Whereas this normal height would 100% kill him, so that means that the tank rock, yes indeed, does stop fall damage, and only is the main source of damage when it comes to this particular circumstance. Which means that myth number 3 is going to be confirmed. You can actually have a tank rock save your life in this scenario, which means the special infected can sometimes be the reason that you live or die in versus mode. Myth: can you knock a tank off from the top of the NSenr hotel? Okay guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Vader, and to make this the easiest for us, we are going to be at the top of the NSenr hotel, the literal hotel's roof, and that way you guys can end up seeing the best shot of this myth taking place, but don't worry, this would still be able to work on a window or the famous Charger Death Ledge that is on NSenr as well. So as you guys can clearly see, we have an absolute plethora of tanks here on the roof, and we now have pipe bombs in our inventory, and as you guys can see, all the tanks will fall to their death, meaning that myth 4 is confirmed. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth. And for those that were thinking that they were clever by skipping the video and getting to this part, make sure that you end up watching myths 1 through 4, alright my friends? Because they're just as good as myth number 5, alright? Fair enough? Alright, cool, because I'm totally not under your bed watching your every move and everything. Anyway, final myth time. Myth: can you play as Church Guy in Left 4 Dead 2? Alright guys, the last myth is going to be submitted in by, I believe your name is Archie, so thank you Archie, I appreciate you. So in my years of playing Left 4 Dead 2, and I don't know if this is going to end up being a memory that I fabricated in my life somewhere, but I can't say definitively yes or no that I played as the special infected in the safe room on Death Toll that is technically going to be the one that was originally Church Guy. I don't know if I'm just making this up in my mind, and the more I think about it, the more it seems real to me, but I swear that I have a memory of something like this that happened once in the past when I used to play specifically the Left 4 Dead 1 version of this on the Xbox 360. So now I think that since this is a definitive version of Left 4 Dead, that we should now put this to the test. Can you actually play as Church Guy if you're playing versus mode on Death Toll? So what you're going to be watching is some fast-forwarded footage from when me and Dan and Glabursko were all playing on Chapter 3 of Death Toll, and just trying to get these special infected spawns to work out in our favor. We were trying to see if whether or not that whatever Church Guy turned into, we were able to control it. So we ended up having it where we're just running around the church, trying to end up dying, timing it, watching the dialogue via the captions and stuff like that, and just trying to see if maybe that there was a thing with timing in the game. Like the director, if it noticed that somebody was dead, it would choose to make that player the boomer or the hunter or the smoker that Church Guy can turn into. Here is also another thing to consider, is that Left 4 Dead 2's version of Death Toll never ended up adding the option to have Church Guy turn to a jockey or a charger. And because of that, the way I look at it in my mind is that I think that Valve never intended to change Church Guy from Left 4 Dead 1 versus Left 4 Dead 2. Meaning is that I don't think that they ever thought to consider making Church Guy a playable special infected, and instead more rather treat him like a dynamic event. And here's a little thing that we noticed too, is that when you don't open the safe room door right away after Church Guy is supposed to die, if you look at the captions, he'll just talk forever, and he'll rotate between mumbles and groans, and also just saying his better safe than sorry line. So hypothetically, he just doesn't die and he's stuck in limbo. It's not until you open the safe room door itself that the game chooses to even put a special infected in there in the first place. So if you were to become that special infected, you would die pretty much the moment that you spawned in. And that's my main reason about why I think that Valve never went with this idea, is because to make it fair, they would have to make it so that way the special infected could be alive ahead of time, but then they could kind of just cheese this and make it so that way the survivors had an unnecessary roadblock from the safe room. Because by the time that this panic event ends, since they're right at the safe room door, it should just be given to the survivors that they won that chapter already. Which means that the final myth of today's episode is busted. You cannot play as Church Guy in Left 4 Dead 2, but god damn it, that would have been the coolest thing ever. Myth: can you cut a smoker's tongue by closing elevator doors on it? Okay guys, so to start off the episode, the very first myth is submitted in by Tyler, and we are going to be testing this myth by going on to NSenr. And as you guys can see, Glabursko gets grabbed by the smoker, and we barely save him just in the nick of time, but once the elevator door is closed, he is free, which means that this first myth of today's episode is confirmed. You can cut a smoker's tongue by closing an elevator door on it, so if you are one lucky son of a bitch, you can end up saving your teammate this way. Myth: can you spawn in Left 4 Dead 2 exclusive content in the Left 4 Dead 1 Classic Mutation mode? Okay guys, so for myth number 2, this is going to be submitted in by Zoe, and as you guys can see here, we click the classic Left 4 Dead 1 game mode that you can end up getting in the Mutations playlist, and now we're going to launch it here on No Mercy. Now the main thing that was going to be make it or break it for this myth was whether or not that our mods could work on this game mode, and luckily they can. Because in Left 4 Dead 2, you can only end up using mods on a legitimate server in certain playlists, and most notably, those are going to end up being mainly campaign and survival mode, but it does look like that some select mutations work, including this one, because immediately, as you guys can see, we have a jockey, a charger, and also a spitter that is spawned in, which means that we can spawn in all the Left 4 Dead 2 special infected, which would also mean that it would be a given that you can spawn in the Left 4 Dead 2 special equipment, guns, etc. So that means that myth 2 is also confirmed. You can end up indeed spawning in Left 4 Dead 2 exclusive content in the Left 4 Dead 1 Classic mode, although I don't know exactly why you would do this because it would be kind of defeating the purpose unless you were just simply just trying to avoid the Left 4 Dead 2 specials. But then again though, if you were trying to avoid something like the jockey, I would understand. Myth: can you kill a group of crows in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, now myth number 3 is submitted in by Glabursko. So in Left 4 Dead 2, the crows are annoying, but unfortunately, unlike in Back 4 Blood, you cannot kill them traditionally, because they're always in spots that are like either unreachable, or you can't see them, or just normal guns don't work. So we're going to give ourselves the best odds. Me and Tyler have a unlimited ammo grenade launcher, and we're going to go to the main spot where you can have the best chance of getting them, which is on the second chapter, the Sacrifice. And we're just going to lay into them. We're just going to spam grenade launcher after grenade launcher shot, and we're going to see if whether or not that they still trigger. So I'm here, and I don't see anything, but it looks like that they had a delayed reaction. Instead, I was wrong, and they did indeed get startled. Which means that the third myth of today's episode is busted. You can't kill the crows in Left 4 Dead, sadly, but at least now we know. Myth: can a smoker grab you through the merry-go-round on Dark Carnival? Okay guys, myth number 4 is submitted in by a True Winner 1, so thank you True Winner 1, I appreciate you for submitting in another myth again my way. And so yeah guys, we're just going to do this, we're just going to go to the Dark Carnival merry-go-round on Chapter 2, and I'm going to be using console commands to spawn in a smoker. And now that I think about it, there might be a chance that this works just because of the way that the fence is designed. It does have holes, and hypothetically, the smoker's tongue could be able to figure out a way through them. So let's just see and give it a chance. Okay, so I'm spawning in a smoker right about here. I would say this would probably be a pretty fair spot for it. And now I'm just going to back up and see if he can get me. So, hello, smoker. And, oh, yep, he definitely grabbed you. Yeah, he actually grabs you pretty well. I mean, he didn't even have a problem with trying to get me. So yeah, this is easily confirmed. The smoker does indeed have the ability to reach you through the fence on the merry-go-round on Dark Carnival. I'm curious if other special infected can do that. Alrighty guys, we are already on to the final myth, and once again it is going to be, can you stop a flying object that is thrown or launched by a tank using your grenade launcher? So let's go over to the final myth and see what we can do. Myth: can you stop an object that is launched by a tank by using your grenade launcher? Okay guys, the last myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by JJ Lipscomb, so we are going to be testing this on the finale of Dark Carnival, and what we're going to do is that one at a time we are going to spawn in different things that I know that the tank can launch, such as cars, forklifts, etc., etc. And we're just going to be having it where when we spawn him in, we're just going to be standing in the line of fire and just shoot a unlimited round grenade launcher at it, just to see if whether or not that the thing will stop in place, fling backwards, completely ignore it, and just hit us anyways. One of those three options. So we're going to spawn in a tank very shortly and see what this final myth is all about. Okay, so here's the first thing. This is going to end up being a car. So Tyler is going to spawn in a tank, and as you guys can see, when I hit it with a grenade launcher, the car just completely flies past me. It doesn't necessarily hit me, but I can't get it to move. Now this is a tricky one. This is going to be the forklift that spawns in the finale. That's why we picked this, is because there's just some object we can't spawn in, but we can only find. And this one was very difficult to do because we had to get the tank to line up in just a specific spot for us because initial spawns do not put it in a favorable location for us. But finally, after getting in the right spot that we needed after messing around with a few other tanks, we're going to be spawning in a new one. So as you guys can see, here comes the tank, and I clearly shoot the forklift, but it does not stop whatsoever. It didn't even slow down. It just completely hit me in the face. So the forklift is also going to end up being a no. And now moving on to a slightly different map so we can get a dumpster. We're on the streets of NSenr, and for a dumpster, we really weren't able to stop it. It was mostly just the trajectory. The tank mostly was just hitting it in a direction that made it hit the street pole, and that's mostly why it stopped. So you're probably thinking to yourself that there's nothing left to test so that this myth would end up being busted, but what if I were to tell you that we're not quite done yet? This may be very hard to see, but I want to go back to the Dark Carnival gameplay for a second. Take a look at this tank rock. It might have been hard to see because of how far away it was, but let me show it to you again in slow motion. You can't really see it that well unless you're really looking for it, but when a tank rock was coming my way, I just so happened to shoot it out of instinct, and you can see that the tank rock flung backwards, and it's quite obvious once you notice it. Now, I have never had this happen in my entire time playing Left 4 Dead. The rocks have never ended up flinging backwards on me. They always just got destroyed. And we had nothing on mod-wise that would make it so that way the tank rock just wouldn't break when it was damaged by something. So I am honestly surprised that this happened. This very well could have been just a stroke of luck with the way that the grenade launcher physics work. I mean, why is it that, for example, when we shoot a player, we can fling them and they can end up corpse launching versus just exploding on direct impact? So if it wasn't for me catching this, I absolutely would have called the final myth as busted. But because that this happened, I have to now at the very least label the myth at plausible. I can't explain why or how that this works, but it is something that I thought would at least show you guys so that way we as a community can decipher this and maybe test this on our own free time and see if maybe that there's something in the game that we still not noticed to this day. Myth. Can you die by allowing the cement walkway to fall on top of your head on the 4th chapter of Death Toll? Okay guys, so to start off the episode, the very first myth is going to be submitted in by Glabursco. So me and Dan are going to head over to the forklift that ends up activating the panic event on Chapter 4 Death Toll, and we're just going to have it where Dan is going to stand directly underneath of it, whereas I'm going to stand within the legitimate means of the game as close as I can, so that way we can see if this would happen in a legit game, or if you would have to no-clip to do this. And we're just going to activate the forklift while God mode is off and just see if it will kill us. Okay, so I'm activating the forklift now as we speak, and as you guys can see, it's lowering down, and Dan is in the line of fire, and it looks like that's ready in his head, and it looks like it does not kill him, nor does it kill me, which means that myth number 1 is going to be busted. This panic event does not kill you, so you are safe. Myth. Can a smoker knock down the TF2 cereal box on the 1st chapter of No Mercy? Alrighty guys, so myth number 2 is submitted in by Lee Everett. It's good to know that there is a myth being submitted in by one of my favorite fictional characters ever of all time, so thank you for submitting your myth, Lee. But yeah guys, so basically what we're going to do is we're going to go up to this table that's on No Mercy, where there's a little Easter egg referencing Team Fortress 2, and we're just going to play as a smoker and just see if we can knock it down by using a variety of different attacks, whether it end up being our tongue, or even as simply as our fists. Okay, so we're going to start off by using our tongue first, and it looks like the tongue ability does not knock down the cereal box. I'm aiming my cursor directly at it, and it's not even moving a single inch. But when I end up using my fist, I can knock down everything off the table, including some of the nearby things like the portrait and also the chair. So you can only end up using your hands and not your tongue, which means that the myth is confirmed, it's just a little anticlimactic. Myth. Can a spitter's spit travel through mesh fences? Okay guys, so myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Tyler, and we're just going to be testing this out near the merry-go-round on Dark Carnival again, just because this is a location that we have done recently that ends up having a mesh fence. And as you guys can see, a spitter is able to end up spitting its spit clearly through the fence, which means that myth number 3 is confirmed, very similar to the smoker myth that we tested a little bit recently. Myth: can you skip the merry-go-round panic event on Dark Carnival? Okay guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Zoe. Now Zoe, your myth for this week in particular was the hardest one to test because we were unaware that the devs have recently put in a patch that makes it so that way there's an invisible barrier where there never used to be. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. You guys can see that Dan was floating there, but he wasn't using no clip. He was standing on an invisible barrier right next to this fence. And in a second here, when you're about to see him launch me, you're going to see that this invisible barrier is much bigger than anticipated. It not only ends up going outward, but it also ends up going inward, very long and horizontally. Like, I'm pretty sure most people would end up thinking that you should be able to walk by this point, but you have to stand right about here to be able to walk normally and technically be back on the ground again. And even though you will not see it, because technically I don't show my keyboard when I'm making these videos on like a webcam or something, but there's an invisible barrier that's right here. That's why I'm not walking anymore. And this is just simply because of the fact that we have not activated the merry-go-round yet. This panic event ends up having an invisible barrier that extends way beyond what I was thinking. I thought it would just be like a vertical straight line going up where the fence would be, but this invisible barrier goes down pretty much every major path route that you would try to take. So it goes horizontally, vertically, even diagonally, because I'm walking into so many things that I feel like I'm blind. There was even an old method that got patched where you could end up having a tank hit you over the fence because you fling so far at the peak of your jump, but even then the barrier's so high, you can't even do this anymore. But we did notice that, at least with a grenade launcher with perfect accuracy on, and with a staircase to give us a little bit of a boost so that way we had a direct shot, we were able to at least stand on the invisible barrier, but we wanted to see, could you do this legitimately? Could you do this with non-perfect accuracy on the grenade launcher and just by simply jumping in front of your friend? Because that's what everyone wants to know this for. They want to know if you can do this legit, because if you can cheat, then it really kind of defeats the purpose. And so we decided to not give up hope and give it a try legitimately. This ended up taking us so much time to end up trying to get this legit that I was even considering putting multiple SpongeBob time cards just to end up making a joke of how long that this felt like it was taking, but we decided that we were just going to end up having enough patience until we either saw this through or it was busted. And as you guys can see, it's very hard to get a normal shot when you're not in a corner. Most people grenade launch each other in a corner because it's easier for you to end up like getting a straight shot that way. But the barrier extends outward a little bit to prevent you from doing it that way. So you actually have to get a running start and get lucky, essentially, in order to do it, kind of like how I just did there. Otherwise, you'll hit an invisible barrier on top of your head. And after a certain amount of tries, way past what a normal person's patience would probably end up needing, we are finally able to end up getting a legitimate attempt where we were able to end up crossing the invisible barrier with no perfect accuracy on the grenade launcher and no extra assistance from like a staircase or something. Which means that myth number 4 is confirmed. You can skip the merry-go-round panic event still, even in 2023, despite the patch. So if you have the patience of a saint, go for it. Alrighty guys, and now it is time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be, is there a secret hidden lyric within the song Save Me Some Sugar, where if you play it in reverse, you will hear the line, Bill is dead. So the way that we're going to do this is I'm going to take Save Me Some Sugar and just play a certain part backwards, because instead of just playing the whole song, which would take 5 minutes, I'm just going to take the part that I believe is the closest thing to sounding like that lyric, and I'm going to let you guys hear it normally first and then play it in reverse, and you guys can tell me if you hear that phrase. Myth: if you play the song Save Me Some Sugar in reverse, will you hear a secret lyric saying, Bill is dead? And before we get started with the final myth, I just want to give a shout out to Zaku for sending this final myth my way. So guys, did you end up hearing the phrase Bill is dead in the final myth? Because from what I heard, I was not able to personally hear it. I listened to the entire song in reverse multiple different times, and I was not able to hear it. And since this myth is audio-based and not visual-based, it's kind of hard to end up proving that it exists or even doesn't exist. This myth is like the Yanny Laurel thing from a few years back, where whatever you're thinking that it is what you hear. So I think that there is the possibility that there very well might be Bill is dead within the song if you thought that, but if you went into it not believing that, you would have not heard it. So for the type of myth that this is, I think it's just best to leave it at plausible and just let people decide on a personal level. I personally don't hear it, so I think it's busted, but you guys can be the judge of it in the comment section down below. Myth. Can a survivor be affected by a charger's charge if they are both on different sides of a wall? Okay guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Glotbursko, and I just wanted to specify really quickly, Glotbursko means can you be affected in any sort of way by a charger for this myth? So we're not trying to get the charger to grab him through a wall and basically hack, we're just trying to see if whether or not he'll be stunned or anything of the sort. So here comes a charger or two right now, and as you guys can see, Glotbursko does indeed get stunned. He doesn't necessarily get grabbed, but he does definitely end up falling and stumbling backwards, which means that this myth is going to end up being confirmed. A charger will affect you if you were on the other side of a wall. You will just simply be stunned and not grabbed. Myth. Can a tank call a horde by hitting an alarmed car? Okay guys, so for myth number 2, this will be submitted in by Normal Teapot. So Normal Teapot, thank you for submitting your first myth to the channel. We appreciate you. And yeah guys, basically what's going to happen is that I'm going to be seeing Glotbursko hit a tank that is on the first chapter of No Mercy, which has always got an alarm, and just see if whether or not it calls a horde. And as you guys can see, other than it murdering Bill, on my captions, there is no horde coming my way, which means that myth number 2 here is going to end up being busted. You cannot call a horde by hitting an alarmed car as a tank. In fact, actually the tank disables the alarm because when you end up shooting the car after he hits it, nothing will happen, which is kind of funny. Myth. If 2 survivors are standing in a line and the survivor in the front crouches while a smoker shoots its tongue, will the survivor in the back become ensnared? Alright guys, so myth number 3 will be submitted in by Tyler. So Dan and Glotbursko will be standing in a line while I spawn in a smoker, and as you guys can see, Dan is in the front and he is going to try to crouch while a smoker grabs at him. But as you guys can see, even though he does indeed duck, Glotbursko does not get grabbed, even though he would be probably the most likely thing to end up being grabbed since the smoker's tongue was heading that way. We've even discovered before in prior episodes while testing smoker myths that the smoker's tongue has a unlimited range as long as the line of sight is not broken, which you can end up seeing demonstrated via this clip right here, where that basically Ellis flew pretty much all over the entire map, and yet he still got grabbed from a smoker's tongue, which means that there is some form of auto-aim tracking the moment that somebody decides to end up picking you as the target. So unless line of sight is broken, it seems once the tongue has decided to shoot at you, the game has already made up its mind that you indeed will be grabbed. So I'm going to say that it's safe to say that this myth is going to end up being busted. You cannot dodge a smoker's tongue unless the line of sight is broken, so you're better off just trying to get behind a piece of cover. Myth. Does the Left 4 Dead 2 smoker model have a bigger hitbox than the Left 4 Dead 1 smoker model? Okay guys, so myth number 4 will be submitted in by Zaku. Now the way that we are going to do this to make sure that this is going to be the most accurate as possible is I am going to be showing you guys still images of both the Left 4 Dead 1 smoker model's hitbox and the Left 4 Dead 2 smoker's model hitbox. Now based off of what you're seeing here on screen, this is from the head all the way down to the feet. Now, in my personal opinion, based off of what I see here, even though their position's slightly different the way that this was still framed, I think that the smoker models are identical to each other. To even show you more detail, I'm also going to show you the Left 4 Dead 1 smoker in the Left 4 Dead 2, and then the Left 4 Dead 1 smoker in Left 4 Dead 1 back to back. This is the Left 4 Dead 1 smoker model in Left 4 Dead 2, and this is the Left 4 Dead 1 smoker in Left 4 Dead 1. They are pretty much the same, minus the way that they are positioned from when this photo was taken. So I believe the guys and I did a good job at describing the hitboxes in Left 4 Dead 2, and at least from Left 4 Dead 1 to Left 4 Dead 2, the smoker hitbox models are basically the same thing, minus a few exceptions, which are basically negligible. So I'm going to leave myth 4 here today at busted. Alright guys, so now we are moving on to the final myth, and the final myth is once again going to be, can a hunter pounce all the way from the Parish Bridge down to the helicopter where the military goes to rescue you. This is going to end up being really insane, and I hope you guys end up enjoying the final myth. Can a hunter jump from the top of the parish bridge all the way down to the military helicopter? Okay guys, so the final myth of the episode is submitted in by Dead Sled 8. So what we're going to have happen is that Dan is going to end up being playing as a survivor while me and Glabersko screw around at the very end of the map and see if whether or not that our little hunter legs are able to clear the gap. Alright, so here we are. So Glabersko is going to go first, and we're going to see if whether or not he can make this jump. This is the tallest part of the bridge that's possible without cheating. So here we go. Glabersko is going to jump on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. There he goes. And as you guys can see, he goes really damn far, and from my angle, it looks like he's super close to actually getting it. So now it's my turn, and this is going to be for all the marbles. I'm going to get to the very edge of the bridge as far as I can without falling off, and I'm going to jump now. It looks like I'm getting pretty far, but the moment that I see the helicopter, and I see how far away I still am, I realized that I was not going to make it. Here's going to be my jump from a third-person angle. You guys can see how it does look like initially, even from the third-person angle, that I was going to make it. But unfortunately, my body was falling way too fast, and I was only able to make it like 75% of the way, and I was not able to make that last quarter of the jump. Now, the concept of this myth is very awesome. I think it's very unique, and it would be really cool if you could do this. However, with that being said, since there was still a decent amount of distance that we still had to end up reaching before we could get to the helicopter, I would say that this myth is going to end up being busted. I don't believe it's a matter of technique, I just think you just can't reach that far. So I think that leaving it at busted is fair. The myth is cool, and it definitely was feasible in my mind. But the thing is, though, is that when we finally ended up getting around to testing it, there was still a decent amount of water in our way, and unfortunately, it was not able to end up happening. Myth: can you still fire the mountain minigun on the dead air finale when you have been charged by a charger? Okay guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by JJ Lipscomb. JJ says that he had an interesting experience when he tried this on the Xbox version of the game, so I'm going to be trying this on the PC version of the game to see if we perhaps get something similar, if not the exact same to what he was experiencing on the Xbox copy. Okay, so I'm in place, I'm about to spawn in a charger any second now, and I'm just going to be seeing if whether or not that we get any sort of weird result, because that's kind of what JJ implied, so here it goes. And, oh yeah, this is definitely screwy. My camera is completely messed up here. And this glitch not only affects the person that's shooting the minigun, but it also affects anybody that's watching them shoot the minigun, because anybody that's watching them shoot the minigun also experiences the player models being funky as well, where you can end up doing these weird animations where you can spin around in circles and technically be away from the gun, but still manage to control at the same time. But what about the main question of this myth is, can you actually shoot the gun? Are you able to still use the minigun and end up spraying bolts out of it rather than just spinning it around in circles if you get grabbed by the charger? And to answer that question, it's a technically yes. Because for this frame here, from Glabersko's perspective, you can see for the briefest of moments that when Glabersko gets charged, you can still technically see the minigun firing. But this doesn't last long, it only lasts like 1 or 2 seconds, and so I would say that since the normal minigun can end up going forever pretty much until it overheats, but this is just like for a second or two, it's negligible and really doesn't count. Plus also, this is a glitch anyways, or an oversight in the game, so there's really no way to go about this other than just making an educational guess. Despite seeing a visual representation of the minigun firing, and I use that term loosely, this is going to end up being, in my opinion, a busted myth, because even though the minigun sort of fires, it really doesn't count, let's be honest. And so I would say that since you really can't do anything more than just like wind the minigun up for a frame or two, it's just going to end up being a busted myth in my opinion, because really this wasn't meant to end up amounting to anything anyways, it's just kind of a more funny comedic bug. Myth: will you die jumping off of No Mercy Hospital while you have God mode on? Okay guys, so myth number 2 is going to be submitted by Glabersko. Now this might sound kind of silly because it's just kind of like, how can you die if you have God mode enabled, but take a look at this. When you end up going on No Mercy's rooftops, you end up getting this cutscene right here. This is supposed to be the death cutscene because when you end up falling off of the map, you don't just fall straight to the ground. They have this fancy cutscene. But you can see that I don't exactly, like, air quote, die. I just kind of am soft locked into this cutscene permanently. Or at least that's what it looks like, because even though technically I am not exactly dead, I am not able to control my character. I'm just stuck looking at the screen. So you may think that by technicality that this myth is confirmed or busted, depending on how you look at it. You can consider dead just being not being able to play the game, or dead being as in like my character is actually dead. But if you give this just only a few more seconds longer, you will find out that shortly here in a second that this cutscene is not permanent. It's just going to temporarily end up keeping you in a soft lock, because eventually when you end up going idle, you can end up possessing your character again, and you will now be underneath the map. Which means that by sort of a definition, this is confirmed and busted depending on which way you look at it, like I said. But from the way I look at it is that since all you have to do is just wait, and you'll still sort of be alive again and be able to retake control of your character, I'm going to say that the myth is busted because you don't really die, you just more rather get inconvenienced. Myth: can a witch stumble a survivor into water and kill them? Okay guys, so myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now this myth was kind of hard to do because there's really not a spot for a witch to knock you into water deep enough to kill a survivor, at least in a way that would be easy. The only really parts of Left 4 Dead that have a deep enough source of water to drown or, like, air quote, fall off, the only sources of where you can end up falling off or drowning in water is going to end up being the second chapter of Coldstream, the finale of Death Toll, the spawn rooms of both the Sacrifice and also the Parish, and then lastly, the finale of the Parish. Now, out of all of these, the Parish finale is best because there's no spawn protection there, and there's also not a part of the map that's already trying to end up killing a player via this method. So instead, it's just going to be a normal map, so we have a good base to start off with, and that's why we're going to be trying this on the finale of the Parish. Okay, so here we are on the finale of the Parish. We're right at the helicopter, so there's nothing blocking us, whether it be spawn protection or a part of the map. We're going to be spawning in a witch with console commands because she does not spawn here naturally, and we're going to be seeing whether or not she will end up bonking us off, incapacitating us, or make us hang on the ledge. And when she ends up attacking all of us, we end up getting all three, where I fall off to my death, Dan's hanging on the ledge, and Glabursko is getting killed and being incapacitated. So yes, myth number 3 is confirmed because you can end up dying to a witch this way, although this wouldn't end up happening in a real game because a witch would never spawn in these areas, or at the very least, you would not be able to lure one to these areas before the time that she catches up to you. Myth: is it possible to get 42 points in the Stash Whacker minigame on Dark Carnival with just 1 credit? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Zaku. Now to give a little bit of context to this myth, the Stash Whacker minigame is basically the Whack-A-Mole ripoff that is going to end up being on the 4th chapter of Dark Carnival. Now on this particular minigame, eventually after a certain score limit, which is usually around the early 40s, the machine will end up break and spewing out tickets, which means that you will no longer be able to use it in that game. Here's the thing though, is it possible to be able to do this in one single go? Because normally when you play on this machine, you typically get about, I would say, the early 20s before you have to hit the button again and end up continuing your score into another game. So it saves your progress, but you usually have to do multiple attempts to do this. So we are going to be having me, Dan, and Glabursko all taking the overpowered melee weapons that we can think of and constantly trying to hit these Stash Whacker peanuts that are coming out of the machine. Now, the game only usually lasts about 30 seconds, so we're going to have to be very quick if we want to be able to get all of them within one single attempt. So here is all 3 of us trying to hit every single one of these things that pops up out of the machine. They usually end up starting off slow with 1 at a time, but then eventually they will multiply and end up being sometimes 2 or 3 at a time, so we really have to make sure that we are constantly hitting them all and not missing a single one. Very, very similarly to how you have to make sure you really end up managing your points well when you try to unlock Noam Chomsky on Chapter 2 of Dark Carnival. But here's the thing, is that if you take a look at the score and also take a look at the time and seeing how fast we're going, we're really not on track to getting anywhere close to 42 points. And this might be a little bit anticlimactic, but me and Glabursko ended up going up to the machine at one point and just hitting the button and not trying to score anything, but just count how many of these little peanut guys would pop up out of the machine, seeing if it was anywhere close to 42. And we actually counted them, every single one, and it wasn't even close. It was like in the early 20s at the most. It was somewhere between 20 and 24. It never really got past 24. That was like the maximum that it would put in that time frame. So because of that, I'm going to say that myth number 4 is busted, although this was a cool idea. So now everybody, we're moving on to the final myth, and once again it is going to be, if a smoker's tongue shoots at your teammate, if you jump in front of the way, would you be able to stop them from getting grabbed, and basically defeat the auto-lock targeting that the smoker's tongue ends up using. So let's move on to the final myth now and see what happens. Myth: can you save a survivor by walking into a smoker's tongue while they are being pulled? Okay guys, so the final myth is going to be submitted in by Lee Everett. Now I want you guys to take a look at the myth really carefully, because this is something that kind of tripped us up. The way that the myth is going to end up being worded is as such. Can a survivor be saved by another survivor walks into the tongue while the other survivor is being pulled? This is the exact wording of the myth as it was written. Now this led to me and the crew being slightly confused on what the outcome was trying to be for the final myth. I'm not trying to be a grammar Nazi or anything, I'm just genuinely asking what was the intended idea behind this myth, because Glabersko, me, and Dan all had very different ideas of what the final result was supposed to be or lead to. So for example, Glabersko thought that Lee meant that if a survivor was already grabbed by the smoker's tongue, could you cut the tongue by somehow walking into it with your body? Whereas I thought that if you had a survivor that was ending up getting a tongue shot at them, if another survivor jumps in the way, like in the old movies where you would take a bullet for somebody, could you get the pathing to end up changing and redirecting to somebody else? And then Dan had something similar in the middle, although be a little bit closer to my side, but the point is we were just all confused. So what we decided to do was just test everything and just show you guys the results of everything. And then Lee, since you're the one that made up the myth in the first place, just tell us in the comment section down below what was the idea behind the myth so we can be able to give it a proper result after this video comes out. So here is going to be the first one. This is Glabersko's idea plus also his result. So as you guys can see, Dan gets grabbed and I shimmy in between the smoker's tongue, but it never amounts to anything, which means that Glabersko's version, at least of the myth, is going to be busted. You cannot cut it with your body. And this is going to be the way that I interpreted it. This is going to end up being an AI smoker where Dan jumps in the way and saves Glabersko's life. And so for this one, its myth result is going to end up being confirmed. So we have two different methods of doing things, and each one gives a different result, one being busted, the other one being confirmed. Now, this ended up making us confused for a while about how we want to word this, so we decided to refer back to the wording of the myth one more time, which once again is going to be this. Can a survivor be saved by another survivor walks into the tongue with the other survivor being pulled? Taking a look at the way that this is worded a second time, there's one word that stood out to me. And that's going to be the last one, pulled. You can't pull somebody if they're not already grabbed by something. So having a new perspective on things, I'm leaning towards Glabersko's idea more about how to interpret the myth, but at the end of the day, Lee, you can just clarify in the comment section down below. But as of right now, based off the way it's worded and all the guys testing, I'm going to end up saying that this myth is busted. Based off the wording with the last word pulled, meaning that the survivor has already been grabbed at this point and you're just trying to cut them with your body. Myth: if a tank hits a car while a survivor is on top of the car, will the survivor travel with the car? Okay guys, so to start off the episode for myth number 1, this is submitted in by John Jr. Now we're going to be having it where I'm standing on top of a car while Glabersko as a tank ends up hitting me with his fist, and as you guys can end up seeing, the car ends up flying, but I just stand in place and instantly get incapacitated. So that means that myth number 1 is going to be busted here today. Myth: if a special infected pins you, can you use frag round splash damage to free yourself? Okay guys, so myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by a true winner 1. Now what we're going to have happen here guys, we're going to be using a smoker specifically, because for this myth to work we have to use him, because we use a hunter or a jockey or a charger, those special infected's pinning animations are instantaneous and you can no longer use your gun once you were attacked. And to avoid hitting the smoker directly, we are going to be shooting at the floor, so that way we make sure that we're not giving a direct impact shot, and instead we're only using the splash damage to possibly free ourselves. In True Winner 1, we have good news for you. When you end up shooting the floor nearby the smoker, if you do it quick enough, you can end up breaking the tongue animation and technically free yourselves by using the frag round splash damage. So myth number 2 is going to be confirmed. You can indeed use frag round splash damage to free yourself from a smoker, specifically if they're grabbing you with their tongue and you shoot nearby their feet quick enough. Myth: do snipers and or assault rifles have better bullet penetration than shotguns? Okay guys, so myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Dan. Now what we're going to have happen for this testing is we're going to end up be spawning in a charger behind a piece of a wall. Now we're going to be taking all the different shotguns, sniper rifles, and assault rifles in the game and shoot the charger through said wall. Now what we're going to have happen here is that we're going to be trying to put the charger in the exact same place and also try to shoot him in the exact same place ideally. Now when we end up doing this, we're going to be shooting through the exact same wall texture, so that way there is no possibility of the numbers being skewed, unless there's just a human error thing, which is just out of our control. The chargers will always start off at full HP, and we are also not using frag rounds or incendiary rounds on the guns that we're using, we're just using their base caliber bullets. Now to summarize this footage down, because this took us over 45 minutes to end up getting even a result that we were comfortable with, because we wanted to be as sure as we could, we are going to leave this myth pretty much at plausible. The reason why is because some of the guns were giving us inadequate results. To label them is either confirmed or as busted, because some guns have very similar if not identical stats. Some guns we were having inconsistent results which were not matching up with said stats. And finally, like I said, there also is just the possibility of human error, and Dan may or may have not gotten a headshot at some point, which could have saved him a bullet because he cannot see through that wall. Myth: can the witch one-shot Jimmy Gibbs Jr. and or the fallen survivor? Okay guys, so for myth number 4, this is going to be submitted in by Zaku, and to start off the myth, we're going to be starting with Jimmy Gibbs Jr. Now we're going to be spawning in a crap ton of Jimmys here on the atrium, and we've also got a witch nearby on standby, so that way we can end up shooting her once I spawn in a horde of Jimmys, and we're going to have it where I run over to the Jimmys, and so that way when the witch tries to swing at me, she may indirectly or accidentally hit Jimmy. So I'm going to be shooting the witch right now, and as you guys can see, there's a crap ton of Jimmys, plenty of them for the witch to hit. And I'm getting hit by the witch / Jimmy right now because my screen's absolutely covered in mud. In fact, I'll save you guys the grief and show you better footage by going into third person. But yeah, you can see that I'm surrounded by, like, I would say about like 5 Jimmys. And the witch is indeed hitting me because you can see all the blood. But Jimmy is also equally getting hit just as much as me. And we were sitting here for about, I would say, like 2 minutes. And Jimmy was not dying. In fact, any of the Jimmys were not dying. And it seems like that they really weren't taking any damage of significance because they just kept coming at me. And now this is going to be the fallen survivor footage because I forgot to end up doing this while playing with the guys yesterday, so this is me the next day trying to get it by myself. So I am in between the witch and the fallen survivor right next to the elevator, and the witch is once again hitting these fallen survivor / me. But unlike Jimmy Gibbs Jr., the fallen survivor eventually here, after getting hit several times by the witch's claws, he does indeed die. Which is interesting how that Jimmy doesn't die, but the fallen survivor does. But the one thing that they both have in common is that neither of them were able to be one-shot by the witch, which means that myth number 4 is going to be busted here. But I really am wondering still why that the witch was not able to kill Jimmy. Maybe perhaps Jimmy's also immune to special infected. Who knows? Alrighty guys, and now we move on to the final myth, and once again it is going to be, can you have a AI or bot player sacrifice themselves for you to beat the sacrifice finale? I did say I had a method to my madness in order to end up testing this myth, so let's go over to that strategy right now and see if this is possible. Myth: can you have a bot player sacrifice themselves in the sacrifice finale? Alrighty guys, so the final myth is going to be submitted in by Vader, and do not worry, I'm not going to just spawn in an AI and just have them run around and hope that they end up hitting the generator. I do have an idea. In the mod menu that me and the other Mythbusters use for this series, there is an option to switch between characters. The idea is that I'm going to have it where I freeze Bill in place right at the generator, and then I'm going to swap over to him when the finale is finishing, and then I'm going to swap back to control Zoe, so that way by the time that the generator cutscene starts taking place, I will be off of Bill, and the game will think that it's an AI instead of me. Okay, so here is attempt number 1. The director is off, so we have plenty of time to do this, and I'm going to end up trying to time it, so that way I end up hitting the right buttons in the right order, so that way I swap immediately off of Bill and back to Zoe. I'll have to go idle and then click Zoe, so there's going to be an extra frame of work that I have to do, but hopefully that will end up being negligible in terms of the final results. So here it goes. I'm going to start the generator right now, and I try to swap over, and you do see Bill falling over, but this would be a given because of the fact that he was down there as this cutscene was taking place, but it's really the credits that we have to look at to see if I survived or died. And it looks like, according to the credits, it still counted me as Bill, and therefore I died. And just to be on the safe side, we also had a couple of other attempts where Dan tried to do this as well. And as you guys can end up seeing, Dan was once again playing as Bill. He even had slow-mo on to see if he could end up getting better odds with his timing. Because Dan's usually pretty good at swapping between keybinds really quickly. But now we need to take a look at, once again, the credits. Did it count it as Bill, or did it count it as Dan? And according to the credits, which are going to pop up any second now, the one that ended up dying was... it was Dan. So it looks like the final myth is busted. Either the cutscene is killing you way too quickly and you can't swap over to another character in time, or whoever was controlling the character that sacrificed themselves last, that person will therefore die in the credits. Myth. Can you kill 2 common zombies with 1 magnum bullet? Alrighty guys, myth number 1 is going to be submitted by Zoe, and as you guys can see via the gameplay here, that indeed you can end up doing this. You just have to line your shot correctly and make sure that you don't miss, so it's relatively simple. All you gotta do is just make sure you're just ready, aim, fire, and then boom, there you go. So myth number 1 is indeed confirmed. Myth. If a survivor spins their mouse while being ridden by a jockey, can the jockey still move the survivor it's riding? Alright guys, so myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Jordan Moss. So Jordan, the way that we're going to be doing this is we're going to be having 2 versions. We will have the first version be against an AI jockey. The second version is going to be against one of the other Mythbusters as a jockey. So that way we can see the difference between the AI jockey's functionality and also just the human error or the skill level of another player. So Glabersko, Dan, and I are all going to up our sensitivities of our mice to max, so that way we can see whether or not sensitivity might help us here. So you guys can see that Dan's about to go up first, and other than the gameplay looking absolutely horrible on Dan's end and probably makes you want to throw up, I'm going to show you instead different footage so that way you guys can be able to see what's actually going on. And as you can end up seeing on screen, the jockey, even though he does have some influence of Dan's movement, he's not entirely in control like he normally would be. It does seem that the sensitivity increase does give Dan overall better control of where he ends up going. Now, against the AI jockey, this myth really doesn't end up having the best ground to stand on because the jockey eventually took back control and we were only able to resist so much before we ended up losing our control of our character again. But where this myth ends up having the most possible consistency and the most ground to stand on is going to end up being against a human player controlling the jockey, because I'm going to show you guys something that's very interesting. So this footage is going to be me versus Dan. We are both going to have maximum sensitivity, and we are both going to try to end up controlling one another by our influence. The jockey is going to end up being Dan, and Ellis is going to end up being me, and Glabersko will be a spectator, so that way you guys also, like I said from earlier, do not throw up while trying to watch this video. This is going to end up being the final result. As the jockey ends up jumping on your head, if it's a human player specifically, if you both have maximum sensitivity and you're equally skilled, you will end up being in a deadlock, because even though you'll move so little that it really doesn't end up counting as movement, and instead you're just shimmying in the same little circle. So what do we do about this myth? Well, here's the thing with the myth, is that the myth never specified whether or not that it wanted you to move at all, or if it wanted you to move within a certain period of time. Because that's the thing, is that at times, for a solid few seconds, maybe even possibly in the double digits range, like 10 or 11 seconds, we were ended up making it where we could take control back for a brief period of time and the jockey could not move us. We were basically locked in place. However, eventually we lost control. So do we end up basing it off of whether or not you move at all from the time that you get grabbed to the time you get incapacitated? Or do we end up giving ourselves a little bit of leeway, and if we end up having at least a few seconds where the jockey has no influence over us, do we count that? So I'm going to leave it up to you. I'm going to label the myth at plausible and let everyone decide in the comment section down below. The thing to consider that we haven't addressed in this myth yet is the possibility that a survivor might rescue you right away. So for how long that you end up getting grabbed by the jockey from the time that you end up getting saved is also going to be an important thing to consider, because if you end up getting control for 3 seconds and you have control for those 3 seconds and immediately get rescued, were you ever controlled by the jockey in the first place? Myth. Will the rescue vehicle save you if all survivors in or out of the vehicle are incapacitated? Okay guys, myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Glabersko, so we're going to be playing on the finale of Crash Course, and we'll have 2 of us inside of the Crash Course truck, and then 1 of us going to be outside of the truck, and we're going to have it where we end up incapacitating all of us via console commands at the exact same time, so that way that the driver does not take off without us, because ever since the last stand update, if you're in-capped, at least in the rescue vehicle while someone else is alive, the in-cap players will also be considered as rescued within the credits as well. But if everybody's incapacitated, does that mean that you'll still also have that be the case? So here's going to end up being the footage on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. We're all going to down now. And it looks like, according to the gameplay, the answer is no, because everything's fading to black, so the game is resetting, and the myth is busted. You will not be rescued if you are incapped in the rescue vehicle. If everybody is incapacitated, at least one player must remain standing up and alive. Myth. Can a charger corpse launch your body into a higher part of any given map? Okay guys, so for myth number 4, this is going to be submitted in by Zaku, and I would also like to clarify something at the very beginning, is that this myth is only even feasible if you end up having anti-gravity enabled. Without anti-gravity enabled, the myth is automatically busted, but luckily there is some game modes that have zero gravity officially and unofficially. We ended up doing a Rayman mod mutation that gave us anti-gravity, but there also is some official game modes like Rocket Dude, which end up having the same anti-gravity effect, and you can get them without modding the game. If the circumstances line up correctly, you can not only end up flying very, very high, but you can also, luckily enough, stick the landing, as you can see with Dan here getting on top of the Last Stand Lighthouse, which means that this is confirmed. It's hard to get it confirmed, but it is indeed confirmed. And now, everybody, we move on to the final myth of the episode. Once again, it is going to be, can you end up getting a double crown kill or a collateral crown kill on witches in Left 4 Dead 2? So let's move on to the final myth and see if it's confirmed or busted. Myth. Can you crown 2 witches at the same time? Alright guys, the final myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by Dead Sled 8. So we are going to be spawning in 2 sitting idle witches, and we're going to be using the Chrome Pump Shotgun, because this has the best bullet spread and will allow us to be hopefully able to end up getting the most likely chance of getting a double crown kill. And guys, just for fun, if you want to end up predicting whether or not the final result will end up being busted or confirmed, make sure you please put in the comments down below. I would love to see what you guys think. So 2 witches, 1 shotgun. What happens? So Dan shoots him, and he gets his ass kicked. And this happened again. Again, and guess what? Again. This ended up happening several times, and it wasn't until we ended up looking at our mod menu and we ended up finding an option that ended up tweaking the infected's HP, and we did notice that we could end up modifying the HP of the witch and end up putting it these different variables. So if we give the witch lower HP than she normally has, the myth now works. But as soon as you end up taking her back to normal HP or anything higher than normal HP, it no longer works again. So via this last method that we had, the myth works, but I'm still going to call it busted. This is because there's never a point in any of the game modes that you will end up having the witch end up having anything less than her normal HP. She will always end up being at a certain HP level no matter what, which means that unless you end up having this mod menu on at all times, you will never be able to do this. And when you guys submit these myths in, I'm pretty sure you guys are thinking about the normal default game and not thinking about it being modded, so I don't think you guys would exactly care if you can do this if you end up having to cheat. You want to know if you can do this legitimately so you can use this in your normal games, and if that is the case, I am more than happy to label it as busted because I'm not going to remember to pull this thing up, and neither will you. Myth. Are there 4 different ending cutscenes on The Last Stand? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Glabursco. So this one's pretty straightforward. We're just going to have to beat The Last Stand multiple times and hope that we can end up getting different cutscenes. Supposedly, there is going to be up to 4 different ones. Now, I've definitely seen more than one. I've seen up to 2 or 3, but I don't recall seeing a 4th one, and that's what we're going to try to be looking for. We're going to see if we can try to get 4 different ones, even if they're subtle. It might be an angle difference, it might be a different view of the entire map. Like, for example, this one right here is one that I end up getting probably the second most frequently, which is just going to be the view of the Last Stand Lighthouse, but I have seen some other ones. Now, the question to ask is, are these random? Are we able to trigger these by doing a certain thing within the game? Is this something that the director determines and we cannot change it ourselves? Well, that is something I'm going to answer for you, my friends. When it comes to these cutscenes that happen at the end of The Last Stand, there is a method to the madness. You can trigger certain cutscenes via certain actions that you do in the game. They're not determined by the director. And the way you do this is simply by changing the difficulty. Easy mode, normal mode, advanced mode, and expert mode all have their own ending cutscene. And it doesn't matter how well you do, it just matters what game mode difficulty you play on. Here's going to be all the different cutscenes for The Last Stand. This one's for easy mode. The next one here is going to end up being for normal mode, which is why it's one of my most common. The next one is going to end up being on advanced mode, which is where you're starting to get into the more uncommon ones. And then finally, this is the one for expert mode, which is probably the least common because The Last Stand can be hard at times. And as you guys saw, there was indeed 4 different ending cutscenes, one for each difficulty, which means myth number 1 is confirmed. All you gotta do is just pick the game mode difficulty that you want. Myth. Can you sneak up on a tank and kill him before he sees you? Alrighty guys, the next myth is submitted in by Caitlin Burton. And now for myth number 2, guys, I know automatically that this is going to be busted just due to the fact that the tank has a crap ton of health. However, though, I still thought that this myth was interesting enough that I want to entertain the idea of still being able to sneak up on the tank part, at least of this myth, because that part interests me. There is certain spawns for the tank in Left 4 Dead where he can end up spawning where you can see his ligaments like his arms sticking out, but since his eyes are technically not able to see you, he cannot end up attacking you, and you can get sometimes really close to him, like for example in this clip where me and Globbersko go underneath of the staircase where he is. So at first we thought that it might be proximity based, but it really isn't. It's more rather based off of eye level. Is the tank's eyes able to see you within his line of sight? If he can't, then he won't attack you. Now with that being said, is there a certain map where you can end up flanking around the tank for this to be possible? Because on the passing, for example, here with this particular tank, you can't go around him, you must go through, but there is some other parts of maps where you have alternative options, such as, for example, this part of the Parish campaign, which we're going to be testing for this, where you can end up having 3 possible different paths you can take to get to the same destination. You can cut through the bar, you can go through the little hallway area unless it's blocked off by cement, and then finally there is going to be the staircase that goes over to the fence, and you can climb over it. What me and the guys are going to do is we're going to be having a tank spawned in at the fence area, and we're going to go around the bar area so that way we can get behind the tank and see if whether or not that we can end up being able to jump him and at least get some damage in before he inevitably ends up attacking us. So here is going to be footage of our best attempt. Dan has spawned in a idle tank and he is not ready to attack us yet because he's not made eye contact with us. I'm going to try to sneak up on him and get as close as I can before he inevitably ends up attacking me. And it's right about here at the fence that the tank all of a sudden is able to notice me and my screen starts to shake and he starts to approach me. And the thing is though is that, as you guys saw from the gameplay, he did not make visible eye contact with me. I was not able to see him and he was around the corner. Which is weird considering the fact that on the passing footage I could get underneath of the tank under the stairs and he didn't care at all. So is it based off of eyesight or is it going to be based off of proximity? And I'm going to give you guys what I think it is. I think it's a little bit of both. Imagine that if the tank's eyes ended up having a complete view of the entire map, like he had X-ray vision. And here's the thing, is that as a player is visible within that eye contact, as long as he's at a certain distance, that gives the tank permission to attack. So let's say that he has a 360-degree sphere around his player model, and anything around that general bubble, if you step inside of it, it will set the tank off. Basically, if you invade his personal space, it gives him permission to aggro. And it doesn't matter whether or not the model's looking at you, it's just if you step in that bubble from a certain distance. I think, unlike the passing footage where we were able to get within his bubble, I think that even though it's 360 degrees, I don't think that that counts for underneath of him. Imagine a dome rather than a full-on circle. If you were to get underneath of the circle, the tank will not aggro on you because you're underneath of his little proximity sphere. However though, if you are at the same level as him, it doesn't matter where you approach, you will end up triggering him and then he'll attack you. So at least for sneaking up on the tank, this myth does have some merit. In fact, if it was just about sneaking up, this would be confirmed. But since it's specifically about sneaking up and killing, the tank has way too much HP for that to even be possible. I have to unfortunately label the myth at busted. But Caitlin, this was a very unique myth. Thank you for submitting it our way. Myth. Is there a mini version of No Mercy under the No Mercy map? Alrighty guys, so this myth is going to be submitted in by Dan/Dr. Zed. All we gotta do is just no clip under No Mercy, and we're going to be looking around and seeing if we can find any sort of textures that resemble the map in itself. I am underneath of Chapter 3 right now specifically. I'm looking around, I mostly just end up seeing the top half of the map, but maybe I have to look a little bit deeper. In fact, actually I have to look to the very, very bottom of the map where indeed I find a miniature version of No Mercy. So now I feel like Godzilla looking at this in comparison to the normal map that I'm used to looking at. But yeah, you can end up seeing the hospital, you can see the buildings nearby, you can see a mini version as if you were playing it like on a board game or something. So myth number 3 is indeed confirmed. There is a mini version of No Mercy under the actual No Mercy map. Myth. Does wall hopping as a hunter increase pounce damage without the need for high ground? Alrighty guys, myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Zaku. Now, what is exactly wall hopping in Left 4 Dead? Well, it's a mechanic that the hunter can do where he uses the map to parkour off of and be able to pounce you to get hopefully a higher damage pounce, allowing him to kill you quicker. So the further that the hunter has to jump in order to be able to reach you, he is gaining more and more momentum. He's using inertia in his favor and basically making his body a flying projectile and using the force of gravity to also kill you in addition to his claws. In fact, actually, fun fact for you guys, for anybody that's not played Left 4 Dead 1, in Left 4 Dead 1, the hunter had unlimited pounce damage, so hypothetically, in a perfect situation, if he was able to get a really far pounce, he could just crush you with his entire body and one-shot kill you. Now, the maximum damage that a hunter can do in Left 4 Dead 2 is up to 25, but it's still a really decent amount of damage, and what we're trying to do is take advantage of that damage. When you end up wall hopping in the game, you're essentially tricking the game into thinking that you're traveling more distance than you actually are. You're kind of just bouncing back and forth between small spaces, and so when you land on somebody, you have a lot more damage when you finally end up jumping on them. Now pay attention closely to these two different clips, guys, because if you blink, you'll miss it. This is going to end up being the first clip where it's a control test. Dan's just going to pounce Globbersko normally without wall hopping. And then the second clip, he is going to wall hop, and even though we're standing at the exact same distance, you will see that the damage number ends up going up from Dan doing damage to Globbersko. This is something that is very easy to miss, and in fact we did end up missing it. I only noticed it when I was editing this video. I had a feeling that I was missing something, so I went back in the footage and I ended up realizing that even though we're standing at the exact same distance, by Dan just jumping a tiny little bit to end up doing the wall hop, it gave a little bit more damage. So if a player stands in the exact same place and the only changing difference in the situation is whether or not you wall hop or not as a hunter, you will do slightly more damage, which means that you don't have to end up being on an elevated surface or having the high ground in order to end up increasing your damage output. All you gotta do is just be good at parkour. So despite initially labeling this myth at busted because I didn't notice this tiny little detail, I am now going to label the myth as confirmed and say that if you do wall hop as a hunter, you can indeed increase your damage without the need of high ground. Now keep in mind is that this particular strategy is something that is not in my realm of expertise. I really don't play a lot of verses, and nor do I end up doing this strategy. However, though, I am more than happy to end up having some constructive criticism if you guys know more about this strategy and would like to inform me on something. Alright everybody, now we're moving on to the final myth, and once again is going to be, do snipers have bullet drop in Left 4 Dead? Let's hop over to the testing grounds and see if whether or not that this is true. Myth. Do snipers have damage/bullet fall off in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, the last myth is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now the way that we're going to be testing this is we are going on Chapter 2 of Hard Rain. We're going to have Dan stand all the way at the gas station sign while we are at the elevator. This is going to be what I would like to believe is the farthest fair distance to be able to test this without breaking the game or getting skewed numbers. We're going to zoom in with all the different sniper scopes and try to shoot at each other and see if whether or not that by shooting each other in certain body parts or by slightly backing up a little bit, if the damage ends up falling off or if it's just the exact same. So first up is going to be the military sniper. Now I am shooting at Dan, and as you guys can see based off his health bar, that when I hit him, he is losing 3 health at a time. And the same thing happens when he ends up shooting at me, and also at Globbersko. And now with Globbersko right next to me, he's going to shoot me, and it's the exact same damage at 3, just like how Dan was shooting at me from all the way back there. Next up, we're going to be trying the hunting rifle. Now, even though it's a little bit hard to end up shooting each other because there's some flinch in this game, if I end up hitting Dan with the hunting rifle, the exact same thing happens. It's once again 3 damage, and when Globbersko shoots me at pretty close, he is also going to give me 3 damage. Now we're moving on to the scout rifle, which is going to once again be at, you guessed it, 3 damage. And it doesn't matter whether or not that I shoot Dan all the way at the gas station, or if whether or not that Globbersko shoots me at point blank range, the damage is once again still at 3. Now this is where things get slightly different is with the op. Even though the op is pretty similar to most of the other sniper rifles, the only slight difference is that the op will do 4 damage at distance instead of 3. Because when you see Dan's at 36 HP here, if I go to shoot him, he goes down by 4 instead of 3 increments at a time. And once again, it doesn't matter how far away you are, it is going to be the exact same damage number whether you're far away or if you were up close. So I believe all the sniper rifles are going to be hit scan weapons, which means that there's no bullet or damage fall off whatsoever on them, which means that the final myth of today's episode is busted. The sniper rifles will do the exact same damage no matter where you shoot somebody, how far away you shoot somebody, or whether or not that you aim down sights or no scope them or not. All the sniper rifles will do 3 damage and the op will end up doing 4 damage every single time that you shoot at something, regardless of what you do. Myth. Will the elevator on the first chapter of NSenr open up after a certain period of time? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted by Glabursko. So we are on the first chapter of NSenr and we are going to be closing the elevator going downstairs. Now supposedly, if you end up just waiting for a certain period of time, it will just automatically open. I would like to figure that this is going to end up being a fail-safe mechanic, so that way if you were playing in versus, that you can't just camp in there and it probably end up getting carried over to the single-player campaign. So basically, all we're just going to do is just sit and wait patiently and see if the door will eventually just open. So after waiting around for, I would like to say, anywhere between 1 minute and 2 minutes, the door eventually did open, which means that this myth is confirmed. Like I said, I just believe this is a gameplay mechanic that was left over from Versus and put also into the single-player campaign just to prevent you from camping, but the good news is, though, is it also does help any players that for some reason do not know where the E button is. Myth. Can you get the jockey to dismount you if you submerge him underwater? Okay guys, so myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Zoe. Now in order to end up testing this myth, we have to have a deep body of water. So the best place that I know is the finale of Death Toll. So Dan is going to use a strategy that we discovered from a few episodes back, where he ends up increasing his mouse sensitivity to maximum, and he spins around in circles while looking at the floor. This will end up contradicting the jockey's influence, so that way he basically doesn't move. The jockey's mounting animation is the exact same. He's still poking your eye out while simultaneously rubbing his testicles on the back of your neck. The water really isn't affecting the jockey. Or is it? As you all can clearly see, the jockey has the exact same mounting animation he has always had. He is able to jump on your shoulders and start scratching your eyes out. Nothing has changed. But despite this and what you are physically seeing, he ends up nonetheless still drowns in the water. So Valve, let me get this straight. Even though we're playing in a zombie game, where zombies are technically dead and they shouldn't need to breathe to begin with, I'll forgive the fact that the jockey and all the other special infected can drown. It's a gameplay mechanic. But why in the goddamn hell is the jockey able to drown even though he's above the water level while he's on your shoulders? Does he breathe out of his feet? Now, believe it or not, we did actually manage to replicate this and figure out why this happens in the first place. Basically, long story short, if you are standing up by the time that the jockey will mount you, you will have the exact same animation and functionality that you always will have. However, though, the one little key difference is if you are crouched before you end up getting mounted, the jockey's animation, even though it remains the same, the jockey's health pool will still go down because now his hitbox is at crouch level. So this is a brand new glitch within Left 4 Dead. If you're crouched and a jockey grabs you, his hitbox will match that crouched height. Meaning, if you go to somewhere where there's deep enough water, like i.e. Death Toll, you can make the game think the jockey is submerged and get him to drown to his death. Pretty cool, right? But now circling back to the beginning of this myth, let's go back to its main question, which is going to be, can you use the water as a tool to get the jockey off of you? And unfortunately, you cannot. You do not have enough health to outlast the jockey and end up having him drown before you end up getting incapacitated by him, nor do you have the ability just to submerge him underneath the water and get him to loosen his grip. So that's going to mean that myth number 2 of today's episode is going to end up being busted. However, though, I'm still glad that we found this brand new glitch, even after all these years later in Left 4 Dead. Myth. Do laser sights decrease bullet spread? Alrighty guys, so myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by JJ. Now I do know that there is going to be some people in the comments that are going to reference the Left 4 Dead wiki In the wiki, it already answers this question for us, saying that yes, they do indeed decrease bullet spread. However, though, I still wanted to include this myth in the episode anyways, just because even though this is general knowledge for most people, not everybody knows everything, and I wanted to end up putting this in the episode as a teaching tool, so that way anybody that doesn't know this already, like JJ, that they can end up learning and improving their game knowledge, rather than just assuming that they should know this. So we took all the guns in the game, and we took all the different shooting methods in the game, and we put them to the test. We ended up aiming down sights, hip firing, crouching, adding laser sights, and all these different tests that we did ended up supporting the claim that yes, indeed, laser sights do end up decreasing bullet spread, which was in the wiki. So JJ, your myth is confirmed, and I hope that these results end up helping you out, my friend. Myth: can you jump over a witch on expert mode before she stands up? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted by Zaku. Now Zaku, I think you're playing with fire here, but I'm going to end up showing you this nonetheless, so I can hope that this will, I guess, help you whatever it is that you're trying to do. Hopefully what you're trying to do is not die. Speaking of death, that's very likely to happen because even though the witch is sitting down, she stands up extremely quickly on expert mode. And in fact, I want to show you something, Zaku, before you end up trying this, is that she has her standing hitbox regardless if she's sitting down, which means that if she's at the same surface level as you, you can't jump over her. So then we thought, okay, maybe the myth is possible, but you just need to be slightly higher than the witch is, and you can't be at the same surface level. So all we did was just relocate a little bit, and what do you know? If you have the witch at least on a lower surface than you and not the same surface, you can jump over her hitbox. Now I am going to add this to the WTF version of myths for Mythbusting Mondays, because why is it that I can jump on her hitbox and basically jump on what would be the in-game version of her head, but God forbid I look at her wrong and all of a sudden she's become a zombified super Karen and she's chasing me down. Either way though, the myth is confirmed. I just wish you luck if you tried this, Zaku. Alrighty guys, so now we're moving on to the final myth of the episode, and once again it is going to be, can a hunter jump and pounce off of other special infected in order to essentially give himself a boost? So let's move on to the final myth and see if whether or not it's possible. Myth: can a hunter jump off of other special infected's heads? Okay guys, the final myth is submitted in by Lee Everett. Now guys, in Left 4 Dead, the special infected, regardless of whether or not that they are a physical player or whether or not that they are a bot, there is some sort of intangibility when it comes to the player collisions. You can initially be able to shove people and move them away just a bit, but after a certain period of time, the game will adjust for this and end up making it where you can go through each other. This is most likely to prevent corner trapping or trolling, because otherwise this would break the functionality of the game and prevent people from playing legitimately. For example, don't expect to see a Hunter Tiki statue where they're just all stacked on each other's shoulders and they're like Hunter Godzilla. That's not gonna happen. You can even see from Dan's perspective out of the corner of his eye that really all it looks like is we're just shimmying and we're really at the best able to shoulder bump each other, and that is it. This will also not work on the other special infected variants, nor will this also work on the AI versions of said special infected variants. Even something like the tank, who is humongous, you can't do this with him either. Which means that the final myth of today's episode is busted. Myth: can a boomer's explosion knock a survivor into water? Okay guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in by Tyler, and this one is really straightforward. I'm just going to spawn a boomer in and shoot it. So here we go. And yes, indeed, I did fall into water. So myth number 1 is confirmed, and this is probably setting the world record for in terms of the series for how long it took us to complete a myth. Myth: is your shoving animation slower when you're in red health? Okay guys, so myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Glotbursko. So on the screen right here, I am at green health. I'm at 100%. Dan is in red at 19% of his health. Glotbursko is going to be spectating us, and as you guys can end up seeing, that when me and Dan melee at the exact same time, no matter the health difference, we are swinging at the exact same speed. Which means that myth number 2 is busted. You don't swing any faster nor slower depending on your HP level, it's the exact same animation. Myth: if a tank crab walks towards a survivor, will the survivor still have screen shake? Okay guys, so myth number 3 is submitted in by Zaku. Now when it comes to this myth, if the tank ends up crouch walking towards you, will it cause screen shake still? And as you guys can see from the goofy ass looking gameplay, because seeing the tank crouch walk towards you is actually kind of funny, it does not cause screen shake. It's only when the tank ends up running at you that your screen will actually shake. In fact, actually, if you just end up pressing the W key and just shimmying towards a survivor, you still also once again turn off screen shake. It's only with sprinting or just general walking by holding down W that it causes the screen shake effect. So that means that myth number 3 is busted. The crab walk effect turns off screen shaking and will only turn back on once you run. Myth: can you prevent fall damage with a charger's charge? Okay guys, so myth number 4 is submitted in by Connie, and as you guys can see, I'm about to jump off the last stand lighthouse. Now if you do so, you will die of fall damage. In Connie's myth, he is asking if you end up having a charger charge you while you're falling from somewhere, will this basically negate fall damage? I wanted to show you me jumping off of the last stand lighthouse because it will be quite obvious of whether or not that this will negate fall damage, because if it doesn't negate fall damage, then I will die from falling to my death again. Okay, so I am at the top of the lighthouse once again, and Dan is a charger on the roof down there. I'm going to jump, and Dan is going to charge. So on the count of 3, I will jump. 1, 2, 3. Here I go. I'm going to jump right now. And Dan does indeed collide with me, which ends up saving my life. I mean, I'm being pulverized, I'm being slammed into a rock, but I did indeed live. So myth 4 is confirmed, guys. If a charger charges you, it will not only end up saving you from fall damage, but it will also just save you from dying altogether. And now, everybody, we move on to the final myth of the episode, and once again, it is going to be, do melee weapons swing at slower speeds when you are underwater? So we're going to transition to the final myth now of the episode, and see if it is true. Myth: do melee weapons swing slower underwater? Okay guys, the last myth of the episode is going to be submitted to by Zoe. So we are on the finale of Death Toll, and I'm going to be using console commands to circle through a majority of the melee weapons. I'm going to end up standing up and using the melee weapon, and then I'm going to be submerging myself in the water and then using the melee weapon, to see if whether or not that there's any frame-by-frame difference, or whether or not it's just a visually obvious difference with the melee and attack speeds. So here is going to be different examples of footage from our findings. The first set of footage is going to end up being my footage, where I was in the first person and I was swinging the melee weapons above and underneath of the water, and there's no difference at all. The second example of the footage is me and Dan next to each other while I'm underwater and he's above water, and we're both swinging a baseball bat at the exact same speed. And this is 2 different clips right next to each other of me swinging a frying pan underwater and above water with little to no difference. So me and the other Mythbusters agree that we end up thinking that the final myth is busted. If anything, it's just human error about why occasionally the speeds may look slightly different, but I don't believe it's a statistic or a thing that is within the game about why it's doing so. Myth: can a tank stop a survivor's campaign progress by blocking a pathway with an object? Okay guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted by Dan. Now yes, I know that technically you cannot block pathways as a tank. If you put an object in a survivor's way, eventually it will just despawn over time. But Dan wants to test out a method that will get around this, where basically we end up having him throw a tank rocket at an object and move it into position, because if you do this, apparently the object will not despawn, because the game only accounts for when a tank ends up moving an object with his hands. For the last minute or so, I have been standing on this dumpster that's been blocking the manhole on the 3rd chapter of No Mercy, but eventually the director just forces it out of the way to allow the survivors to be able to make progress again, and then eventually, shortly after that, it just despawns the dumpster completely, so that way it prevents the survivor from being blocked again. So this means that myth number 1 of today's episode is busted. You can only block an area for a short period of time, and then eventually the director will make it so that way you cannot block the survivors anymore. Myth: can you deflect a jockey's pounce by throwing a gas can or a propane tank at it? Okay guys, so myth number 2 is going to be submitted by Tyler. Now for this myth, it was a little bit tricky just due to the way that the jockey pounces. I swear to God that I can't deflect the jockey's pounce normally, let alone with a gas can. So I just had the other 3 guys do it, and eventually Dan was able to end up getting a successful attempt, where funnily enough his gas can hit the jockey in the crotch. But as you guys can see, even though the jockey did clearly get hit by the gasoline can, it still manages to pounce Dan. So it's not like the Hunter myth that we tested from a few months back, where you could stop his pounce with a pipe bomb. You can stop a jockey's pounce with a pipe bomb, but with a gas can or a propane tank, no. Which means that myth 2 is busted. Myth: can you explode propane tanks / gas cans with the van on dead air? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 is submitted in by Glabursko, and funnily enough, it actually does not end up blowing up any gas cans or propane tanks. The myth is actually busted. I am surprised to see this because I legitimately thought it was going to be confirmed, but I mean, hey, sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong. Myth: can all survivors escape in the mutation room for one? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Lee Everett. Now, in order to test this myth properly, we had to wait until we had 4 people, and now we finally do. We end up having Dan, Glabursko, Tyler, and myself all able to test this myth and see if it finally can end up getting a result. We are going to end up being on the finale of Dead Center, where we're next to Jimmy Gibbs' stock car. Now, normally in the mutation room for one, whoever's just the first to get to the rescue vehicle is the only one to escape. But if we're all standing there ahead of time, does the cutscene even take place? And if so, what ends up happening at the end credits? So the cutscene does indeed happen, but is it only going to end up saying that one survived? 2, 3, 4, I don't know. Let's take a look. So the credits are going to be rolling here shortly, and it seems that the only people to survive is Dan. Now, instead of just leaving the myth there and just saying that it's busted, we're also going to try another strategy where we end up warping ourselves to the rescue vehicle so that way it happens at the exact same time, because maybe there was something about who got there first and who was the last person to end up doing an action, such as filling up the last gas can or something. So if we end up having it where we have Virgil's boat, for example, which requires no actions in order to rescue yourself other than getting on, if we warp there at the exact same time, does the game rescue all of us? Alright guys, so this is weird. I know what I just said about warping us onto Virgil's boat, but something ended up happening where when Dan was trying to get in position to do so and he no-clipped above Virgil's boat, Virgil just left without us. And the funny thing is that even though he left without us, guess what? It said it rescued everybody. Virgil, I don't know what you've been drinking, dog, but you did not rescue anybody. But the objective was to end up getting the credits, which we did, so technically we rescued everybody without rescuing anybody. So technically this myth is confirmed, question mark, I guess, because we got the result we intended, but just not the way we intended. Alrighty guys, so now we are moving on to the final myth, and once again is going to be, can you end up stopping special infected pounces with your shove animation on more than one special infected? So for example, in a hypothetical situation, if like let's just say 2 hunters jumped me at the exact same time, if I shoved and I hit both of them, would I be able to stop both of them from pouncing me, or just only one or none of them? Let's move on to the final myth and see what will happen. Myth: can you block 2 pounces at once with one shove? Okay guys, so the last myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by Zaku. Now Zaku, the way that we are going to be testing your myth is we're going to be doing 2 hunters like I've been referencing throughout the entire video, just because trying to coordinate a jockey pounce with a hunter pounce would be very, very difficult. But since the hunters have the exact same pouncing animation as each other, this one would be much easier to react to. So what we're going to have happen is we're playing in this giant open area on No Mercy. Dan and Tyler are both hunters. I am going to be the one that's going to attempt to shove them. The idea is that they're going to try to jump me at the exact same time, and if I can get lucky enough and I end up hitting any of them, will I be able to stop them from being able to pounce me? Because the idea, the main goal at the end of the day, is if I can stop both of them. If I stop one of them, or if I stop neither of them, then the myth is busted. Now I can tell you from my experience that trying to get a confirmed result for this myth was very hard to get, because there was multiple times where that I ended up blocking only one hunter and not both hunters. Sometimes the guys would end up pouncing me and I felt like I shoved them. It was just very hard to get the coordination from all 3 people. That is at least until Glabursko had an idea. This entire time we were trying to end up having it where the hunter tried to pounce us on the x-axis or horizontally, but Glabursko said, what if the hunters just jump straight up and I walk underneath of them and see if I can shove them vertically? So that's actually what we did, and believe it or not, when we ended up doing this, this works.
Oh!
Did that work? Did you guys shake?
Well, let's go.
I shanked.
I got shoved.
So yeah, other than the possibility of having human error due to timing, you can shove 2 special infected at one time and be able to save yourself. That's cool. So since the final myth is confirmed, that means that if somebody really wanted to, they can end up showing this trick off to their friends and be able to end up kicking some ass in versus. So Zaku, that very well might be you. Myth: if you pick up an oxygen tank that's about to explode, will it stop the explosion? Alrighty guys, so the first myth is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now, as you guys can end up seeing from the gameplay here, we do indeed have a oxygen tank and we're all going around taking turns shooting it. And even though it's subtle to see, there is a bullet hole that is happening to the oxygen tank. And you guys can see that when we pick it up, there hasn't been an explosion yet. And here's going to be some gameplay where I do this by myself in the corner, and I'm shooting the oxygen tank, and you guys can see bullet holes starting to form. And yet, when I end up shooting it and I pick it up, nothing ends up happening. It resets the explosion. So when you shoot it and hear a hiss, if you pick it up, it will reset it like as if nothing ever happened. Which means that myth number 1 is going to end up being confirmed. If you pick up an oxygen tank, even though you have clearly shot it with a gun, as long as you do it before the hiss gets really loud and is about to explode, you can reset the explosion. Myth: can you push things like dumpsters with throwable objects? Alright guys, the next myth is going to be submitted in by Dan. And now, as you guys can see, Dan has got a gasoline can and a dumpster right here, and he is moving the dumpster by just simply picking up and dropping the gasoline can over and over again, and it's very strangely effective. You don't even need to pick up the gasoline can over and over again. You kind of just shimmy and like walk into items, and it still pretty much does the same thing, although be it a little bit slower. But in other words, myth 2 is confirmed. You can definitely indeed do this. Myth: can dropping a weapon block a special infected pounce? Alrighty guys, so myth number 3 is submitted in by Azure Productions. Now this one is creative because I've never heard somebody using this as a strategy before, so I really am curious to test and see if it works. So we're just going to take it literally. We're going to pick up and drop weapons over and over and over again while Dan, as a hunter, tries to pounce us. We're not going to shove or anything, and we're just going to be seeing if just swapping weapons is enough to stop him. And it looks like that based off of first impressions, it's not so good, but we'll keep trying. Alright, here's going to end up being 3 attempts back to back. Tyler ended up trying to do it, and it didn't work. Then here's going to end up being an attempt where we ended up trying to do it with Glaubersko. And when we did it with Glaubersko, this also didn't work. And then here's going to be an attempt with me where I try to do the exact same thing as the other prior 2 guys, and once again, it does not work. We thought that the reason why this might work is because the gun floating in suspended animation for a brief second while you're swapping to another gun would end up being some sort of, like, I guess, barricade preventing the hunter from grabbing you and would block any incoming pounce, but that really doesn't seem to end up being the case, and the gun acts as if it's intangible. So the myth is cool, but I think it's safe to say that this myth is busted, because I really can't see how this would work in any other different scenario. Maybe we just weren't doing something, but I honestly can't imagine what we would be doing wrong. This just seems like it was a really good myth in hindsight, but has really no practicality. Myth: will you be immune to fall damage if you get pounced by a hunter mid-air? Alrighty guys, so this myth is going to be submitted in by Zoe. So we are playing on the dead center atrium, and to make this as easy as possible, we're on here just so that way you guys can see that if this doesn't work, that by just jumping off the top of the atrium, it's enough fall damage that if you end up falling to the bottom, you will indeed die. So we're going to be making it very easy on ourselves to notice if there's a difference. Oh, I also forgot to mention he wants to know if you can do it MLG style, so we're going to make sure that this is totally MLG.
Fuck her right in the pussy.
Wow. So that's definitely confirmed, and I would say, in fact, it is not only confirmed, it is also MLG. Alrighty guys, and now we move on to the final myth, and once again is going to be, can you cut 2 smokers' tongues at once? We're going to be moving on to the final myth now and seeing if whether or not is possible, so let's get on with the final myth. Myth: can you cut 2 smokers' tongues at once? Okay guys, the final myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by a true winner 1. So the best way that we can end up doing this, guys, is with one specific weapon, and that's going to end up being the chainsaw. Now there is a chainsaw that is guaranteed to spawn in on the second chapter of Coldstream, so that is the one that we're going to be using for today's video. Alrighty guys, so here comes the final myth. Dan and Tyler are both smokers, and I'm going to be the one using the chainsaw. I'm going to pre-hold down the chainsaw as they shoot their tongues at me, so here we go. And it looks like it was easy peasy. The smoker's tongues immediately broke upon impact of my chainsaw. So the final myth of the episode is going to be confirmed.
Myth: can you cut a smoker's tongue with the van on dead air? Alright guys, the first myth of today's episode is being submitted in by Glaubersko, and we're here on dead air in the terminal. We've got this mesh fence set up so the smoker can grab me, but not drag me. And we're having Globursko activate the van. And as you guys can see from all these angles, the van just phases right through his tongue, meaning myth 1 is busted. Myth: can a boomer's explosion set off other explosives? Alright guys, the second myth of today's video is being submitted in by Dr. Zed, also known as Dan. And what he wants to know is, if causing a boomer to explode will set off other explosives like gas cans and propane tanks. Which, coming from Dan, the master of explosives and PC crashes, I'm not surprised he wants us to test this. But as you guys can see, we have this boomer surrounded in enough explosives to level the entire state of Pennsylvania, and we're going to set him off. And as you can see, surprisingly, he does cause other explosives to ignite. We did test this a second time just to make sure I didn't accidentally shoot a gas can or something by accident, but nope. His explosion is just able to ignite other explosives, meaning myth 2 is confirmed. Myth: are survivors immune to acid damage while being pulled by a smoker's tongue? The third myth of today's video is being submitted in by Zoe. So we've got everything set up here. Globursko is going to be pulled by the smoker, and I'm going to be spawning in acid pools at his feet. And as you can see, the acid is causing Globursko to take damage while being dragged. We know this because you do not take damage from a smoker's tongue until you are dragged up to him, meaning Globursko can only be taking damage from the acid pools, which makes myth 3 of this video busted. Myth: can a spitter's acid ball bounce off of multiple walls? Myth 4 of today's video is being submitted in by Zaku, and to test this myth we wanted to find a small corridor with narrow hallways to see if we can cause the acid ball to bounce, which is why we chose dead center. As you can see from our first attempt, we managed to get the ball to bounce off of one wall, but it didn't quite reach the other one, so we at least know so far that this myth is plausible. So we moved over a bit to test out the bathroom corridors. It's slightly more narrow than the original hallway. When looking through Dan's point of view as the spitter, we can see that the acid ball does bounce backwards, but when looking through my point of view again, we see that it doesn't quite hit the other wall. We know we're getting close, but we're not quite there yet, meaning that so far it's still plausible. But once we got to our second test here in the bathroom, we can see that the ball is able to bounce, but once it hits the second wall, it just falls to the ground, meaning myth 4 is busted. Alright guys, we're now on to the final myth, which is being submitted in by, hey, look, it's me. All jokes aside, let's get into the final myth. Myth: can a boomer's explosion cause large objects to move? For the final myth of today's video, I was wanting to see if the boomer's explosion is thick enough to move this container here, but we were getting really weird results with it because the boomers were clipping into it and causing it to jitter around. So we decided to move on to another large movable prop, the alarmed car. Besides setting off the alarms, the boomers didn't seem to move the car whatsoever. Though hope was starting to be lost, we did have one more idea. So we booted up dead center and found this dumpster on the streets here. So I had Dan do his thing and spawn in more fat men than you'd see at your average Discord mod meetup. And as they explode, we can see that, yes, the dumpster does indeed move ever so slightly. We tested this multiple times, and every time we did, we got the same result, meaning that the final myth of today's video is confirmed.
Myth: can special infected break into rescue closets? Alrighty guys, so the very first myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now, the rescue closets essentially act as a safe space for the game, very similar to the safe room, so that way you don't get spawn killed right away. And I would like to believe that that means that the special infected cannot break into them because they're technically invincible. Just to prove my point, here's a clip where we spawned a tank inside of the door where Nick was in the rescue closet, and half the tank's body is inside and the other is outside, and he's trying to beat the door, but he cannot break it whatsoever. And just to prove this point even further, here's going to be a clip when we got Nick to spawn in inside of a porta potty, and when Nick was spawned inside of the porta potty, we did the same thing where we spawned in another tank again, but we also spawned in a charger by accident, and this worked out to our advantage because you can see that in a few seconds here, the tank can kill the charger still, so it's not that the tank was missing the entire time like in the prior clip, he's been hitting it the entire time, it's just that the door and Nick are technically invincible in this stage of the game. It is only upon opening the door that the door immediately can be broken and that Nick can also be injured again. So I believe that this is going to end up being pretty much implied that this myth is going to be busted. This is just so that way you cannot spawn kill people, because if you could, then Left 4 Dead would not nearly be as much fun. Myth: can you kill a tank with stage fireworks? Alrighty guys, so myth number 2 is going to be submitted in by Vader. So what we are going to be doing is me and the guys are going to be spawning in a couple of tanks, and we are going to shoot them in the head with military snipers, so that way they are basically one shot, and then we are going to end up spawning them on top of the stage, and then activating the stage fireworks to see if they do indeed kill them. Okay, so now we're on the stage, and so is the tank, and the tank is going to be hit with the fireworks, and as you guys can see, he does indeed die, which means that myth number 2 is confirmed. You can kill the tank with stage fireworks. Myth: does a charger charging downhill travel further than a charger charging uphill? Okay guys, so myth number 3 is going to be submitted in by Zaku. Now just for clarification's sake, so that way we can end up figuring out what it is exactly that we were trying to achieve with this myth, let me explain. So, Zaku, from what he is asking, is basically wanting to know if Left 4 Dead is realistic in terms of if you end up having gravity work out to your advantage while you're playing as a charger. In other words, would the power of gravity by going downhill versus in a straight line or uphill allow the charger to get a further distance with his charging animation? So Glabursko as a charger, the one I'm looking at right here, is going to be charging uphill from the spot he's currently standing in. From that point, whenever he ends up stopping, Dan is going to stand next to where Glabursko stopped and then charge in the opposite direction. If Dan ends up in the same spot that Glabursko started at, that means that regardless of up or downhill, the charger will only end up having a certain distance traveled. Alright guys, so here is footage of Glabursko charging uphill. He goes from where he was standing to roughly about the street pole that's next to the tent. Now Dan, from the exact same spot as Glabursko, is going to charge downhill, and when Dan goes downhill, he ends up in the exact same spot that Glabursko did when he started, which means that myth number 3 here is busted. Myth: can you kill more than one special infected with one melee swing? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Dan, and this one is really straightforward. We're going to be spawning in 2 special infected, specifically the hunter in this case, and we're going to swing a melee weapon to see if both of them will be one-shot, because technically in the hunter's case, if we did not one-shot them, we would miss because they're a one-hit kill with a melee weapon. Okay guys, so here are 2 hunters. I'm going to swing my axe, and as you guys can see, I killed the both of them, which means that the 4th myth of today's episode is confirmed. You can indeed kill multiple special infected with one melee weapon swing. Alrighty guys, so now we're moving on to the final myth of the episode, and once again is going to be, can you predict what Church Guy is going to turn into? So we're going to be moving over to the final myth now, and seeing if whether or not it's confirmed, plausible, or busted. Myth: can you predict what Church Guy will turn into? Alrighty guys, so the final myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by Glabursko. Now, this myth is something that is kind of hard to test, but we did have a reasonable idea of how this could be tested. We are going to be seeing if whether or not that Church Guy's special infected variant is going to depend on game mode difficulty. So this is what we decided to do. We decided that we're going to play 3 games on easy mode, normal mode, advanced mode, and expert mode. Now, Church Guy can only turn to 3 special infected, the Boomer, the Smoker, and the Hunter, because they did not update him to make him become a Charger or a Jockey when they ported this over to Left 4 Dead 2. Which means for our guessing, we have a 1 in 3 chance of being correct. Now, to make this simplistic, we decided to have it where for every single game, we just predicted a Hunter, and then we just tried to see how many times that we were right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be showing you guys a mini montage of every single test that we had and what was the following results. So for our first attempt on easy mode, we ended up getting a Boomer. For our second attempt on easy mode, we once again did indeed get a Boomer. And then for our third and final attempt on easy mode, when we ended up opening up the door, Church Guy turned into a Smoker. Then for our first attempt at normal mode, when we open up the door, Church Guy was a Hunter this time, meaning that this was the first time that we were correct. Then for our second attempt at normal mode, when we opened the door, it was a Smoker. Then for the third attempt at normal mode, when we opened the door once again, it was a Boomer. First attempt on advanced mode was a Smoker. The second attempt that was on advanced mode, when we opened the door, this time it was a Boomer once again. The last time that we played on advanced mode, this was a hunter once again, so that's the second time that we were correct. Now moving on to our first attempt at expert mode, this was a smoker this time. For the second attempt on expert and the second to last, this one was a hunter, so we were right again this time. This is the third time we were correct. And then finally, for our very last attempt at expert, and also just last attempt in general, when we opened the door this time, we ended up getting a boomer for our final result. So let's talk about all of our results. Let's do a quick recap. Easy mode attempt number 1, the guess was a hunter, the result was a boomer. On easy mode attempt number 2, the guess was a hunter, the result was a boomer. On easy mode attempt number 3, the guess was a hunter, the result was a smoker. The first attempt on normal mode, the guess was a hunter, the result was a hunter. On normal mode attempt number 2, the guess was a hunter, the result was a smoker. Third attempt on normal mode, guess was a hunter, result was a boomer. First attempt on advanced mode, guess was a hunter, result was a smoker. The second attempt on advanced mode, the guess was a hunter, the result was a boomer. The third attempt on advanced, the guess was a hunter, the result was a hunter. The first attempt at expert, the guess was a hunter, and then the result was a smoker. The second attempt at expert, the guess was a hunter, and the result was a hunter. And then the final attempt, or in this case, the last one on expert, the guess was a hunter, and the result was a boomer. That means out of 12 games all in a row, with 3 of them being on each game mode difficulty, we were only ever right about our guess 3 whole times. And not only that, it's actually pretty even in terms of which special infected that church guy was going to turn into, because only with the exception of the first 2 attempts on easy mode, where he was a boomer back-to-back, every single attempt afterward was one of each special infected. Because normal through expert, we got 1 where he was a smoker, 1 where he was a hunter, and 1 where he was a boomer. Meaning that we had 5 boomer results, 4 smoker results, and 3 hunter results. Now I also want to put something at the end here, which was Glabersko and Dan's idea. They said that there might be the possibility that you can guess what he'll turn into based off of his dialogue, but I'm not really a big fan of that theory because Church Guy's dialogue was made with the intention of confusing the player, I believe, in my personal opinion, because he rotates through all the special infected sounds. You could say that he sounds like a hunter at one moment, and then all of a sudden you open the door and then he becomes a boomer. There's honestly really no way that you can tell. In fact, actually, to add to that, when Dan and Glabersko were trying this method in addition to mine, they were only ever able to guess it about like once or twice. Now, even though we only played 12 games, the numbers were pretty even across the board. Like I said, there was only 1 time where it was a special infected back-to-back, which was the 2 easy mode attempts. Otherwise, it was 1 of each for every single game mode attempt that we played. So what are we going to call the final myth for this week? Well, in my personal opinion, I am leaning towards the side of busted, just given the fact that we only played 12 games, so we really don't have a lot of data. And 2, I also just don't think that Valve thought that deeply about this, and I think instead that they just made it where it was completely just random chance. But the guys believe that they were right with their assumption on their dialogue theory, but I believe that that's just a theory. I don't think that there's any way to really back that up, and so in my opinion, I can't call this confirmed, and at the same time, I also really can't disprove it either. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, you really can only just say that it exists. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to label the final myth for this week at plausible. I don't think that, in my opinion, you can predict ever what Church Guy is going to turn into. I think it's literally just down to chance. Plus, also, there's just the possibility of the director changing something on the fly. I don't know if there's something about whether or not that the director will have influence on it, even though we turned it off, because technically Church Guy's not even linked to the director in the first place. But because I didn't make the game and I didn't decide Church Guy's mechanics, I don't know exactly what determines what he'll spawn into. And so I'm just going to say that this myth is plausible and let you guys decide in the comments down below. Myth: can you make a domino effect with boomers? Okay guys, so myth number 1 of the episode is going to be submitted in by Glabersko. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be spawning in a giant row of boomers, and eventually I will shoot one of them in the hopes that one of their explosions will trigger another boomer explosion, going down in a line, therefore creating a domino-like effect. Okay guys, so here is my giant row of boomers, and I'm about to shoot one shortly, and in a second here, you guys are going to see that I do indeed create some sort of reaction, but the reaction is only just a stumble effect. The other nearby boomers do not explode, and instead they just end up Harlem shuffling to the side. So that means that myth 1 here in today's video is going to be busted. You cannot do a domino-like effect with a boomer. Myth, can you kill 2 charging chargers with a chainsaw? Okay guys, so myth 2 of the episode is going to be submitted in by a true winner 1. Now guys, we have done a myth very similar to this before in the past about if whether or not that you could do this with just 1 charger, and that actually ended up being confirmed, but barely, because you had to have perfect reaction timing. So when it comes to this myth, where we add just simply another charger, this is once again going to be another matter of timing. I bet that it definitely is feasible, but it's the thing about human error that's going to be the critical key to this myth, is are me and Globbersko capable enough of having reaction times enough to be able to make this a confirmed myth? Now, an important thing to keep in mind is that the charger can only end up being chainsawed before he ends up putting you in the charging animation if you also hit him in the head. That is just due to the fact that the charger has a lot more health than the average special infected. Now, there's a lot of things working against me, but it still is feasible, because ideally the perfect circumstance would be something as such where it's just 2 chargers only. I have the amount of time that I would need to properly react. I hit both of them in the head, and the second charger slightly lags behind the other one, giving me enough time to transition from one charger to the next, because if they're right next to each other and going the same speed, it's not possible. So this is what I'm going to say wrapping up myth 2 here, is that when it comes to this myth, since we had a very similar one that worked before and ended up being confirmed, I don't want to totally call this myth busted. I just think that what it is that me and Globbersko just didn't have the reaction timing like we did the last time we tried something like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this myth the benefit of the doubt and say it's plausible. Since this would already work on 1 charger, who's to say that this wouldn't work on 2 of them back to back? Myth, can you use a ragdoll as a shield to anything? Alrighty guys, so myth number 3 is submitted by Zoe, and Zoe asks, can you use a ragdoll as a shield to gunshots, smokers' tongues, etc.? Basically anything in the game. Now, since this myth is really not asking for a specific result like the usual myths are, and instead is just left open to anything, we're just going to be using some of the examples that Zoe listed in the myth. So we're going to, for example, try to end up seeing if a boomer, specifically, because that's going to be a ragdoll that we can control with his guts and everything flying everywhere when he explodes, see if one of his flying body parts is going to be able to block incoming bullets from team damage. So I'm slightly standing behind a boomer, and you guys can see Globbersko is able to shoot me and cause team damage by just peeking over the boomer's shoulder. What I'm going to do is I'm going to count backwards from 3, and I'm going to shoot the boomer at the same time Globbersko is getting ready to shoot me, and seeing if a boomer's body part will end up perfectly lining up in the way to block team damage. So Globbersko is going to shoot me real quick just to show you guys that he does have a line of sight on me. I went from 91 to 88 HP. Now after our countdown here, you guys can see that my health goes from 88 to 85, which means that when I shot the boomer, the explosion did nothing to protect me, and Globbersko was just able to shoot me per normal. Now looking back on the footage, I was not able to see the boomer have a body part or a ligament fly in the way of the pixel of the bullet coming at me. It's very, very hard to judge. So I think what it was is that, giving this myth the benefit of the doubt, there was no time where the boomer's body part lined up perfectly with the bullet to end up blocking it in the first place. And trying the smoker idea here, this is going to be something that was really interesting. I spawned a boomer and shot it immediately the moment that I got grabbed by a smoker's tongue. I want you guys to see a certain frame here within the video where I'm going to pause. So here is going to end up being the clip looking back, and I want you guys to look at this part right here. This part right here is where the boomer explosion lined up basically perfectly with the smoker's tongue. You guys can see that when I zoom in that the smoker's tongue aligns with all the boomer explosion pixels, therefore meaning that this is probably going to be the best result we're going to get, where technically a boomer body part is in the way of an incoming projectile, in this case the smoker's tongue. So because of this, I'm going to say that myth number 3 is busted. There's a lot of room for this myth to end up being able to be tested further, but I don't honestly think that this was even possible in the first place, so I would say that this is good enough for me to call it here and say that it's busted. Myth, can you kill a witch with elevator doors? Okay guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted then by Vader, so we're going to be spawning in a sitting witch and seeing if in a second here that the elevator door will crush her. So we got a witch, and Globbersko closes the door, and as you guys can see, the witch indeed does die. Now, this was only one elevator of many in Left 4 Dead, so we are going to test the other ones just in case for the sake of consistency. So here is going to end up being the elevator that is on Hard Rain that has the vertical door, and the witch does not die on this one, instead she just gets stuck. Now here's going to be the elevator that's on the finale of Dead Center, and when I end up using this one, the witch once again gets stuck. And then finally, here's the one in the No Mercy Hospital, and for some reason the witch on this particular elevator decided to end up seeking revenge and beat my ass, so I would not recommend using this elevator for this strategy. But hey, 1 out of 4 ain't bad, so I would say that this myth is confirmed in my eyes. Alright everybody, so now we're transitioning over to the final myth of the episode, and once again is going to be, can you play hopscotch by jumping on common infected's heads? This has been one of the most fun myths I have experienced in recent memory, so I'm really much looking forward to showing you guys the final result. So let's transition over to the final myth of the episode and see what exactly happened. Myth: can you hop across common infected heads like hopscotch? Alrighty guys, so the final myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now, I like to think of this more rather as crowd surfing than hopscotch, so what I decided to do is spawn these common infected for the myth in the finale of Dark Carnival. Now, when it comes to this myth, we needed a lot of common infected to be able to get this to really be efficient, because for those of you guys that don't know, there is a time frame in which that you can jump on a special infected or a common zombie's head sometimes, and this allows you to be able to get a boost where you normally wouldn't be able to. Now, for a common zombie specifically, it's only like a second, so you need a lot of common zombies to be able to do this hopscotch effect that Tyler is looking for. Now, in order to end up doing this the most efficiently, I just spawned in commons by repeatedly pressing in the spawn in button, while Globbersko tried to end up jumping on them himself. So eventually, after a few minutes of trial and error, this happened.
No fucking way. No fucking way! Holy shit, you actually did it! What the fuck? That's cool!
I was screwing around with Globbersko and was like, oh, Globbersko, I bet that you can't end up getting from one half of the stadium to the other. And Globbersko was like, alright, bet. And literally that footage that you just saw was his first attempt, and he was able to go from the stage to the stands back to the stage. So this myth is not only confirmed, but it's really, really fun. This myth is something that I've had the most fun doing in a really long time, because it was just super cool and surreal to crowd surf on the zombies. Because you can do it for a really long time if you're good. As long as somebody's constantly spawning them in so that way they don't die out and have a gap area, you can just end up hopping around on their heads like a game of hopscotch. It's really, really fun and really, really cool. I recommend giving it a try. Myth: can you cut a smoker's tongue with a golden crowbar? Alrighty guys, so myth 1 of the episode is going to be submitted in by StarSand64. And Star, it's good to see you again, man. I haven't seen you submit a myth in a while, so thank you for submitting another one our way. I appreciate you. But yeah guys, so this is a fairly reasonable question because the golden crowbar, I believe, is classified technically as its own unique melee weapon. I don't think it's entirely just a reskin of the normal crowbar, because in prior Mythbusting Mondays episodes, we have tested myths before that show that the crowbars act slightly different than each other, for example, such as melee swing speeds. Now, just for the record, StarSand is wondering if you can cut a smoker's tongue to save yourself, essentially doing it the lickety-split way. And even though a normal crowbar would not work for this because it's considered a blunt melee weapon and you can only get lickety-split with a sharp melee weapon, I still would like to see if the golden crowbar is an exception, just because I do believe that it is its own melee weapon, so there is the room for possibilities. Now, just to prove that this isn't a human error thing, here is going to be me swinging at the smoker's tongue with a normal crowbar, just to show for point of reference that the normal crowbar cannot end up cutting a smoker's tongue, but a sharp melee weapon such as the fire axe can cut the smoker's tongue. So after our testing, we have concluded that the golden crowbar cannot cut a smoker's tongue and acts almost identically to any other blunt melee weapon, for example, such as the normal given crowbar. The reason why I say this is because if, for example, I was not good at cutting smokers' tongues to begin with, I could just write it off and just say, oh, it's at least plausible due to human error. But I'm pretty good at cutting the smoker's tongue on a consistent basis with a sharp melee weapon, so I really can't say that. So in my opinion, I just think that it's just that the golden crowbar, nor the original crowbar to begin with, just doesn't work for this. So I'm going to have to label the first myth at busted here today, but StarSand, thank you for at least trying to give us something unique. and allowing us to be able to set this in stone. Myth. Can you slow a common zombie down by throwing Noam Chomsky at it? Okay guys, so myth 2 is going to be submitted in by Lee Everett. Now, this myth is oddly specific, but we did try to make it work to the best of our abilities. Basically what we did is that we had Tyler sit in a corner with Noam Chomsky, and then we spawned a normal common zombie just a few feet away from him. The idea is that we are going to try to lure a zombie to Tyler and see how long it takes him from one wall to get to the other wall. Now, without throwing Noam Chomsky, we gathered that at least from this distance where we placed the walls, that a common zombie, once it recognizes where Tyler is and starts chasing him, it takes about roughly 3 seconds for him to chase him all the way from one wall to the other wall. And then when we tried to test this by throwing Noam Chomsky at a common zombie, we actually didn't get any different of a result. We got the exact same 3 seconds. So we're going to say myth 2 is busted, just because there's really no way to prove this as confirmed in general. It's a very hard myth to test because there's a lot of factors at play, such as the zombie finally noticing you and counting reaction times into play. So unfortunately, it's just not one of those myths that's easily confirmed, so we're just going to label it as busted. Myth. Do survivors move slower with lower health when jockeyed? Okay guys, so myth 3 is going to be submitted in by JJ Lipscomb. Now this is another myth that is kind of oddly specific and hard to test, however though we once again did try to make it work. So the initial idea, or the ideal idea, was to have all three of us being at different health colors. So Glabersko would be green, I would be yellow, and Tyler would be red. We would all have different movement speeds due to our injuries. The idea is we would have 2 at a time being in this little construction I made, and seeing if whether or not that we could try to get from one end to the other faster than one of the other people. Unfortunately, due to the fact that the jockey is going to have influence on our movement and try to lure us in random directions, we really couldn't end up getting a consistent result. So due to the vague nature of this myth, we decided to work it a little bit into something more practical. So the myth specifically says, does the survivor's health affect the speed of the jockey riding? Now, unless you have God mode like we were, you will go from green to yellow to red health extremely quickly, and it's hard to gather whether or not that you're going faster or slower in those different health levels. So what we decided to do to make this more consistent is that we had it where we all took turns being jockeyed, and we had the other survivors chase that person down with different HP levels. So for example, Glabersko would sometimes be jockeyed, I would be jockeyed, and then Tyler would be jockeyed, and then the other two would just try to see if they could catch up. So for example, if you are in red HP and you're chasing somebody down stuck in green HP while they're jockeyed, is that the same speed, for example, if it was the other way around, where if the person that was in red HP was jockeyed and the person in green HP was trying to catch up, would they both catch up at relatively the same time? Now, trying it this way and doing it multiple different times, we have come to the conclusion that the myth is busted. The reason why is such. When you are jockeyed, you are the same speed no matter what HP you are in. We have done this multiple times, and we have figured out that everybody at different HPs can catch up to the person being jockeyed. I believe what happened was that when Valve made it so that way the jockey grabs you, you're no longer going off of your movement speed. You're going off of the jockey's movement speed because he is the one that is influencing where you go. All you can do is resist. So, from that logic, and since you would be going down in HP anyways, and it would be really honestly too quick to calculate, I think that Valve just had one consistent movement speed for when the jockey's controlling you, and made it so that way that's just the base movement speed for the entire duration, whether you're green, yellow, or red HP. Myth. Will you be immune to dying by fall damage after getting pounced by a jockey mid-air MLG style? Alrighty guys, so myth number 4 is going to be submitted in by Glabersko. Now this is going to end up being inspired by a myth in a prior episode about whether or not that you can end up stopping fall damage by a hunter pouncing you. So we're going to be doing the same thing, but instead it's just going to be with a jockey. Now when Glabersko gets jockeyed and falls off of the ledge, he doesn't live unlike the prior myth, he ends up dying. So unlike the hunter, the jockey ends up not being able to save him. So we decided to test this once more on another map just to be sure. So I am a jockey, Tyler's on top of the Last Stand Lighthouse, and Glabersko is spectating. Tyler's going to jump off, and I'm going to pounce him. If Tyler lives, then that means the myth is confirmed. If he dies, it's busted. So when Tyler jumps, I'm going to hit him and see if whether or not that I can save him. So here we go, and I jump on him, but Tyler once again dies, which means that myth number 4 here is busted. Unlike the hunter, there's something with the jockey that's preventing me from being able to save him. It could be for a variety of different reasons, although I'm not too concerned personally, because if, like, for example, the jockey were to save me anyway, and this myth was confirmed, it really wouldn't matter too much in hindsight, because he probably would still rip me to shreds. Alrighty guys, so now we're moving on to the final myth, and once again is going to be, can boomer vomits break through solid glass? So let's go over to the final myth now, and see if it's confirmed, plausible, or busted. Myth. Can boomer vomit break through solid glass? Okay guys, so the final myth of today's episode is going to be submitted in by Tyler. Now the way that we are going to do this is like all the other prior myths that have involved breaking through solid glass, such as the Charger one and the Hunter one. What we're going to do is we're just going to find some glass on any given map, and we're going to have a boomer vomit right at it and see if whether or not that it's going to be able to end up hitting us through the glass, or if it will just bounce off and not register. So here we are on Chapter 3 of No Mercy, next to a glass door. Labursko as a boomer is going to try to vomit at me on the other side of the door. If he hits me, the myth is confirmed. If the vomit does not hit me, it is busted. So here we go, the boomers are vomiting at me now, and it looks like that I am immune to the vomit effect, and shortly after you guys can see that there was indeed glass, which means that the final myth of today's episode is busted. You cannot have boomer vomits break nor go through solid glass. It will instead just not register, and you instead have to end up doing it out in the open. Alrighty guys, so that is going to be here for today's episode of Mythbusting Mondays, and I do truly hope you guys ended up enjoying it. If you did, please consider dropping a like, comment, subscribe, follow, and all that beautiful stuff. By the way guys, I just also wanted to mention 2 things before we wrap up the video. Number 1 is going to be the fact that on June the 5th, I am going to be having the 100th episode of Mythbusting Mondays, and I would like to do something special for that 100th episode, and I need your guys' help. In order to end up having this episode be the best yet, I need you guys to submit as many crazy myths as possible. So from now up until then, you guys can comment on any Mythbusting Mondays episode, or you guys can leave them down below in my Discord server, like down below in the description. Please just submit any crazy myths that you can come up with. All I ask is that somewhere in your comments you please put the hashtag Mythbusting Mondays episode 100. I do understand that yes, sometimes that YouTube will mark these as spam for whatever reason. However though, I am still able to receive all of these comments. They're just ending up in my spam folder. So do not worry, I am still reading them all, and I still want you guys to submit them as normal. The second thing I would also like to mention is that I would like to try to host another Q&A sometime soon, but I have not received enough questions to warrant a video. So I would like to give a friendly reminder that if you guys have any questions for me, you guys can just leave them in the comments down below. So yeah guys, with all that being said, I do truly hope you guys ended up enjoying today's video. If you did, one last time, I would appreciate if you would drop a like, comment, and subscribe. But I hope you guys end up enjoying seeing another YouTube video from the most unique YouTubers we're ever going to see. Thank you for watching guys, I love all of you, and peace out.
Hey meme lords, Jesus here. And you better have enjoyed that video there by the Eternal God Daddy Ninja. You should probably subscribe too, or the mighty Moab will come for your balls. If you enjoyed the video, you might like it too. And give me the memes. Flash, bang, boom!
Myth, can you somehow trigger the hanging on a ledge animation on the unreachable windows in the first chapter of NSenr? Okay guys, so myth number 1 is going to be submitted in my Azure Productions. Now I believe what Azure is referring to is going to end up being the skips or the shortcuts that you can end up finding on NSenr, where you basically jump from one floor to another by jumping in and out of another window. Azure, if this is not what you're referring to, please feel free to correct me in the comment section down below. Alright guys, I'm going to show you Dan's POV for this myth, since Dan's more in practice with this stuff than I am at the moment. So this is going to end up being one of the skips that you can do on NSenr. You go over to this window right here, and basically what you do is you got to figure out somewhere to crouch on a certain part of the wall, so that way when you fall, you have enough time to fall over to the next window so you can get to the elevator. And then there's also going to be another skip that's at a slightly different location, which Dan is going to be heading to right now, which is going to be towards the edge right here where this one room is. So what you want to do is that for this skip, which I feel like is the more known one, you just do this, and then boom, you have done also this skip. So that means that the first myth of today's episode is going to be confirmed. You can end up still doing these skips. Myth: can you light the witch bride on fire by using the incendiary grenade launcher while shooting it from the pickup truck? Okay guys, so myth number 2 is submitted in by Zach Koo. Now this one is very oddly specific. It took me a minute to wrap my mind around this, but eventually one of the guys ended up talking about how they said they saw a video one time about something that'd be very similar to what Zach Koo is describing, so I'd let them take the lead on this and just let me watch. Essentially, for this myth to work, we would have to stand in this truck, I believe, and end up shooting the grenade launcher in a way that the grenade would arc, so that way it can hit the witch while we are far away, giving us enough time to be able to get ready to kill her. So here is Dan's POV of when he was shooting the grenade launcher. This is roughly where he needs to shoot in order to hit the witch, and then this is going to be my POV of me just watching where his grenades are landing, and you can see it's very close to the witch. So Dan pretty much is just going to continue arcing it for the most part this way while slightly modifying it based off of what I'm telling him to do. And eventually, after enough time of slightly arcing the grenade launcher slowly but surely, closer and closer to the witch, he does end up finding just the right position where a grenade does actually end up landing on the witch and pissing her off. Alrighty guys, so myth 2 is also confirmed. Myth: can you shoot down at least 2 targets in the shooting gallery minigame with 1 sniper shot? Alrighty guys, myth 3 is submitted by Glabursko. So in other words, Glabursko's asking, can you essentially get collaterals in the shooting gallery minigame on Dark Carnival? And the short answer is, yes you can. If you have any of the sniper rifles, as long as you end up having good timing, you can get more than 1 easily. All you gotta do is just be semi-decent with your accuracy. So this myth is going to be confirmed, and now let's move on to myth number 4. Myth: while a boomer is puking, can a survivor interrupt the puking animation by throwing a grenade at it? Okay guys, myth 4 is going to be submitted by Tyler. Now this myth is very similar to the final myth that's going to be coming up here shortly, but it's different enough that I thought I would still include it within the episode. Now unlike the smoker's tongue and the spitter's acid, I think that the boomer's puke is not something that you can deflect. I don't think that boomer vomit is treated as a physical object. We tried Molotovs, we tried pipe bombs, we tried bile bombs, nothing, no matter what we tried, seemed to work. I think that the boomer vomit effect is something that is an intangible object that comes at you, so there's nothing you can do to stop it from coming at you. So I believe it's safe to say that the 4th myth is busted. I just don't think that this is something you can do. I would love to be proven wrong in the future if somebody comes up with a better idea, but at least the way that the myth is constructed for now, this myth is busted. Alrighty guys, so now we're moving on to the final myth of the episode, and once again it is going to be, can you block a smoker's tongue by throwing grenades at it, such as pipe bombs, bile bombs, and also Molotovs. So let's move on to the final myth now. Myth: can you block a smoker's tongue with throwable grenades? Alrighty guys, so the final myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by Zoe. Now this myth is going to end up being something slightly different than what we normally do with the smoker's tongue. We're trying to block it rather than break it. So we can't even let it necessarily grab us in this myth. So what we need to really do is, in a perfect circumstance, line up our cursor and throw the grenade and have it to touch the tip of the smoker's tongue as it's already launching at us. So this myth is not only very difficult, but it requires a lot of patience. Now, here is the thing, is that when you end up having 4 people instead of 1, it makes it a lot easier. So alongside myself, I ended up also having Glabursko, Nitwit, and Dan to help me. So after testing this myth in a variety of different ways, there is a specific moment in which that I ended up having a test result that I wanted to show you guys, because this threw us through a loop. So this is going to be the clip that I am talking about. I'm going to spawn in a smoker, and I'm going to throw a pipe bomb specifically at him. And there's going to be a moment in this certain clip where you guys are going to see for yourselves what looks like me blocking a smoker's tongue. Because as you guys can see, the tongue instantly broke. Now when I first saw this, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. In fact, you will see here in the gameplay that I stopped moving because I was just shouting at the guys like saying, hey, I think I did it. And I actually had to show them the footage because they didn't believe me. This is the specific frame that I'm talking about. You guys can see right here that in the middle of the screen that the smoker's tongue is being shot at me, and I am throwing a grenade right at it. Now here's the thing, is that not every one of the guys agreed with me. I was able to convince Nitwit and also Glabursko. Dan, however, pointed out the fact that there might be the possibility that because Nitwit was jumping across my screen, that Nitwit's hitbox could have gotten in the way and messed up the smoker's tongue, giving us an incorrect result. Now here's the thing with hitboxes, is that they are bigger than what you can actually see. It's not going to be the exact same size as the player model, and it's also invisible unless you end up using like console commands, which we were not using. So there is the possibility in Dan's eyes that the hitbox could have messed up this myth. So since Dan did not believe what I was proposing, he decided to continue testing on his own. And I'm glad he did, because he ended up getting this result right here, where he literally lines up the smoker's tongue with his grenade, and nobody such as Nitwit or Glabursko or myself are jumping in the way to end up having a possible skewed result. Which means that Dan's result was actually the correct result, meaning that the final myth is busted. This is why I'm glad that I have multiple Mythbusters in the series now, other than just myself, because if I ended up not having the guys here, the result that I would have gotten would have been good enough for me, and it would have been wrong. So shoutouts to Dan for getting his own result and giving us the correct answer for this myth. Myth: if a tank falls on top of a survivor, will it kill them? Alrighty guys, so for the very first myth of the episode, this is going to be submitted in by Tyler. So Dan is a tank on the top of the Last Stand lighthouse, and he's going to fall on my head any moment now, and as you guys can see, when he lands on top of me, all I get is screen shake. Here is Dan's POV from what you saw moments ago, and when Dan ends up jumping off the Last Stand lighthouse to fall on my head, he also too gets a massive amount of screen shake, but that is all. So that's going to end up meaning that myth number 1 of today's episode is going to be busted. A tank will not kill you if he lands on top of your head. Myth: will common infected stop spawning after a certain period of time without turning off the Dark Carnival carousel? Okay guys, so myth number 2 is submitted in by Azure Productions. Now, this is going to end up being just a myth where we have to wait things out. We will just turn on the panic event or the crescendo event and just wait for a certain period of time. I think a realistic sense of time is going to end up being 5 minutes, because if it's anything beyond 5 minutes, without God mode, we would have probably died by then if we didn't deactivate the horde, or at least end up ending it and getting into the safe room. So I think 5 minutes is fair. So if something doesn't end up happening within 5 minutes, and the zombies just keep spawning infinitely, I think it's safe to say that it's busted. So what we decided to do is we activated no clip and just hovered around the map while we just ended up waiting for about 5 minutes or so. We also had super fast motion on just to see if there was a timeout feature where eventually infected did just stop spawning. Like maybe, for example, the director just can't spawn as many infected as it wants to at once, so it has to do them in batches. But eventually, after a certain period of time and things not really seeming like they're going to slow down anytime soon, we just decide to call it. So because of the fact that we don't want to wait forever, I'm going to call this myth at busted. I just think that the event is unlimited time and you can't wait it out. Myth: can you ride the carousel on Dark Carnival? Okay guys, myth 3 is submitted in by Nitwit, and we are once again returning to the carousel on Dark Carnival. Now this question's pretty straightforward. Can you ride it? So me and Dan are going to activate no clip when the merry-go-round or the carousel is active and just see if whether or not that still keeps going. So here we go, we're turning on the event now, and we're going to activate no clip. So I'm activating currently in my menu, and so is Dan, and as you guys can end up seeing, as soon as we get in here, something interesting happens. The entire machine stops, but as soon as we're out of the machine, it's going again. So it's not intangible like I thought it was. It actually does react to players, even though they would never expect you to get in here without cheating. So I'm kind of shocked to say this, but myth 3 is busted. You actually can't ride it. It just freezes as soon as you step into it with no clip, and then moves again when you get out. Myth: will the witch eventually stop chasing you if she is not able to catch you? Alrighty guys, myth 4 is submitted in by Glabursko. Now this is a myth that has the same logic behind myth 2, where it's about how long can we wait this out. Now to give ourselves the best possible odds, I did the following. I put the witch's movement speed on slow. I made it so that way I was running around in a circle in third person, so that way I could constantly see her chase me. Dan is floating above me with no clip on and constantly giving me adrenaline shots to use. So that way I'm also faster than the witch already, in addition to the fact that she's slower than my base speed. Now keep in mind is that if this was a real-life game and you couldn't enable all these things in your favor, it's very unlikely that anything would happen in your advantage. Now, I think that it's reasonable to a certain degree you can trick the witch's AI, because I have seen things such as, for example, the wrong person gets killed when she gets pissed off, and also eventually she will just sometimes get stuck and have her AI bug out, and then she will just run away. So there is a possibility here, it's not entirely busted just based off of the concept. However, though, with that being said, if we're not trying to do any fancy tricks and trying to trick the AI, and all we're just trying to do is see if whether or not that we can outrun the AI, then I would like to believe, personally, after waiting about another 5 minutes or so, where if this was a real-life game, we would have been long since dead, I think that it's busted. I don't think that just simply outrunning the witch is enough to get her to leave you alone. I think you need to do things such as trick the AI, or do something more fancy, which is a completely different myth then in its own right. So I think, just in the simplest sense, if you're just trying to see if you can just wait the witch out, Globbersko, the myth is busted. Alrighty guys, final myth time. The final myth is once again going to be, if you stand behind a street pole or a light pole, will the boomer's vomit effect not affect you? Can we perform Looney Tunes logic and have it where the thinnest of surfaces, or the thinnest of objects, keep us safe? So let's switch over to the final myth now and see what happens. Myth. Can you stand behind a light pole and be protected from a boomer while it's vomiting? Alrighty guys, so the final myth is going to be submitted in by one of my best friends, Dan. Now here we go. This is going to end up being one of the most wackiest myths we've had in a while. We're going to have Dan stand behind a light pole or a street pole while I put a boomer on the other side. We're going to have him vomit and see if whether or not that Dan will end up being vomited on, or if he'll, by some logic, be protected. Alrighty guys, so here goes the final myth. The only thing basically stopping the boomer from touching Dan is a possible light pole. So let's watch and see what happens. Alright, hey, what do you know? Looney Tunes logic is apparently a valid option because that 100% worked. And here's the same thing from my perspective, and as you guys can see, plain as day, Dan is protected from the vomit effect. Now, also in addition to showing that this does work, I also want to show you guys situations in where it doesn't quite work. So here's going to end up being a couple of examples. If the boomer is too far away and the vomit has a chance to spread around the pole, it will still hit you. And if the boomer is exploded, instead of just vomiting, that will also hit you. Alrighty guys, so that means that the final myth of today's episode is confirmed. If you get the right circumstances, you can hide behind a street pole or a light pole and have the boomer's vomit not affect you. Myth. Can at least one helicopter destroy a tank rock with its blades? Alrighty guys, so myth number 1 is submitted by Globbersko. Now I want to address something very quickly here at the beginning of the episode. This myth right here is the most divisive that I have had in the entire series. I know that sounds stupid, but hear me out. Dan, Nitwit, and myself believe that the myth is busted. Tyler and Globbersko believe it's at the very least plausible, and Globbersko specifically is leaning more towards the side of confirmed, and I will show you guys why that we all had different opinions. This is primarily what me, Dan, and Nitwit were noticing, is this example right here, where the tank rock would go through the helicopter blades, and then it would only end up breaking if it collided with a player, which is why that I, in my opinion, think it's busted. This is the examples of what Tyler and Globbersko were referring to when they said that it broke. By the way, I also do apologize about the quality of Tyler's POV. He wasn't recording this particular night, he was just sharing his screen, so this is all the footage I have from Tyler's end. But what you can see is these frames right here, where the tank rock does indeed look like it's breaking because the blade lines up with the pixels for the rock throw. So me, Dan, and Nitwit think it's busted. Tyler and Globbersko at least think it's plausible and most likely confirmed. And that's okay. We can all have different opinions, even amongst our own group. So this is what I'm going to say to make this the most fair. I'm labeling it at plausible, even though I don't agree. This is the reason why. Specifically in Globbersko's myth, we only tested one single helicopter. There's other helicopter models within the game. We tested the Parish one specifically. Because we only tested the Parish one, and none of the 5 of us thought to think of testing another one to prove either one of our points further, we don't have a conclusive amount of evidence to say it's either way. So really what I'm going to use is plausible as a way of saying that I acknowledge that it exists, but technically we can't prove it either way. So, some of us think it's busted, some of us think it's confirmed, so you guys get to decide in the comments down below, and majority rule will most likely win. Myth. Can you hit a decapitated head with a golf club? Okay, myth 2 is submitted in by Tyler. Now, originally at first, I thought that Tyler was wanting to know if you could play golf with the zombie head, because you're hitting it with a golf club and it rolls around on the ground. But he was just wondering if you could just hit it in general. It just so happened he gave a golf club as an example, but he really just wants to know if you can hit it with anything. And as you guys can see from the footage you just saw, it is confirmed. You indeed can hit a zombie head with a golf club and basically move it around. Myth. Can a hunter break a smoker's tongue by scratching it? Alright guys, so myth 3 is submitted in by Lee Everett. So guys, we had to have 5 people to realistically do this with the means that we had. So we have myself being the test subject, and then I have Tyler and Nitwit trying to keep the other special infected off of us because we had to do this in normal versus mode. Dan is going to be the smoker, and Glabursko is going to end up being the hunter for the following myth. Here is the footage of the myth. Dan grabs me with his smoker's tongue while Glabursko is trying to hit me with his hunter claws. You guys can see that the cursor is lined up perfectly and is not breaking. Which means that the third myth of today's episode is busted. You can't screw over your teammates and try to set a survivor free, even though technically you can just go up to the smoker and end up just punching him to death and still basically do the same thing. But for some reason you can't do it via the tongue method. Myth. Are you able to kill a witch with a chainsaw after you anger her? Alrighty guys, myth 4 is submitted in by a true winner 1. Now this myth is in the context that if you've already shot the witch and she is running at you, ready to kill you, can you use the chainsaw at that point to save your life? Because for those that don't already know this, you can just walk up to a idle witch and just chainsaw her and kill her immediately. So what happens when she's fighting back? Would you win? So here's going to be the first example. I am shooting the witch and switching immediately to a chainsaw, and you're going to think based off of this gameplay result that when I end up fighting the witch here, that it's busted because she ends up downing me. However, Dan thought of an idea that allows us to be able to make a loophole. Dan ended up throwing a pipe bomb at a witch so that way she still gets pissed, but she actually gets stuck in a stun lock so that way he can be able to end up chainsawing her and she sort of can't defend herself. So by a technicality, this myth is confirmed, but I would understand if you would want to call this plausible. You would just have to shoot her and then stun her with the pipe bomb and then chainsaw her immediately right after, but honestly that's really complicated, it's unlikely to happen. Alrighty guys, it's time for the final myth, and once again it is going to be if you go into the meat freezer that is just out of the safe room on Chapter 2 of Dead Air, will you be essentially invincible to anything while you're in there? Would Special Infected basically not be able to kill you? So let's move on to the final myth of the episode and see if it is true. Myth. Will the meat freezer on Chapter 2 of Dead Air make you invincible? The final myth is submitted in by Zoe, and I'm pretty sure you guys know this infamous room here on Dead Air. I am now going to spawn in one of every Special Infected and close the door and see if they can break in. So minus the jockey that ended up spawning in here just because of an accident, but I spawned in a tank, a charger, boomer, etc. And you guys can see their arms trying to get through the door, but they cannot knock it down. They are just stuck. Now there are some exceptions to this door. If you walk right up to the door, you will be punched through it. And if you also end up blowing up a boomer, the vomit will also go through the door. However, though, you will not be damaged as long as you're in the back corner. So that means that the final myth of today's episode is confirmed. This meat freezer here that is on Dead Air will basically make you invincible to anything as long as you are not stupid. Myth. Does the tank's frustration meter change depending on difficulty? Alrighty guys, so for the first myth of the episode, this is going to be submitted in by Kevin. So Kevin, here is going to end up being something from the Left 4 Dead wiki, specifically about the tank's frustration and how it exactly works. It does indeed, in fact, change depending on what difficulty you're on, including some other outside factors. So to answer your question, no, your eyes do not deceive you. It does indeed change depending on what difficulty you're playing on, also including some other things as well. So that means that your myth here today, Kevin, is going to end up being confirmed. The tank's frustration does change depending on difficulty. Myth. Can a tank break down the safe room door? Alrighty guys, so myth number 2 is submitted in by Vader. Now we want to also show the difference between the ending safe room and then the spawning safe room, because those are two different things. So here's going to be the safe room that you encounter at the end of a campaign. This one, the tank cannot break through no matter what if it is closed. All he can end up doing at the very most is hit you if you walk right up to the safe room door and then just like knock you back. But it's not like he's going to break into the room. There's nothing he can do about this. Now in terms of the beginning or spawn safe room, as long as you have not opened it yet, the tank also cannot get in here either. You are completely invincible, and unlike the ending safe room, he can't hit you at all regardless of how close you get. However, you can still damage him. And if you end up opening the safe room door, then the tank can break it, regardless of whether or not you reclose it or not, because it gives him the ability now to break it down because you have opened it up and have been trying to escape. And even though this part would never happen in an actual game, this also works in the reverse sense, where if you want to, you can trap him inside of the safe room while you're on the outside, as long as you have no-clipped and not opened the door. So technically you have to cheat, but it's just still funny. So that means that yes, Myth 2 is confirmed. The tank can knock down the safe room door if the situation allows for it. Myth: can a witch friendly fire a boomer? Alrighty guys, so Myth 3 is submitted in by Nitwit. Now we're going to start this off in normal campaign first and eventually move on to versus mode. Now in normal campaign, what we're going to do is spawn in idle boomers and then shoot a idle witch, so that way she'll get out of idle and attack us. We're going to put the boomers essentially just randomly in the way, so that way the witch has to try to force her way through them in order to end up seeing if whether or not she can truly end up killing them. Because technically the witch is never really supposed to kill any special infected ideally. It only really ends up happening if you screw around with her AI. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of you are going to agree when I say this, but I have seen the witch kill things multiple different times and in multiple different ways to get to her target. I have seen her kill somebody else on accident. I have seen her kill multiple people. I have seen her run through special infected all the time before. I have seen multiple different things happen with the witch's AI. It's not really the most consistent. Our first original method was trying to just have the boomer just get in the way of the witch and just hope that by body blocking that somehow she would just hit him on accident. But that really didn't end up working out. And then there was an idea that Dan had where he said that, oh, well, what if the witch kills somebody and then when she doesn't have a target per se anymore, you just get in front of her while she's trying to run away. And that really didn't work either, because the witch would either do things like despawn, or she'd be too fast, or just the situation just would not allow for it because like some outside factors like the game ending because everyone died would happen. This was something where I know what it is and I know what I want to say is the true result, but because I can't prove it just due to the circumstances of what we got within our gameplay, the best I can give this is plausible, just because I believe it's the right thing to do. I believe that I should ideally be able to show proof of my findings, and even though I've seen this happen, without video proof, I know there's just going to be somebody that's just going to like put it into question. So I'm just going to leave it at plausible, even though basically I'm pretty sure almost 99% of you are going to say it's confirmed because you have your own experience in this. Myth: can you crash someone's game by inviting them too much? Alrighty guys, Myth 4 is submitted in by Dan. Now ever since we tested the myth about whether or not you can get 1000 ping, Dan has loved to crash my PC semi-regularly. And when it comes to this is no different. Dan has crashed my game by inviting me too much once before, and we wanted to end up getting it on video because we thought it'd be funny. Here's the interesting thing. Dan's PC for the last several weeks has been revolting because instead of my game crashing, Dan's game crashed. In fact, he crashed his entire Steam application by inviting me too much, which is very funny. So, Dan not only has crashed my PC, but he's crashed his own PC. So this means that myth number 4 is confirmed. You can crash somebody else's PC if you spam them too much, but you can also crash yours, and you can crash it pretty damn bad. So I would recommend doing this very, very carefully. You can troll somebody if you want to, but you have to question if it's worth it or not, because your PC might rebel. Alrighty guys, so here comes the final myth of the episode. Once again, is going to be, can you use a smoker's tongue to zip around a map like Spider-Man does with his webs? We're going to be swinging over now to the final myth of the episode and see if it's confirmed, plausible, or busted. Myth: can you use the smoker's tongue to swing around like Spider-Man? Alrighty guys, the last myth of the episode is going to be submitted in by Globbersko. Now when it comes to the smoker does indeed have a ridiculously powerful tongue. He can end up having it basically aimbot you, it can go infinite range, so it is pretty much like a superpower. But can you use the smoker's tongue to be able to zip around the map? Now the way that Globbersko had this in mind in order to possibly get this to work is to have a hanging survivor and have the smoker grab them with his tongue while they're on a ledge, so that way he can be able to have it while he's falling, his tongue will basically catch himself. The problem is, though, with this myth is that, number one, the smoker can't shoot his tongue and jump, or move for that matter, at the same time, but he also can't reset his cooldown for his tongue quick enough in order to be able to launch his tongue back at the same person or another person before he hits the ground. Which means that as much as this myth sounded cool, it was really only possible on paper and not in reality, and the myth unfortunately is busted. You cannot swing around with a smoker's tongue as if you were Spider-Man, but goddammit, that would have been cool as hell. Myth. Can a charger corpse launch a survivor from one side of the swamp to the other? Alrighty guys, so for the very first myth of episode 100, this is submitted in by Zaku. So me, Dan, Tyler, and Nitwit are all going to end up being at the dock here that's right next to the ferry, and just have charges repeatedly hit us. And as you guys can see, we launch pretty damn far, but we're not quite getting across to where we can end up getting onto the other side of the swamp. It seems we only can get about halfway at most, which for all things considered is still really, really well. It's extremely far, but it's not enough to save our lives because we inevitably will still drown. So this myth for the episode is going to end up being busted. However, though, it was still really fun to test. Myth. Can you kill common zombies that are lined up by a single sniper shot? Alrighty guys, myth 2 is submitted in by Zoe. Now essentially Zoe is asking if you can get sniper rifle collateral kills, which the short answer is yes you can. As long as these zombies are aligned, you can end up being able to get collateral kills. I just recommend that you aim at the upper mass and try not to hit any of the ligaments. Alrighty guys, so that means that the second myth of episode 100 is going to be confirmed. You can indeed get lined up zombie kills with sniper rifles, or in other words, get sniper collaterals. Myth. Can you call in multiple Jeffs if more than one cleaner has a whistle and back for blood? Alrighty guys, myth number 3 of episode 100 is going to be submitted in by Ace of Spades, and this is going to be one of our first back for blood myths in a very long time. So Ace, thank you for giving me an excuse to play this game again. So when it comes to your myth, Ace, this one is very interesting. I like the fact that you brought up something from the final DLC, because this really didn't get talked about towards the end of Back 4 Blood's life cycle. So let's talk about the whistle. So for those of you guys that need a quick reminder, towards the end of Back 4 Blood's life cycle, they added in a character called Tala. If somebody is playing as Tala in your game, there is now a chance that a whistle will spawn in and randomly drop around the map. Now this whistle anybody can pick up, and if you use it, you can summon in a friendly tall boy named Jeff. Jeff basically goes around as your little AI protector buddy, and you can use him whenever the whistle is recharged. Now I'd like to show you via this picture right here that talks about Jeff's whistle in detail. It says right here that Jeff's whistle can only be given to one player at a time. Therefore meaning that they never made it even possible in the game to begin with to have multiple whistles spawn. So automatically the third myth is going to be busted. However though, I do appreciate the fact that you sent this my way, Ace, and I appreciate you for giving me an excuse to play Back 4 Blood again. Myth. Can survivors escape a campaign with a special infected in the rescue vehicle? Alrighty guys, myth 4 of episode 100 is submitted in by Tyler. So we are going to be spawning in a smoker in the truck on Crash Course and just seeing if we can escape. And it's as simple as that. Now other than the special infected sometimes occasionally hitting us, and plus also the fact that we are keeping him still with console commands, you actually can escape. You just have to have the circumstances align. So if you were trying to do this in a normal game, you would have to try to make it so that way the smoker or whatever special infected's in there does not kill you. But yes, if the circumstances align, the myth ends up being confirmed. You can escape with at least the smoker and probably the other special infected inside of a rescue vehicle. Myth. Can you get an across the map noob tube in Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, myth number 5 of episode 100 is going to be submitted by myself, actually. I decided that I want to participate with at least one myth in the episode, so mine is themed around the grenade launcher. So me and Dan are currently testing right now to see how far a grenade can shoot before it starts to despawn. And it does shoot really damn far. So we decided that, hey, what is considered an across-the-map noob tube, honestly, for Left 4 Dead? Because nobody's ever done this before, so I guess we're the first to start it. So our standard was going to end up being from one safe room location to another. And this also could end up meaning that we can also do from one chapter part to another. So for example, the finales tend to end up being smaller in terms of surface area if you're going to be camping in them per se. So if we can have it where the one safe room from the finale all the way up until the camping area for that finale, is that considered an across the map? And we thought it was fair enough, so we decided to do this on the passing because that has the best possible lineup for us to be able to do this. So at first you probably were thinking that we were going to be doing it from an easy spot, like right next to the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors, but nope, what we decided to do is we decided to have Dan go all the way over to Jimmy Gibbs' stock car because this is still within the bounds of the area. Because eventually when the bridge comes down, as long as not every single survivor goes over to Jimmy Gibbs' stock car at the end, the game won't entirely end. And you can see Dan's shooting all the way from there, all the way up into the safe room. It indeed does reach and does not despawn. So that means that myth number 5 here of today's episode is actually confirmed. You can get an across-the-map grenade launcher shot if you want to. You just have to end up playing on a certain map, and you probably have to aim it in a certain spot, otherwise it might despawn on you, but at least for this example, it works. Myth: can a tank move things like cars and forklifts with his rock throw? Alrighty guys, so myth 6 of episode 100 is going to be submitted in by Dan. So Dan is playing as a tank here, and the first thing we're going to be trying this on is a forklift, and as you guys can see when Dan throws his rock at the forklift, it does indeed move. Now the interesting thing is that unlike the forklift, if we try to do this with a car, even though it moves, it's a lot more subtle, and you really have to look for it. But both of them do indeed work, which means that Dan's myth is confirmed. You can move cars and forklifts with tank rocks, it's just that the forklift is going to be more significant. Myth: can you blow up a tank on the bridge in the parish finale? Alrighty guys, myth number 7 of episode 100 is submitted in by Vader. So what we're going to do is we're going to spawn in some tanks on the bridge of the parish finale in the area that we would end up seeing where the cutscene takes place as the helicopter takes off. So that way it's quite obvious if the tanks end up dying, and then we are going to end up seeing what happens. Will the tanks live, or will they just be blown up into shreds? Alrighty, so here comes the cutscene in just a second here, and as you guys can see, the tanks are right there if I zoom in on them. But despite the ones that are already in the water, because those were from a prior test, these ones that we put on the bridge specifically, they don't die. They just float, which doesn't make any sense. So the myth, believe it or not, is busted. Apparently the tanks are just invincible to this cutscene because it's not an actual explosion like I thought it was. So that's interesting. The tanks never end up dying from the bridge explosion. Good job, military. That was a wasted nuke. Myth: can you trigger a bear trap with a gas can in Back 4 Blood? Alrighty guys, myth number 8 of episode 100 is going to be submitted in by Nitwit. So we are in a room here where there's going to end up being a enemy bear trap specifically, because we cannot do this with a friendly bear trap, and there's also a jerry can right next to it. Shortly after I kill all these zombies, I will throw a jerry can directly in the middle of the bear trap and see if it's a way that we can outsmart the cultists. Alrighty, so here's the jerry can versus the bear trap, and when it looks like I initially throw it, nothing ends up happening. In fact, you know what, just in case, because there might be somebody that might ask, I also am going to place down some friendly bear traps and test those too, just in case that for whatever reason that those end up being set off. So the enemy bear trap is going to be the one that I'm currently throwing it at right now, whereas the friendly ones are going to be the ones that are behind it. The friendly ones behind it don't seem to be having any different effect either. So it looks like that the bear traps, friendly and non-friendly in Back 4 Blood, are only triggered by enemies, or end up being something like bullets or melee weapons. But just a random object that's just being flung at it, that doesn't affect it. So this myth is busted. You cannot set off a bear trap with a jerry can, but it would have been really nice because then I wouldn't have to scream my ass off every time I get hit by a bear trap. Myth: can you escape the NSenr finale without standing on the car pad? Alrighty guys, myth number 9 of episode 100 is also going to be submitted in by Ace of Spades. So the best way we can test this is with a bot, so we're going to down Rochelle just outside of the barrier that technically is going to be considered the car pad. You can see the blue outline of the car pad and the yellow outline of Rochelle's body, and they're not touching. So now all the rest of us are going to get inside Jimmy Gibbs' stock car. You can see Rochelle didn't make it, and as the cutscene is taking place, will Rochelle be in the death credits, or will the game technically just teleport her and just say that she lived because she was so close? And according to the credits, it says that Rochelle passed away, which means that this myth is busted. You cannot escape if you are not in the car pad, even if it's by a few inches. Alrighty guys, now for the 10th myth of episode 100, this is going to need some context. For the first time ever, we are going back and retrying an old myth that we have tested. This myth was so peculiar that we actually had to give it its own unique, one-of-a-kind rating, which was called inconclusive. This was from episode 70, and we are now going to be retesting it again to see if we can finally end up giving this myth a proper ranking of confirmed, plausible, or busted. So for the first time ever, let's retry an old myth from a prior episode. Myth: does Noam Chomsky do the same amount of melee damage as a gas can or a propane tank? Alrighty guys, so this prior myth and the 10th myth of episode 100 is going to be one submitted by Tyler. This myth has been in the back of my mind for 9 months. This myth was originally submitted in October, and now it's the beginning of June. I have wanted to give this a result for the longest time, but I didn't know how to execute it. But I thought that, hey, since this is the 100th episode, and we're going to do some crazy things within this episode, why not give a chance on an old myth and finally nail this myth once and for all? What is its true result? So the one thing that we failed to do with the prior testing that we didn't take into consideration was special infected. We never tested the gnome's melee damage on the specials. So what we are going to have happen is Globbersko is a spitter, and Dan, me, and Drages all have a different item. I got Noam Chomsky, Dan has a propane tank, and then Drages also has a gasoline can. We're just going to take turns beating the crap out of Globbersko and seeing how many melee hits it each takes to be able to kill him. Are they the same? Are they different? Or does it even really matter in the first place? So, I'm going to give you guys basically the main summary of what exactly happened. So, when it came to the jerry can, the propane tank, and Noam Chomsky, no matter whether we aimed at the head, whether Globbersko was a different damage interval, whether we ended up having it where we hit him in the back or we spun around it a crazy 360, no matter what we did, every single time, unless there was a fluke, but more consistently than not, it was always the same amount of damage for all 3 objects at a 4 hit to kill on a spitter. This is a lot more consistent than what we had with the common infected, where some of them would die in 1 hit and some of them would die in like 300 hits. So I think it's safe to say that finally, after 9 months, this myth ends up being confirmed. I don't know what was going on with the common infected when we originally tested this myth, because for some reason it was just super inconsistent and it didn't match. But with the spitter in this case, it was always 4 hits no matter what. So I think it's safe to say we can finally leave this myth to rest and take it from inconclusive and now give it the label of confirmed. Myth: can you get rid of the zombie in the fridge in the last stand? Alrighty guys, myth number 11 of episode 100 is going to be submitted in by Zoe. So on the last stand at this log cabin, there's going to be a refrigerator that if you interact with it, you can actually end up seeing a zombie. So Dan and I are going to use console commands to start deleting things and seeing if the zombie will be included within said deletion. So we're going to Thanos snap this zombie here in a second. So we ended up getting rid of the refrigerator door, and we're also getting rid of the furniture nearby. But believe it or not, that is as far as it goes. We were not able to delete the actual refrigerator. We could only delete the door. In fact, the hitbox for the door is still here. You can even jump on it and stand on top of it. I saw a video somewhere saying that supposedly this is a Easter egg to reference something, so the devs might have made it a part of the map rather than just a random object that can be removed and added. So I think that's the reason why that you can't remove it with console commands. So Zoe, your myth here is busted. You can't remove the zombie. The best you can do is remove the door. Myth: If you put a car over a pile of exploding barrels and you shoot those barrels, will the car fly? Alrighty guys, myth number 12 of episode 100 is going to be submitted in by Zaku. So in a moment here, we are going to be spawning in explosive barrels everywhere, and then also a car, and hope that the car will be able to launch into the sky and possibly meet Jesus Christ, or it may just simply do nothing. Alright guys, so keep your eyes on that red car over there. We've got everything we need, and shortly the explosive barrels will be set off. And it looks like that after all the explosions and epilepsy warnings have taken place, it looks like that the car... it did not move from its original spot. It did not move an inch. And you want to know what's funny? Just out of curiosity, we tried propane tanks for this, and it worked. The car just flew straight off of the waterfall, just with no problem. So Zaku, technically your myth is only possible with propane tanks, not explosive barrels, but since you used explosive barrels in your myth, I have to label it as busted. But the good news is, though, you can still get your chaos as much as you wish. Myth. Can you nullify fall damage in the NSenr finale by filling up the gas canister before falling to death? Alrighty guys, so myth number 13 of episode 100 is going to be submitted in by Nitwit. So we're just going to be activating no clip and then just falling to our deaths with a jerry can or a gas can in our hands and seeing if the animation of filling up Jimmy Gibbs' stock car is enough to be able to stall the falling damage so that way we don't end up dying. Now I know I have God mode in this clip, but I'm falling way too fast for me to survive with God mode off. So instead of just having me being revived over and over and over again, I'm just showing you guys what would be implied, is that I am falling way too fast to live. The gas can does not trigger any animation when I'm in the air. I have to be on the ground to do it. It doesn't end up having a slowdown effect or anything. It just does not work unless I'm staying in place. Which means that this myth here is busted. You can't use a gas can to stop yourself from taking fall damage, although you should because I think it'd be a very nice play, but I'm not Valve. Myth. Can a smoker grab a survivor jumping off the map and stop them from dying with its tongue? Alrighty guys, myth 14 of episode 100 is going to be submitted in by Tyler. So me and Tyler are going to be playing as survivors, while Dan is going to be a smoker. We're going to be jumping off of the No Mercy Hospital on the rooftops and seeing if whether or not that we can end up being saved. Well, technically at least saved briefly until we fall to our demise anyways. But yeah, as you guys can see when I zoom in here on the screen, even though the death cutscene takes place, I'm technically hanging on and I am alive. Although we all know what's going to happen here shortly once the smoker dies. Alrighty guys, so myth 14 here of today's episode is going to end up being confirmed. You can have a smoker's tongue be able to save you from fall damage. I just recommend that you do this on something other than a No Mercy Hospital, just because of the fact that you probably will not live to see another day on this map. Alrighty guys, it is now time for the final myth of episode 100 of Left 4 Dead 2 Myth Busting Mondays. So once again, the final myth is going to be, can you access a God difficulty in the Japanese copy of Left 4 Dead 2? I have never heard about this until recently, and I really am curious to see if we can still play it after all these years, or if it's been discontinued along with the services of the Japanese copy of Left 4 Dead. So let's load up Japanese Left 4 Dead 2 right now, fart around with the console commands and figure exactly what we need to do to supposedly unlock this 5th difficulty game mode. Myth. Can you access a God difficulty in Japanese Left 4 Dead 2? Alrighty guys, so the final myth of episode 100 is actually going to be one as a collaboration between all the Mythbusters for the Mythbusting team. So this includes myself, Glabursko, Dan, Tyler, Drages, Nitwit, and also Vader. We all just thought that this would be really cool to include at least one Japanese Left 4 Dead myth in this big epic episode, because we have never done one within the series thus far. Now I need to give you guys some context for this myth to truly understand exactly what it is that we're talking about here. So, when it comes to the Japanese copy of Left 4 Dead, they actually had limited time events back in the day, and one of them was actually for a God difficulty. I found this out from a YouTuber who is very underrated. You should definitely check him out. His name is Punchy, and he basically did an entire documentary or video essay about the Japanese copy of the game, and he basically ended up looking in the files himself in order to end up seeing if whether or not you could access this God difficulty. So I'm going to actually play a snippet from his video just to give you guys some context, and then I'm going to try this actually myself.
Release. In fact, of the 8 events that were ran, 5 correlated to PC mutations or game modes, basically 1-to-1 as far as I could tell. These events were the regular survival mode,
no Potofutopcho, translation Beanpoles and Fatties, which was the flu season mutation. Trigger Trigger Happy was Gibfest. High Hard 8 was, well, Hard 8. The three events that don't seem to correspond to any base game mode is Grenade Festival, which gave every player an infinite grenade launcher, Molotov Festival, which gave every player infinite Molotov cocktails, although for some reason they locked the map to Swamp Fever, which seems like the second worst campaign to lock an event like that too. These are pretty simple, and I was actually surprised when researching this video that no equivalent mutation existed in the PC release, but the last two events are what I thought were the most interesting. Firstly, there was Mimic Festival, a game mode where sometimes specials disguised as the survivors would attack the player, which is definitely quite unique, and there's nothing like that in retail. And the final event, billed as the highest difficulty in history, God Mode. Yes, that's right! One of these events was an entirely new difficulty mode above Expert. But sadly, with the NSenr servers discontinued, there's no longer any way to play any of these unique game modes offline. Or so I thought. Because it turns out that in the operator menu for the cabinet, many of these events can still be enabled for in-store play, including this God difficulty. Mimic Festival for some reason is not in the operator menu, which is a shame. No idea why. But unfortunately, we are so close and yet so far, because when I actually tried to boot into a game of God difficulty, the game simply informs me that it can't find a room or make one and kicks me back out to the main menu. I tried a variety of things to access this difficulty. I tried forcing it via console commands by either changing the difficulty or calling it as a mutation, but without knowing what these would have been called in the code, I was unable to get this going, which is so frustrating. It's definitely in here, and there's almost certainly a way to make it playable, but alas, while I may speak the Japanese language, I am not much for the language of computers.
So now with the context, let's try to launch this game mode ourselves. So I'm going to go into the console commands and just say anything with God in it, just to see if I can maybe trigger a prompt that would end up offering the God mode to boot. I tried SV_cheats, I tried God mode, I tried God difficulty, I tried anything with the word God in the sentence, but I couldn't get this mode to launch. I mean, Punchy probably got closer than I did, just given the fact that he speaks Japanese like he says in the video, whereas I don't speak Japanese at all. I want to, but I'm not there yet. So I actually can't get nearly as far as he did. But you guys saw in the video, he had it in the corner over there, so he was definitely getting close. So the game mode does exist. It is in the game files. But the way that the myth is I want to know is if you can access this. So, in terms of accessing the game mode, it's definitely at least plausible, because it's not entirely gone. It's not like it was discontinued with the services. It's still in the files somewhere, so if somebody speaks the Japanese language and is dedicated enough and is a fan of this copy of the game, then there very well could be the possibility that we can play this game mode again one day. So I encourage anybody out there that's watching this video, is that if you have any interest in playing this game mode in the future, ask around, see if anybody knows about this copy of the game, knows Japanese and stuff like that, and maybe very well one day we can play God mode difficulty in Left 4 Dead 2.
Hey everybody, what's up? I see that you've made it to the end of the video. I would like to thank you for sitting through this 16.5 hour journey. Don't mind the time code down over by my mouse. The editing software that I use is odd a little bit, so this is 16 hours, I promise. It's going to be a while before you get to this point, but I would like to thank you for visiting or watching through the end of this journey, either in parts or breaks, whatever you may choose to do. But this is a little compilation video as what will be stated in episode 149, if John hasn't already done that already by the posting of this video. If not, this is going to be a surprise video, and I am very thankful for any of you guys viewing till the very end of this video, if not just skipping to your favorite parts and everything, as this took me about 2 hours and 45 minutes to make. Well, stitched together wise. I'm not editing 16.5 hours worth of footage fully. I'm only stitching together, but I would still like to thank you guys for watching this video. It really does mean a ton. If you don't recognize me, my name's Dan. I do myth busting with John and all the others. I am one of his main men of the crew, and he's asked me to do this for him, and I'm very thankful for him asking. Now, I don't have much else to say, but thank you for watching this compilation video of 16.5 hours worth of footage.
Please check out all the other episodes that we have recorded past 100 if you haven't already. And check out all of his other videos that he has posted, like his tutorial videos in Black Ops 6, all the others. And check out his second YouTube channel. It's Black Ninja 797 Extras. It'll be linked down below in the description of this video alongside everything else. Please support him, support me, do whatever you may please, but support John the most. He deserves it. He's given me this opportunity to make this video, and I am very thankful. So, anyways, thank you again for viewing this video. I will catch you guys later. Good night.
Hey, meme lords, Jesus here. And you better have enjoyed that video there by the eternal god Daddy Ninja.